Wang Lin stared at the pill furnace as he thought about Yunfei. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. This was the piece of jade he got from Yunfei. He placed the piece of jade on the table and said, "This piece of jade was with the person who had the pill furnace. See if there is any connection between them." Li Muin's beautiful eyes lit up. She picked up the piece of jade and scanned it. After a while, she frowned slightly and whispered, "Qihuang sect. This should be from the Qihuang sect. The recipes inside of this jade are clearly from the Qihuang sect." "Brother Wang, did you get this at the inner part of the Sea of Devils?" Wang Lin nodded. Li Muin lightly bit her lower lip and said, "Then it has to be the Qihuang sect." The Qihuang sect was originally a sect from a rank 4 country. But, after conflicts with an enemy sect, they moved into the Sea of Devils and have disappeared without a trace. It seems this pill furnace belonged to the Qihuang sect, meaning that the method of opening the seal is lost. Wan Er only knows that this seal can't be carelessly opened. It requires a series of procedures and the right timing to open. If it is opened by force, it will damage the pill that is inside. Also, Wan Er feels that the pill isn't ready yet. Even if we open it correctly, it won't have reached the potential it could have if we were to keep it sealed for a while longer. Wang Lin secretly nodded. This was the only explanation of why Yunfei didn't open it herself, but tried to exchange it for the removal of her restriction. Li Muin said with a determined look, "Brother Wang, Wan Er will go to the Cloud Sky Sect's library to see if there is any information on opening the seal. If the pill is for increasing cultivation, then it will increase the chances of you reaching the nascent soul stage." Li Muin took out several bottles of pills and handed them to Wang Lin. After she explained what all of the pills did, Wang Lin left. Wang Lin left the southern courtyard under Li Muin's reluctant gaze. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation was too low. If he stayed with Li Muin for too long, it would attract people's attention. Therefore, Wang Lin left the southern courtyard and decided to go into closed-door training back in his room. He and Li Muin had already made arrangements and left each other a transmission jade. Once she opens the seal, she will send the pill to him. At the same time, for Li Muin's safety, Wang Lin left the devil Su Ligua and the second devil to protect her. With those two working together, they should even be able to hold off a nascent soul cultivator for a bit. That amount of time would be enough for Wang Lin's main body to appear. Also, only the devils that had a link to Wang Lin could still connect with him while he was inside the heaven-defying bead space. Just as Wang Lin walked out of the southern courtyard, a gentle voice came out of the white fog behind him. "Your name is Wang Lin?" Wang Lin's steps stopped. He turned around and saw the white fog roll as a middle-aged man walked out. He was very handsome and very refined. He had the aura of a fairy. This person was Outer Sect Elder Sun's son, Sun Jinwei. Wang Lin calmly said, "I am." Jinwei revealed a friendly smile and chuckled. "Did you just go to see your teacher's ancestor?" Wang Lin sneered in his heart, but he calmly nodded. Sun Jinwei looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "In 2 months, I will also be someone that can be considered your teacher's ancestor. You are very diligent, and that's good. If you have any questions about alchemy, you can ask your teacher's ancestor, and if you have any question about cultivation, you can ask me." Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he calmly said, "If there is nothing else, disciple still has a batch of pills to attend to." Sun Jinwei became angry and his face sunk, but he quickly smiled again. After glancing at Wang Lin, he took out a flying sword and said, "This flying sword is called Green Wind. Consider it a greeting gift. Take it." With that, he waved his hand and the sword moved toward Wang Lin and floated in front of him. After Wang Lin received it, he clasped his hands to say his thanks, then turned around and left. Sun Jinwei kept smiling as Wang Lin disappeared. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he secretly thought, "This brat is only at the foundation establishment stage, so he will the perfect pawn to monitor Li Muin. Humph. Even if he suspects that something is up with his cultivation, he won't be able to find anything." Wang Lin walked all the way back to the courtyard he resided in. After entering his room, he formed a restriction and placed it on the flying sword. The flying sword shone a cold light. Sun Jinwei giving him the flying sword was well within Wang Lin's predictions. At most, the flying sword was just a means to spy on him. Wang Lin sneered. His restriction not only stopped the monitoring effect of the flying sword, but did so in a way that Sun Jinwei wouldn't notice. After throwing the flying sword to the side, he took a deep breath and put his hand on his brow to enter the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin knew that he was short on time. With the heaven-defying bead, he had about 2 years of time. There wasn't much time remaining. Wang Lin sat crossed-legged inside the heaven-defying bead, and before him were more than 10 bottles of pills. Some of the bottles were sealed with wax. These pills were the best of the pills Li Muin had made in the past 200 years. All of these pills were very suitable for him and would increase his chance of reaching the core formation stage. Wang Lin followed Li Muin's directions and placed the bottles in order of what he needed to take from right to left. He picked up a bottle and opened the wax seal. A strong aroma of medicine floated out of the bottle. Inside it were 10 lychee nut-sized pills. This pill was called the Qizhua pill. It was a rank 2 spirit pill. By using a lot of rare ingredients, not only did it provide a large amount of spiritual energy, it also helped widen the channels in one's body. This Qizhua pill was one of the 18 rare pills in the old Luohe sect. In the cultivation world, it was a very rare pill and a grade above the foundation establishment pill. The thing that made this pill so rare was its effect to widen the channels. Even within the Cloud Sky sect, there weren't many pills that widened the channels, and all of those pills were rank 4. For a rank 2 pill to increase the channels was extremely rare. Inside the Cloud Sky sect, there were only 20 or so of these Qizhua pills, and all of them were made by Li Muin. Wang Lin picked up a pill and put it into his mouth. Then, he immediately began to cultivate. Spiritual energy flooded into his body, and he immediately noticed the difference between it and the foundation establishment pill. The Qizhua pill had more than double the spiritual energy of the foundation establishment pill. The boundless spiritual energy slowly calmed down as it was swallowed by the ancient god's tactic. After a while, Wang Lin swallowed another pill. Time slowly passed by, and Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation establishment after taking all of the Qizhua pills. This method of pill consumption that disregarded any negative consequences in the future was something only Wang Lin was willing to do. It has to be said that even in the few pills specialized in cultivation methods, no one would take this many pills in such a short amount of time. First of all, absorption was a very big problem. The absorption time varied depending on the pill, but it takes at least a few days or even longer to completely absorb all of the spiritual energy in the pill, so none is wasted. Aside from the fact that the materials for pills were rare, cultivators don't want to be wasteful, so they absorb as much of the spiritual energy as possible, but the pills contain a fairly large amount of spiritual energy. If too much gets absorbed at once, not only will it not help, but it will increase the chances of a devil entering the cultivator. And if too many pills are consumed in a short period of time, or so to say, if cultivation is raised too quickly in a short period of time, then even if there is no harm to the body, it will have deadly effects on future cultivation. But none of these problems existed for Wang Lin. First of all, with the ancient god's tactic, the spiritual energy in the pills are rapidly absorbed. And as for the effects on future cultivation, this was only an avatar and not the main body. In fact, the avatar was basically just a super pill in a way. However, the amount of power in this pill was beyond anything a normal pill would have. It was a human-shaped pill to help his main body break through to the nascent soul stage. After using up all of the Qizhua pills, Wang Lin picked up the second bottle. He wasn't sure how hard reaching the core formation stage will be for his avatar. It has to be said that back then, by using the Underworld Ascension method, he formed 3 subcores, then fused them together to make a core embryo. Then, only after taking a series of pills from Li Muin did he finally reach the core formation stage. Li Muin didn't say the name of this pill, but said that Wang Lin will know when he sees it. He broke the wax seal, then looked inside the bottle and let out a faint smile. Inside the bottle were 5 purple pills. Wang Lin immediately recognized these as the Tianli pills he took before. It seems Li Muin has spent a lot of blood and sweat in these past 200 years to refine these Tianli pills again. In fact, this was true. The Tianli pill was a rank 3 pill, and the materials went extinct with the country of Hofun. It was only after coming to the Cloud Sky sect and by using her status of elder that Li Muan managed to get the materials to make more. However, even the Cloud Sky sect didn't have much of those materials. After refining 5 of these pills, all of the materials for it were used up. In fact, a vast majority of materials for the pills Wang Lin was taking were materials Li Muan got from the Cloud Sky sect. Could be said that the cost for Wang Lin's cultivation this time was paid for entirely by the Cloud Sky sect. The Tianli pill was something that could increase the chance of forming a core. It was a rare pill that was only given to core members of a sect or if the member had some great contribution. 5 Tianli pills was already an enormous amount. After all, Li Muan was only one person. It must have taken her years of effort to make these pills. After Wang Lin looked at them for a bit, he picked one up and put it in his mouth. This Tianli pill was several times stronger than the one his main body took all those years ago. After all, the Tianli pills back then used substitution materials. Time slowly passed and the first Tianli pill failed. Although it failed, it did move all of Wang Lin's spiritual energy to his dantian. The second Tianli pill also failed, but the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body became even more concentrated. If one looked in from the outside, Wang Lin's dantian was like the sea and all of the meridians in his body were like rivers. The spiritual energy flowed from the meridians into his dantian, forming a whirlpool in the middle. Every time this whirlpool spun once, all of the spiritual energy in his body would surge. The process looked very strange. The third Tianli pill also failed, but the whirlpool in Wang Lin's dantian spun even faster. Soon, a drop of golden liquid gathered in the center of the whirlpool. Wang Lin didn't immediately take the fourth pill, but sat there and cultivated. After a long time, the whirlpool started to slow down and there were now 3 drops of golden liquid in his dantian. These 3 drops of golden liquid were formed by all of the spiritual energy in his body. The moment the third drop appeared, all of the spiritual energy had disappeared everywhere else in Wang Lin's body, and even the whirlpool in his dantian was slowly fading. Wang Lin used the ancient god tactic. However, instead of the spiritual energy being absorbed by his body, he forced the spiritual energy to cycle through his body. There was no such thing as foundation establishment, core formation, or nascent soul to the ancient gods. After all, none of them would give up their outer power method, so, besides Wang Lin, no one else had ever used the ancient god tactic for inner power. So when all of the spiritual energy in his body condensed into 3 drops of golden liquid, Wang Lin was very confused, but he couldn't find any memories that would explain it. He could clearly feel that within each drop of this golden liquid, there was enough spiritual energy to match a core formation cultivator. He felt that this was very similar to when he was at the Juming Valley in the country of Zhao and used his Ji realm to form the cold essence bead. However, in the end, Wang Lin's body was destroyed and his Ji realm fused with his soul. He could never use that cold essence bead technique again. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the 3 drops of golden liquid. He picked up the third bottle. This bottle didn't have a wax seal and there were more than 30 black pills inside. This pill was called the Suoming pill. Li Muan said that this pill should be taken after reaching the core formation stage. At the foundation establishment stage, only one could be taken, otherwise, a person's body will swell up and their spiritual energy will go into chaos. Wang Lin calmly picked up this pill and then, without even looking at it, he threw it into his mouth. Suddenly, slivers of spiritual energy appeared in the originally empty meridians. Soon, under the effect of the ancient god tactic, Wang Lin's body was filled with spiritual energy again. He quickly cycled the spiritual energy into his dantian again. The whirlpool that was fading started to slowly spin again, until it was rapidly spinning once more. After an unknown amount of time, the golden liquid in Wang Lin's dantian increased to 5 drops. A sudden feeling of swelling appeared in Wang Lin's dantian. His eyes lit up as he consumed the last 2 Tianli pills and started to cultivate. The 2 Tianli pills surged through Wang Lin's body like a giant wave. The pressure generated by the wave soon pressed upon the 5 drops of golden liquid. Suddenly, the 5 drops of golden liquid that were originally apart started to come closer together. Soon, the 5 drops collided and fused together. At the same time, under the effect of the 2 Tianli pills, Wang Lin's dantian cracked. The cracks couldn't be stopped, and soon, Wang Lin's entire dantian shattered. These shattered pieces of his dantian merged into the golden liquid along with the spiritual energy from the Tianli pills. Soon, everything merged together to form a golden core that was the size of a fist in Wang Lin's lower abdomen. There were numerous lines connecting the golden core to the meridians. A huge surge of spiritual energy appeared as the golden core spun once. At the same time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly as he crossed the threshold between foundation establishment and core formation. During all of this, Li Muin was at the library for more than a month. In this month, she had almost never left as she searched through the library for a way to open the seal. In fact, she had already found 3 methods to open the pill seal, but each of these methods had a chance of lowering the effect of the pill or making the pill useless. Li Muin was unable to accept these risks. She had a feeling that this pill was the key for Wang Lin to break into the nascent soul stage. Sun Jinwei had been keeping an eye on Li Muin's actions. He had already felt that there was something strange going on with her being inside the library for so long. But no matter how much he guessed and analyzed, he couldn't figure out what. And as for that disciple named Wang Lin, he had been in closed-door training for a month and hadn't gone to see Li Muin at all. The flying sword Sun Jinwei gave Wang Lin still hadn't had any response. Although all of this was normal, Sun Jinwei still felt like something was off. But there was only about a month left before the cultivation pair ceremony. Whenever someone from the sect came to congratulate him, he was obligated to greet them, so he no longer bothered with his matter. The few nascent soul cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect also knew that Li Muin didn't like the idea of the cultivation pair, so they didn't question why she had been inside the library for so long. They even opened up the secret areas that were normally restricted for her as a favor to try to mend the rift between them. About 20 days away from the day of the cultivation pair ceremony, Li Muin finally found another method, one that had a higher chance of success. She carefully calculated in her heart that with this method, there was a 50% chance of opening the seal without harming the pill. Even if it wasn't successful, the harm done to the pill would not be very large. At the very least, the chance of the pill becoming useless was the lowest out of all the methods. Seeing that time was up, she decided to use this method. After she made her decision, she quickly recorded the method. However, she didn't leave immediately, but read some other stuff for most of the day before finally leaving. In fact, Li Muin had recorded many things during her month-long stay here. She had also read many things besides things related to the pill seal. The reason she did this was to deceive others. Li Muin wasn't new to the cultivation world. In fact, after experiencing so much, her already clever mind became even more sharp and cold. If she was not like this, it would have been very difficult for her to survive as a woman in this cruel world of cultivation. This caution came actually more or less from Wang Lin. It could be said that Li Muin gained some of Wang Lin's caution during their time in the Sea of Devils. This caution had saved her many times after they split up. She knew that in the Cloud Sky sect, there were people, especially Sun Jinwei, who wanted to know what she had been searching for so long here. As a result, Li Muin's caution played a very big role. Even if someone came to spy on her, it would be very difficult for them to find what she was really looking for. Even if they traced the recording technique she used, they still wouldn't be able to find much. During her stay here, Li Muin recorded many things, and things regarding the pill seal only made up a small portion of that. Soon after she left, Sun Jinwei walked in. After he walked in, he took out a purple token, and on the token, the word cloud was clearly written. The moment this token appeared, the space 3 meters before him suddenly distorted as 2 men in gray robes walk out. The 2 looked at the token and kneeled on the ground. "Outer sect disciple greets the cloud order," they said. "This scripture library has always been guarded by the outer sect. What have you 2 found out in the month that you have been spying on Li Muin?" Sun Jinwei's face was no longer gentle, but revealed a trace of darkness. One of the men in gray whispered, "Elder Li's search was all over the place, from pill recipes to medication effects. From disciples' observation, there wasn't anything that stood out." Sun Jinwei frowned. He didn't believe that Li Muin would waste a month of time to look at random things. He pondered for a bit, then asked, "Did she record anything?" The other man in gray calmly said, "She did, but they were equally as random." It was as if Elder Li didn't have any real goal. However, there is another possibility. Sun Jinwei's eyes lit up and he said, "Speak." The men in gray calmly said, "Elder Li is very clever and cautious. She already knew that there would be people spying on her, so she purposely hid her search among other things. If that is really the truth, then she has succeeded." Sun Jinwei snorted. He had already guessed something was up, but he remembered that there were only 20 days left. He really wanted to see what Li Muin could do about it. Sun Jinwei was also no longer afraid of Li Muin's friend. During the cultivation pair ceremony, there would be many nascent soul ancestors present. If that person tries anything, the ancestors will take care of it for him. After Wang Lin reached the core formation stage, he consumed several bottles of pills. As the ancient god tactic absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the pills, his cultivation shot up and broke through the early stage of core formation into the mid-stage. But Wang Lin still felt that this speed was too slow. He ignored the consequences and kept taking pills, but he could feel the effects of the pills decrease. Li Muin told him about this phenomenon. This was what happened to one's body after taking too many pills. This phenomenon was very mysterious. Although all of the spiritual energy was still in the pill, the moment the spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body, a large portion of it would disappear before the ancient god tactic could even activate. This phenomenon was called body barrier. This was a problem that anyone who takes a lot of pills will encounter, and the only method of fixing this problem was to take even more precious pills. Otherwise, there was no other way. No matter how much time passes, this barrier will still exist in one's body. After continuously taking pills for days, the body barrier appeared in Wang Lin's body, but he couldn't stop taking pills now, and Li Muin had also taken this matter into consideration. In fact, with an alchemy master like Li Muin, Wang Lin didn't even have to think about the pills at all, because she had already prepared everything perfectly. Wang Lin picked up the bottle from the ground. What was in this bottle was the key to get past the body barrier. The pills in this bottle were called body barrier breaking pills. Although they were called that, they didn't really remove the body barrier. They were just pills that Li Muin made with some very rare materials that would help one's body better absorb the effect of pills. If you only look at the rank, this pill was only a rank 1 pill, but if used properly, it could have some amazing effects. After taking this pill, Wang Lin quickly took several bottles and swallowed all of the pills inside. Although the speed at which the spiritual energy was dissipating hadn't slowed down, the rate that Wang Lin's body absorbed them had increased greatly. For a normal person, although it increased the rate, they would only be able to feel that they were absorbing spiritual energy a bit faster. But with Wang Lin's ancient god's tactic, that slight increase gave it enough time to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy that would have normally dissipated. With this method, Wang Lin's cultivation shot up from mid-stage core formation to late stage. Although he hadn't reached the peak of late stage, he was very close to the nascent soul stage. But all of the pills Li Muin had given him were used up. On this day, Wang Lin awoke from his cultivation inside the heaven-defying bead. He could feel a call from the devil Su Ligo. From his earlier agreement with Li Muin, he knew that this meant that she had found way to open the seal. Wang Lin stood up and took a step forward. His body suddenly faded as if he had broken through space and disappeared without a trace. In a garden in the northern courtyard, pieces of golden light appeared from the void and fused together into a human shape. Soon, the figure became solid, revealing Wang Lin's figure. The moment Wang Lin appeared, his eyes lit up as he looked at the flying sword he had left on the ground. He waved his hand and picked up the sword. There was a restriction made from divine sense placed on the flying sword. The restriction was rather clever, but, as he suspected, the effect of the restriction was for monitoring. Wang Lin calmly threw the sword and it got stuck in the ground. He opened the door of the room as he walked toward the gate. But just at that moment, his steps stopped as the gate silently opened and Zhou Lin walked in. After he saw Wang Lin, his eyes immediately focused on him. He immediately detected the difference in Wang Lin. It has to be said that before he went into closed-door training, Wang Lin was only at the third layer of qi condensation. He couldn't even see through Wang Lin's cultivation now. Even if the current Wang Lin's cultivation wasn't at the late stage of core formation, he thought that Wang Lin was at least at the mid-stage. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Teacher is currently being watched. She asked me to take you somewhere to meet you." Wang Lin calmly looked at the person and nodded. Zhou Lin walked into the garden and closed the gate. He looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and said, "Should I be calling you uncle? Still, forget it. Since you are my teacher's friend, you are my uncle." "Uncle, this way please." Zhou Lin shook his head. He was actually still in closed-door training, but he received a message from Li Muin to come out early. Zhou Lin was an orphan who was saved by Li Muin and had been following her ever since. He was filled with respect and gratitude toward Li Muin. From Li Muin's words, he realized that the disciple he took in was her friend. Took him a very long time to sort this all out in his head. This was why, after he saw Wang Lin's cultivation level, he was only startled and not surprised. He just assumed that Wang Lin's cultivation had always been like this and that he had been hiding it before. Zhou Lin arrived in front of his room. He waved his hand and the door glowed. After that, he opened it. Zhou Lin turned around to look at Wang Lin, then walked into the room. Wang Lin didn't move, but spread his divine sense and secretly placed a restriction that he could activate at any time on Zhou Lin's body. Only after that did he walk into the room. Wang Lin was cautious toward everyone. Although Zhou Lin was good to him before and was also Li Muin's disciple, when it was time to be cautious, he would never be sloppy. Under the scan of his divine sense, he only found a fluctuation of spiritual power from the pill furnace and everything else seemed normal. The moment Zhou Lin entered the room, he touched his bag of holding and took out 3 pieces of jade. He placed them under the pill furnace. He took a few steps back as he formed a few seals and shot them toward the pill furnace. The pill furnace glowed and sank 3 inches into the ground. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and grabbed the furnace. After turning the furnace a few times, a ray of light appeared on the wall before him. This ray of light moved like a dragon waving its tail. It moved quickly and soon formed a formation. Zhou Lin took a few steps back and respectfully said, "This formation is connected to a secret chamber that teacher has secretly prepared and no outsider knows of. Uncle, please enter. Disciple will stand guard here and report to uncle if anything happens." Wang Lin didn't move, but stared at the formation on the wall. After a while, he looked at Zhou Lin and said, "Your teacher is inside the secret chamber?" Zhou Lin secretly sighed. He knew that Wang Lin wouldn't believe him. He bitterly smiled as he took out a jade and said, "This is a piece of jade teacher gave to disciple. Uncle, please take a look." Wang Lin took the piece of jade and scanned it. He looked at Zhou Lin, then walked toward the wall. The moment he touched the wall, his body instantly disappeared. Zhou Lin's expression remained normal as he turned the pill furnace and made the formation disappear. He placed some herbs into the pill furnace and began to concentrate on alchemy, but in reality, he kept his divine sense spread out so that if anything happens, he will immediately notify his teacher. Zhou Lin didn't know what relationship Wang Lin had with his teacher, but he knew that everything he had now was from Li Muin, so if Li Muin asks him to do something, he will give it his all. He also knew that his teacher must be doing some mysterious things that are related to the cultivation pair ceremony in 20 days. Once he gets involved, he will be dragged into this matter as well. When Wang Lin appeared again, he saw Li Muin. Before him was a chamber. Although the chamber wasn't large, the most eye-catching thing in the chamber was the pill furnace. On top of the pill furnace were 7 black dragons. Right now, the 7 dragons were spewing out purple smoke that was slowly rising up and condensing into a purple ball. Within the purple ball was a small pill furnace with a piece of yellow paper on it. Li Muin's eyes were glued to the pill furnace, her expression tense. When she saw Wang Lin, she softly said, "Above us is the square outside the Cloud Sky Sect's main hall. To open this pill seal, we will need to borrow the power of the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces." The origin of the Cloud Sky Sect's 7 heaven-stealing pilling furnace was very mysterious. Rumor has it that the founder of the sect created 9 of them. They were sealed under the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain, waiting for disciples that could summon them. But no matter how strong the founder was, he was still not even at the spirit-severing stage due to the rank of the country. So even if there was some power within the pill furnaces, no one really bothered to steal them. But the power of the heaven-stealing pill furnace was great, so using the words heaven-stealing wasn't exactly wrong. In the ancient records of the Cloud Sky sect, these 9 heaven-stealing pill furnace were all fakes. The founder of the Cloud Sky sect once saw the original furnace and memorized the design, then forged the pill furnace from his memories. The reason why it was 9 pill furnaces was because the founder's cultivation level wasn't high enough to make one pill furnace containing all of the things he had memorized, so he had to make 9 pill furnaces to contain them all. As a result, the 9 heaven-stealing pill furnaces were created. There was another mysterious aspect of the heaven-stealing pill furnaces. They couldn't leave the Cloud Sky sect's mountain range. The moment they leave the mountain range, they will turn into scrap metal. This phenomenon has caused some higher-rank cultivation countries to come investigate, but they found nothing. However, because of this, they gave up on the idea of stealing them and supported the Cloud Sky sect instead. Therefore, the Cloud Sky sect was able to develop quickly and became the #1 sect in the country of Chu. Li Muin had a serious expression on her face as she stared at the gas spat out by the 7 dragons on the pill furnace. She whispered, "To open the pill seal, we need spiritual energy and the right time of day. We must borrow spiritual power from the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces when they are in use." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He stood next to Li Muin and watched the pill furnace. He whispered, "Does the Cloud Sky sect always make a pill once a month?" Li Muin gently nodded. She said with a gentle voice, "Yes. The heaven-stealing pill furnaces can only be used at a certain time of day once a month to get the maximum effect. Only elders of the Cloud Sky sect have the privilege to use them. Some rare pills require the heaven-stealing pill furnaces to make." Wang Lin slightly nodded. He pointed at the pill furnace with 7 dragon heads before them and asked, "Is this also a heaven-stealing pill furnace?" Li Muin revealed a proud smile and charmingly said, "This furnace is not a heaven-stealing pill furnace, but the effect is about the same. This pill furnace was secretly made by Wan Er after studying the heaven-stealing pill furnaces for all these years. This was originally my ace against the Cloud Sky sect if they ever decided to act against me. If they do, then Wan Er will use this pill furnace to affect the 7 pill furnaces during a pill refining and turn them to dust. This will also release all of the spiritual energy in the pill furnaces, causing all of the nascent soul cultivators to be too busy trying to repair the pill furnaces to chase me. After all, these pill furnaces are everything to them." Wang Lin grinned. He nodded and no longer spoke as he stared at the pill furnace. After a long time, he suddenly asked, "You just said that above here are the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces. Are there thousands of years of spiritual energy stored inside of them?" Li Muin was startled. She said, "That is true. There are thousands of years of spiritual energy in those pill furnaces. There could only be more and not less because these pill furnaces have been used to refine pills for thousands of years. After each pill is made, some spiritual energy will remain inside the furnace." Wang Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. He circled the 7 dragon head pill furnace. He then gently touched it. It let out a crisp sound. He didn't turn his head and asked, "Can you steal the spiritual energy from the heaven-stealing pill furnaces above us with this pill furnace?" Li Muin's eyes widened as she realized what Wang Lin meant and asked, "You want to cultivate in this pill furnace?" Wang Lin turned around. He smiled at Li Muin and said, "Yes, if I were to cultivate in this pill furnace, it would be every effective. However, it wouldn't be with this avatar body, but my main body." Li Muin's expression became strange. Just as she was about to speak, the amount of purple gas coming out of the dragon heads suddenly increased. Large amount of gas floated up, forming a dark cloud above the pill furnace. Inside the dark cloud was the pill furnace with the pill seal on it. The furnace glowed red and the pill seal started to flutter up and down. At that moment, on the ground above this chamber, the elders of the Cloud Sky sect were staring at the sky, calculating the time of day. These elders were all master alchemists of the Cloud Sky sect, and one of them was one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists, Ouyangzi. Ouyang was originally the disciple of the inner sect head, but he willingly gave up the chance of becoming sect head to focus all of his attention on alchemy. This person's passion for alchemy had reached an unimaginable degree. He didn't care about cultivation or power. Could be said that he didn't care about anything other than alchemy. Ouyang's goal in life was to refine the legendary rank 9 divine pill. But his goal was just too far out of reach. Even rank 6 countries could only make rank 6 pills. Even the few geniuses that would sometimes come along could only make rank 7 pills. Precisely because of how difficult alchemy was, the Cloud Sky sect was protected by a giant demon sect from a rank 4 country. It has to be said that rank 5 pills are the limit of what a rank 4 country can make. All of this showed the importance of the Cloud Sky sect to the giant demon sect. Ouyang was a rank 5 alchemist and had reached the early stage of nascent soul. If he wasn't so focused on alchemy, he would have already reached late stage and would have become one of the sect's ancestors. Although he was only at early stage of nascent soul, his status was much higher than Li Muin, who was an outsider. Today he was going to refine a rank 5 pill. He had prepared for several years for this. Besides himself, he asked 6 other people to come help him with sacrifice refining. Sacrifice refining was a pill refining technique Ouyang invented himself. In his mind, pill refining was an act that defied the heavens, so there needed to be sacrifices. It was similar to the ancient gods' heaven sacrifice ceremony, only the sacrifices he was making were pills. Ouyang had a head full of white hair and looked very old, but his eyes shined a demonic light. He let out a very mysterious aura that made none of the other 6 alchemists dare to look at him directly. It has to be said that this demonic light had the ability to affect one's soul, but if used in alchemy, it allowed one to see inside of the pill furnace. He obtained this ability when took a ghost sight pill. This ghost sight pill was very mysterious. Only 1 out of 10 people that take the pill manage to obtain this vision. Everyone who fails goes blind. Such a vicious pill obviously had very good effects. If one successfully absorbs the ghost vision pill, they will gain ghost vision. Ghost vision was one of the reasons he was able to walk this far on the path of alchemy. Currently, Ouyang was wearing a large gray robe while staring at the sky. After a while he frowned and said, "When I refine a pill, I hate it when other people are watching." Junior brother sect head? Do you not know this? 3 people walked out of the main hall. One of them was the sect head of the inner sect. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Didn't I tell you guys already? When elder martial brother refines a pill, he doesn't allow anyone to watch." With that, he clasped his hands at Ouyang and said, "Elder martial brother, these 2 are guests from the cultivation country of Tianwu. They want to see elder brother refine a pill. What do you say?" The 2 people behind him were both thin and tall, but both of them emitted a very powerful aura. Clearly, their cultivation levels were very high. Ouyang frowned. He coldly said, "Scram!" The sect head's expression remained normal, but the 2 guests' faces changed. They displayed a mocking expression, but they didn't do anything and left. The Cloud Sky sect's head, Yuan Tian, already told them about this before, but they insisted on coming. After letting out a sigh, he accompanied the 2 and began chatting with them. In his view, these 2 were here to buy pills and their offer was very attractive, so he still needed to accommodate them a little. After the 3 left, Ouyang continued to calculate the time. After about 10 breaths, his eyes lit up. His hand formed seals as he jumped into the air and shot out 7 rays of light onto the 7 pill furnaces. Currently, his large robe fluttered in the wind, making him look very majestic. The 6 alchemists watched him with looks of admiration. The 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces began to move after the light landed on them. They moved in a circle as if there was a giant hand moving them from above. 6 of the pill furnaces formed a circle with the 7th at the center. At the same time, in the underground chamber, Li Muin's dragon pill furnace also reacted. Li Muin took a deep breath. She bit her finger and immediately formed several seals with her hand. She shot the seals at the 7 dragons on the pill furnace. The 7 dragons moved as if they were alive and floated around the chamber. They all coiled up, Soon, the 7 dragons turned into illusionary pill furnaces. 6 of them formed a circle while the 7th one fused into Li Muin's dragon furnace. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, he waved his hand and shot an illusionary circle onto the ground. Then, his hand formed a seal as he shouted, "Main body appear!" Wang Lin's main body with white hair and a purple star on the forehead appeared without a sound through the illusionary circle. The moment he appeared, the chamber became cold. Even the illusionary pill furnaces in the air became a bit blurry. Li Muin stared at Wang Lin's main body with a look of longing. Soon her eyes lit up. This was the person she had been waiting for more than 200 years. The avatar was just way too inferior compared to the main body. After the main body appeared, he walked toward the center of the chamber. When he arrived before the dragon pill furnace, he turned to look at Li Muin. Li Muin's heart felt cold after seeing the cold gaze. She was too familiar with this gaze. It was exactly the same gaze that Wang Lin had when they met 200 years ago. After 200 years, the coldness in his eyes was even more intense than before. Li Muin took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal. Under her control, the lid of the pill furnace slowly moved aside. Wang Lin's main body jumped into the pill furnace and started cultivating without any hesitation. Soon after, the lid of the pill furnace was closed. At this point, at the ground above the chamber, Ouyangzi raised both of his arms and held them wide open. He then muttered something to himself. After a short while, he stared at the pill furnace in the center. Suddenly, green gas came out of the pill furnace until it formed a giant hand that began to grow. Ouyangzi took a deep breath and took out a bag of holding. He dumped countless heavenly treasures into the giant hand. Then, the giant hand closed and turned back into green smoke as it returned to the pill furnace. Ouyangzi's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Pill sacrifice! First sacrifice! Rank 4 demon blood pill." The moment he finished speaking, one of the 6 people took a few steps forward and slapped his bag of holding. A white jade bottle appeared from the bag of holding. He walked up to one of the pill furnaces and broke the seal on the bottle. He carefully poured out a blood-red pill. The moment the pill appeared, the area was filled with the smell of blood. Currently, the person's face was a bit pale. His right hand was trembling as he held the pill, but he clenched his teeth and put the pill into one of the 6 pill furnaces. The moment the pill entered the pill furnace, the furnace let out a loud roar. Immediately after, a blood-red light shot up into the air, forming a pillar of light that reached the sky. The same scene happened in the chamber as one of the illusionary pill furnaces formed by one of the dragons shot out a pillar of red light. Aside from the size, the pillar of red light was identical to the one outside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Looking at the scene before him, he asked, "What kind of pill refining technique is this?" Li Muin's eyes were filled with respect as she whispered, "This is Ouyangzi's own refining method called sacrifice refining. Basically, he is using various rank 4 pills to make a rank 5 pill. Although the success rate isn't high, it is still much higher than normal methods." Currently, at the ground above, Ouyangzi's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Second sacrifice, rank 4 Luolin pill." Another person arrived next to a pill furnace. He took out a blue pill and carefully placed it inside the furnace. Suddenly, a pillar of blue light appeared from that pill furnace. Then Ouyangzi went out all and put in for more rank 4 pills. Now 6 pillars of light shot out into the sky. These pillars of light could be seen even outside of the cloud sky sect mountain range. Ouyangzi was very nervous. He stared at the pill furnace in the middle and muttered, "This must succeed. This must succeed. If I succeed this time, I will have 3 rank 5 pills. Combined with the 3 rank 5 pills the sect has, I will have 6. With 6 of them, I could use the rank 5 pills as sacrifices and have a taste of what it's like to refine a rank 6 pill." His eyes shined a never-before-seen light as he stared at the pill furnaces. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, "You 6! The refining has started." The 6 alchemists revealed looks of excitement. If they succeeded this time, then they would have helped created a rank 5 pill. This was something all alchemists dreamed of. The 6 of them jumped into the air and floated above the 6 pill furnaces. They sat down cross-legged in the pillars of light and urged the spiritual energy in their bodies to move. Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. His body slowly landed on top of the last pill furnace and he closed his eyes. At that moment, in the underground chamber, the 6 illusionary pill furnaces also emitted their own pillars of light. Inside the center of these pillars of light was the pill furnace with the pill seal on it. Below the pill seal was the pill furnace Li Muin made, with Wang Lin's main body inside of it. Although Wang Lin's main body was inside the pill furnace, it was currently not absorbing any spiritual energy as everything was being prepared for the opening of the pill seal. As for absorbing spiritual energy, Wang Lin could wait until after the pill seal opened. Li Muin's expression was serious. Her hand constantly formed seals as she shot them to their respective pill furnaces. Shortly after, countless slivers of light came from the 6 pillars of light and went toward the pill seal in the middle. Slivers of spiritual energy was stolen by Li Muin from the sacrifice of the rank 4 pills. This was how the problem of needing plenty of spiritual energy to open the pill seal was solved. In reality, Li Muin only needed 2 things to open up the pill seal. One of them was location. She needed a place with plenty of spiritual energy, but no spirit vein in the ground. This problem was solved by Xianxia. Now they only had to wait for the right time to open the pill seal. Aside from location, the second requirement was the time. Only by opening the pill seal at the same time of day as when it was sealed would the requirement of time be met. The smaller the time difference, the less damage the pill will suffer. If the time difference was too large, then the pill will suffer damage. Wang Lin already knew all of this after Li Muin explained it. Now the question was, what was the correct time to undo the seal? Li Muin checked many books and found one time. That time would be at 45 minutes past midnight. As a result, the best time to refine pills and seal pills was 45 minutes past midnight. It has to be said that when it comes to refining pills or sealing pills, the best time to do so is when the yang and yin separate. Of course, this only applies when refining a very precious pill. As for normal pills, people wouldn't bother with it. But this guess wasn't very accurate. In reality, there were some alchemists who were afraid of other people stealing their pills. They would purposely alter the time when sealing the pill. As a result, even if someone steals the pill, they wouldn't be able to properly open it without knowing the correct time. Li Muin's solution to this was to use a method that would use a massive amount of spiritual energy to overload the pill. This sacrificed a bit of the pill's effectiveness to open up the pill seal. In a way, as long as the time wasn't too different from when it was sealed, the pill seal would be removed and the pill would also suffer a lot less damage compared to normal methods. But if the time difference was too large, it would make the pill useless. Li Muin's expression was serious as she whispered to Wang Lin. Because of the existence of this pill furnace, the chance of Xianxia succeeding is not high. Knowing his personality, he will use a blood sacrifice technique. At that moment, there will be a burst of spiritual energy. That is the time to open the pill seal. Time slowly passed. Currently, at the ground above, Xianxia opened his eyes. He noticed that the spiritual energy in the area was rapidly decreasing. There wasn't enough spiritual energy to make a rank 5 pill. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Right now was the critical moment in the refining process, so he didn't have any time to think about it. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he shouted, "Blood sacrifice!" The expression of the 6 surrounding alchemists suddenly changed, but they soon showed determined expressions. Without any hesitation, they all exploded their own cores. A series of booms occurred as the area was covered in a bloody mist. As a result, the spiritual energy in the area suddenly increased. The spiritual energy in the area reached its peak. Xianxia's eyes lit up as his hand formed a seal and shot at the pill furnace before him. The pill furnace started to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings like crazy. Soon, even the 6 pillars of light started to converge toward the center pill furnace. Xianxia's expression became even more serious. This was the make or break moment, so he couldn't make any mistakes. He had already failed multiple times before, so he wasn't sure if he would succeed this time. At that moment, in the underground chamber, Li Muin pointed at her brow and spat out drop of core blood. This drop of blood floated in the middle of the 6 pill furnaces. Suddenly, all of the pill furnaces shook as the pillars of light collapsed and moved toward the pill furnace at the center. The pill furnace released a rainbow-colored light. Under the pressure of all that spiritual energy, the pill seal started to slowly curl up until it was completely rolled up and fell off the pill furnace. At the same time, an unimaginable amount of pressure from the spiritual power inside the pill furnace appeared, causing the pill furnace to explode. A round, cyan-colored pill appeared. But at that moment, a crisp crackling sound filled the air as cracks appeared on the pill. A rank 7 spirit pill. Li Muin's eyes widened. Although she was prepared, she still couldn't help but burst out in surprise. Li Muin stared at the pill as she muttered to herself, "Something is wrong. If it was a rank 7 pill, there would have been a reaction. Why has there been no reaction?" Wang Lin grabbed in the air with his right hand. The pill flew into his hand and he carefully examined it. This pill's color was cyan and bursts of spiritual energy leaked out from the cracks on the pill, increasing the density of spiritual energy in the room. Wang Lin looked at Li Muin and asked, "This is a rank 7 pill?" Li Muin took a few steps forward and stood next to Wang Lin. She took the pill from his hand and carefully examined it. She sighed and said, "To be more accurate, this is a pseudo-rank 7 pill, so it is really an upper rank 6 pill. We must have missed the correct time to open the seal by too much time, which caused the pill to crack. If we had opened it at the correct time, it would have been above rank 7. The Qi Huang sect is part of a rank 4 country, so they must have created a rare upper rank 5 pill and then sealed it. From the looks of the seal, it must have been at least several thousand years ago." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the pill and asked, "Do you know what pill this is?" Li Muin's pondered for a while. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "The Qi Huang sect has 3 pills it is known for. If Wan Er is correct, this is the Cyan Cloud pill. This pill should allow you to break past the core formation stage." Wang Lin pondered a little. After taking the pill from Li Muin, he said, "Wait for me." Li Muin nodded. She looked gently at Wang Lin and said, "You can relax. Even if you fail, Wan Er will destroy the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces. If I do that, they won't chase us." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He calmly said, "Things shouldn't be that troublesome." With that, he sat down in front of the pill furnace. He pointed his finger at his brow and disappeared. Li Muin bit her lower lip. If she was gone from her house for too long, it would arouse suspicion. After pondering for a while, she waved her right hand on the wall and a formation appeared. Li Muin walked through the formation and disappeared from the chamber. At that moment, at the ground above the chamber, Ouyangzi's refining had reached its end. His eyes were filled with excitement as he muttered to himself. After a long time, he let out a grunt as he jumped up. He waved his hand and the lid flew off the pill furnace. At that moment, the sky changed color. The previous dark sky suddenly lit up as a golden pill floated out from inside the pill furnace. 6 souls slowly appeared around the pill. These souls were the ones who sacrificed themselves before. They sat down cross-legged, floating around the pill. Ouyangzi's expression became serious as he clasped his hands and shouted, "It is all thanks to you 6 fellow cultivators that my pill was successfully created. I cannot repay you guys enough. This pill will be called the 6 Tao Spirit Pill in honor of all of you." The moment those words were spoken, the 6 souls let out a pleased expression. They looked at the pill with some unwillingness on their faces as they disappeared. At the same time, the pill slowly descended and was grabbed by Ouyangzi. Although his expression was calm, he was very excited in his heart as he thought, "I finally succeeded. Now I will be able to try refining a rank 6 pill." As for Wang Lin, he sat in the heaven-defying space, cultivating, staring at the pill in his hand. After a while, he revealed a decisive look and threw the pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a line of blue spiritual energy. As the blue line traveled through Wang Lin's body, the ancient god tactic kept devouring the endless spiritual energy of the blue line. At the same time, Wang Lin's core quickly rotated as it grew larger. Slowly, Slivers of purple spiritual power appeared in his core. As more and more of that purple spiritual energy gathered in his core, his cultivation finally reached the peak of late-stage core formation. Currently, his cultivation kept increasing as his core kept growing bigger. Soon, drops of golden liquid dripped from his core as if his core was melting. His body also became transparent at that moment, allowing him to see all the changes happening in his body. Wang Lin was very calm as he focused all his attention on cultivation while waiting for the moment that his nascent soul forms. For Wang Lin, the meaning of forming his nascent soul was very different from other people. Once he successfully forms his nascent soul, the first step of his plan will be complete. After that, he will fuse his main body and his avatar, then use his avatar to break through to the nascent soul stage on his main body. Once his main body can break into the nascent soul stage, then his G realm will also have its first breakthrough. At that time, he will be the strongest person in the country of Chu. Even inside the Sea of Devils, he will have the ability to set up his own sect and compete against spirit-severing cultivators. The important thing was that he would have the ability to return to the country of Zhao to get his revenge. Tang Huayuan. This name was something that Wang Lin had hated for more than 400 years. This was a hatred that could no longer be described. If anyone dared to block his path, they would have to pay the price in blood. Wang Lin didn't know what cultivation level Tang Huayuan had reached in these 400 years, but as long as he hadn't reached spirit severing, once Wang Lin reaches nascent soul, his fate won't change. Wang Lin couldn't believe that in a mere 400 years, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator would be able to break into the spirit-severing stage. It has to be said that after nascent soul, even each small stage, it's extremely hard to break through. The cultivation world was a pyramid. The higher you go, the fewer there are. Among the 7 cultivation levels of Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, soul transformation, and ascension seeking, nascent soul was the barrier. If one can reach nascent soul, that means they have truly stepped into the cultivation world and can reach for the top of the cultivation world. Other than revenge, there was something else that was urging him to get stronger. The danger he constantly felt from the red-haired man in the land of the ancient god. He believed that, with the red-haired man's genius mind, he would find another way to escape from the land of the ancient god. Once the red-haired man escapes, the first thing he will do is to find Wang Lin. After fusing with the inheritance of knowledge, he could feel that he was slowly changing every day. This was a change in his mentality as his thoughts became more and more in line with the thoughts of an ancient god. Before entering the cultivation world, Wang Lin's biggest dream was to pass the state exam, make his parents proud, and allow his parents to live a good life. But when fourth uncle gave him the chance to become an immortal, everything changed. Back then, he thought the city near the village was already the biggest city out there. As for the king's capital, he never even thought about it or seen it. When he first entered the world of cultivation, his goal was to become an immortal. At the same time, he learned that the country of Zhao was only a small country on this planet. Then, there were some major events that forced Wang Lin to constantly find new ways to make himself stronger. His goal was to return to the country of Zhao and get his revenge. After visiting one country after another, Wang Lin's horizons broadened a lot. He found out that the ground he stood on was called Planet Suzaku and that the country of Zhao was only a rank 3 cultivation country. Above that, there are rank 4, rank 5, and even rank 6 cultivation countries. He knew that the real ruler of Planet Suzaku was the country of Suzaku. After he received the inheritance of knowledge, his horizons were once again expanded. The vast cosmos was filled with countless planets like Planet Suzaku. The ancient god's size and power to casually destroy a planet made Wang Lin feel intoxicated. At that moment, Wang Lin's mentality changed and his goal became to pursue higher cultivation. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to survive in this cultivation world. Could be said at that moment, Wang Lin broke free from his sole goal of revenge and changed into the goal of reaching higher cultivation levels. The mentality of someone unwilling to be stepped upon and someone who wishes to pursue the limit of his strength. This mentality was something a strong person must have at all times. After 10 days, Wang Lin left the heaven-defying space. The moment he appeared, He fused with his main body inside the pill furnace. At that moment, slivers of spiritual energy started to be drawn from the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces in the area above the chamber. His main body and avatar were at the final stage of fusion. If anything went wrong here, then all this effort would have been wasted. Currently, Wang Lin was very calm. He was completely absorbed in the fusion of his main body and avatar. Time slowly passed. Aside from the G realm, there was another thing that was blocking Wang Lin, his own talent. As for whether this would succeed or not, no one really knew for sure. The thousands of years of spiritual energy that was stored inside the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces was slowly being drained by Wang Lin. His ancient god's tactic absorbed all of that spiritual energy like a black hole. The moment the main body fused with the avatar, the ancient god's tactic also underwent a change. In the first level of the ancient god's tactic, there was only devour. The second level was absorption. Devour and absorption are two completely different levels. Devour means that all types of energy that enters Wang Lin's body will be devoured and used by Wang Lin. This is a passive state. Absorption is an active state where one can absorb someone else's cultivation. In reality, the reason the ancient gods are so strong is because of the ancient gods' tactic they possess. Every ancient god, when they awaken after being born, have the ancient god's tactic imprinted in their mind. As an ancient god, only after reaching the second level of the ancient god's tactic would they have strong attacking capabilities by using the ancient god's body to activate the second level of the ancient god's tactic. All of the spiritual energy within Miles would be absorbed and devoured by the first level of the ancient god's tactic, forming a loop. But the ancient god's tactic was something that only belonged to the ancient gods. If Wang Lin had gotten the inheritance of power, he would be able to reach the second level, but with his current mortal body, it was too difficult. Although Wang Lin's ancient god's tactic had some differences compared to the real second level, it was nothing. Time quickly passed, and it was now the day of Li Muin and Sun Jinwei's cultivation pair ceremony. On this day, the entire Cloud Sky sect was filled with a festive atmosphere. There were no clouds within miles of the sect. The sky was blue and countless lights were flying toward the sect. Almost every sect and every cultivation family in the country of Chu were gathered here. All of the people that came were also elders and important members of each sect or family. This type of atmosphere was something only the Cloud Sky sect could have. If it was any other sect, it wouldn't be possible. Because there were too many guests, the Cloud Sky sect's defensive formation had been extended to cover the entire mountain range. Countless outer sect disciples had also been sent out on patrol while greeting all of the guests. It has to be said that Li Muin's position in the Cloud Sky sect was quite unique. After all, she was one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists in the sect. Sun Jinwei's position was also very well known. He was the son of an elder of the outer sect who was at the middle stage of nascent soul and the only person in the last century who might break into late the stage and become one of the ancestors of the sect. In addition to all of this, the outer sect also had high hopes for Sun Jinwei. Once he reaches nascent soul, there will be a series of actions done to set him up as one of the candidates to become the next head of the outer sect. If his father successfully becomes a sect ancestor, then he will become the outer sect's sect head for sure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be paired up with Li Muin in the cultivation pair ceremony. In one sense, it was the inner sect's way of chaining down Li Muin, but also for the outer sect to pave the way for Sun Jinwei to become the outer sect's sect head. All of the visitors knew of this matter. It could be said that this ceremony was for the inner and outer sects to establish a closer relationship. After all, the Cloud Sky sect was split into 2 parts. The inner sect practiced alchemy while the outer sect practiced cultivation. Only because of these 2 working together has the Cloud Sky sect reached the heights it has today. Sun Jinwei was wearing a long red robe. His tall and straight posture gave him a gentle yet cool atmosphere. He was currently standing behind the elders of the inner and outer sect, welcoming guests. Although he was smiling, his eyes were still twitching. In fact, the closer it got to the day of the ceremony, the more nervous he got, as if there was some disaster coming. He felt that it was ridiculous to have this feeling. Today, almost all of the late-stage nascent soul ancestors had come out of their closed-door training to attend the ceremony. If anyone dares to cause trouble, the only road for them will be death. Unless their cultivation level was spirit-severing. But Sun Jinwei didn't believe that a spirit-severing cultivator would step so low as to mess with the Cloud Sky sect. And even a spirit-severing sect had to be wary of the giant demon sect that was behind the Cloud Sky sect. As a result, Sun Jinwei couldn't find a reason to make him this nervous. He secretly smiled and thought he was overthinking matters. But although he said this in his mind, he kept thinking of the cold gaze of the person that was talking to Li Muan. At that moment, an old man in a gray robe was several steps in front of Sun Jinwei, looking at him. He took a few steps until he was before Sun Jinwei and whispered, "Jinwei, don't think so much. If that person who knows elderly shows up, then I will make him pay. No matter how powerful his cultivation is, it will be pointless. I have already discussed the matter with the sect head, so you can relax." The old man's tone was flat, but it contained a dignified atmosphere. This person was Sun Jinwei's father and an elder of the outer sect. Sun Jinwei respectfully replied. Although he could lie to everyone about Wang Lin's matter, he could not lie to his father. He had long told his father about his encounter with Wang Lin. When he heard that the sect head was involved, he felt very confident. When he raised his head to look at the sect head, he saw the old man with white hair turn around and faintly smile at him. This person was the outer sect's sect head, Lu Fei. This person's cultivation was very mysterious. It was said that he had taken a pill to hide his cultivation and was already at the late stage of nascent soul. Unless someone has higher cultivation than him by a step, it was very hard to see through his cultivation. Standing next to this old man was another white-haired elder. He was the head of the inner sect Song Qing. Behind him was a group of people with varying levels of cultivation, but if they were in any other sect, they would become the head alchemist of that sect within a day. Hao Ran's sect's sect head, Sima Yunnan and Elder Su Li are here to celebrate this occasion. A voice boomed from the distance, traveling all the way through the Cloud Sky sect's mountain range. At the same time, two rainbows arrived together. The two rainbows landed inside the sect, revealing two figures. One of them was wearing a purple robe and was filled with an ancient atmosphere. This person was the Hao Ren sect's head, Sima Yunnan. After he arrived, he let out a laugh and said, "Brother Song and Brother Lu, congratulations." Accompanying him was Su Li, who was wearing a light green robe. With Su Li's status, he couldn't talk, so he just clasped his hands and smiled. The outer sect's sect head, Lu Fei, laughed and took a few steps forward. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator Sima, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. If it wasn't for my sect sending out an invitation, I don't think I would have ever seen you again." The inner sect's sect head, Song Qing, rubbed his chin and said, "Old man Sima, you promised me a 1,000-year-old Zhu fruit. Did you bring it today?" Sima Yunnan laughed. "The two of you don't need to embarrass me so. Forget it, since your memory is so good. I did bring the Zhu fruit. However, I have a grandson who is about to form his core, so you better give me some 180 grain pills, or I'm not giving you the Zhu fruit." The three of them let out a laugh as they exchanged a few words with each other. Lu Fei waved his hand and Sun Jinwei quickly guided Sima Yunnan to the main hall. Sima Yunnan carefully studied Sun Jinwei and said, "You really are a genius. So young, yet you have already reached the door to the nascent soul stage. Very good. Within 100 years, the Cloud Sky sect will have another nascent soul cultivator." Sun Jinwei let out a gentle smile and said, "Senior is too kind. Junior doesn't deserve this praise." Sima Yunnan nodded and walked into the main hall with Su Li. There were several tables positioned within the main hall filled with fine wine and fruit. There were already many people inside the main hall, chatting with each other. After Sima Yunnan arrived, he couldn't help but talk to many other people along with Su Li. Sun Jinwei quietly took a few steps back and left the hall. After he left, Sima Yunnan and Su Li sat down near a table. They looked at each other and Sima Yunnan asked, with a voice transmission, "You said that that person is hiding within the Cloud Sky sect?" Su Li's expression remained normal and replied with a voice transmission as well, "Sect head, that is only my guess. it is not necessarily accurate. That person was filled with a demonic aura and disappeared around the Cloud Sky sect. Also, 3 months ago, a mysterious person appeared in the Cloud Sky sect and was able to escape under the pursuit of 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect. According to the description from the spies, I believe it is the person I met. As for whether or not that person is hiding here, I'm not sure. Sima Yunnan pondered a little and thought, if this person is as Suli says, then he must be a great evil from the Sea of Devils. The Cloud Sky sect has attracted the attention of a great evil from the Sea of Devils. How could it not be a good thing for my Hao Ran sect? Luyu sect's Tianyi Zhenren and Elder Shi Tianlai came to celebrate this occasion. Another loud voice came, causing Sima Yunnan to look outside. At that moment, all of the sects and cultivation families were arriving. Aside from the big sects that were welcomed by Sun Jinwei personally, everyone else started to arrive in the main hall. Soon, the entire main hall became almost packed as they chatted with each other. Some of the less social people were sitting in corners by themselves or cultivating with their eyes closed. Surrounding the walls of the main hall stood a row of outer sect disciples who were all core formation cultivators or higher. They stood there with their backs as straight as pine trees as they looked straight ahead. Shortly after, Lu Fei and Song Qing walked into the main hall. Behind them were dozens of elders followed by Sun Jinwei. Among them was Li Muwen with a purple veil over her head. After they entered, all of the visiting guests of various sects and cultivation families stopped talking and turned to look at them. In the main hall, Lu Fei looked at Song Qing. He smiled and took a few steps back. Song Qing nodded. His gaze swept across the entire main hall and he said, "Fellow cultivators, this is a day of celebration for my Cloud Sky sect." He wasn't even able to finish speaking before the ground suddenly started shaking while a monstrous pressure appeared from underground. Under the pressure of this monstrous presence, all of the nascent soul cultivators in the hall stood up in terror. They all spread out their divine sense underground to see what was going on. Li Muwen's eyes revealed a tender look. She knew that Wang Lin had come. In the chamber under the square outside the main hall, a crack appeared on the lid of the pill furnace Li Muwen made. With a loud bang, the crack extended from the lid down to the body of the pill furnace. At the same time, a ray of rainbow light leaked out from the crack. The light became brighter and brighter, and as the crack got bigger, the entire chamber was covered in the rainbow-colored light. At that moment, the chamber was like a fairy land, covered in endless rainbow-colored light. Another wave of cracking sounds came and more cracks appeared on the pill furnace, causing even more light to escape. A hand reached out from the pill furnace and with a bang, the pill furnace exploded and scattered all over the chamber. A young man with flowing white hair floated out of the pill furnace, his body alternating between transparent and solid. His eyes were closed as countless circles of colored light gathered around his back. If one looked closely, whenever this person's body flickered to the transparent state, they could see a small person that looked exactly like him in his Danton. The little person was emitting a rainbow-colored light and looked very mysterious. His body kept changing between transparent and solid while emitting a great amount of pressure. After a long time, his body stopped changing and started to become more solid. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and, at the same time, the little person also opened his eyes. The little person's eyes no longer had pupils, but looked like they were replaced by red lightning. This wasn't just a single lightning bolt, but a cloud of red lightning. A destructive force came from the red lightning and all of the rainbow-colored light in the room immediately dissipated as it escaped upwards. There were countless rays of red lightning wildly moving around the chamber. The shattered pieces of the pill furnace were instantly turned to dust. When the cultivators in the main hall above noticed what was happening, they all spread their divine senses out to check what was going on. However, the moment their divine senses went underground, they were repelled by a powerful pressure, causing them all to withdraw their divine senses in shock. The sky above the entire Cloud Sky sect changed as a powerful pressure burst forth from underground. It felt as if the entire Cloud Sky sect was shaking. Rainbow-colored clouds gathered in the sky and the entire main hall started to tremble. All of the members of the different sects and cultivation families' expressions changed. A few of the people who had seen this before exclaimed, This is someone reaching the nascent soul stage? The moment those words were said, besides the nascent soul cultivators in the room, everyone else revealed looks of disbelief. It has to be said that reaching the nascent soul stage is a very important matter, and you would normally have someone guarding you during the process. Now that someone had just reached the nascent soul stage in the Cloud Sky sect, the first thought everyone had was that the Cloud Sky sect had just gained another nascent soul cultivator. Just when the surrounding sect and cultivation family members were about to express their congratulations, Sima Yunnan let out a laugh and said, Congratulations to the Cloud Sky sect for obtaining another nascent soul cultivator. I wonder if I know this person? Why don't you invite that person here for us to see? Song Qing and Lu Fei looked at each other, then turned around to look at the elders. All of the elders tried their hardest to think of who would be trying to break into the nascent soul stage right now, but couldn't think of anyone, so they all shook their heads. As a result, the two's expression slowly turned ugly. Song Qing's face was dark as he slowly said, Sorry, fellow cultivator Sima. Even I'm curious as to who this cultivator is. If we can invite him out here, then we will be sure to let everyone meet him. There was a hint of darkness in his voice, especially the word invite. It had a very heavy tone behind it. The moment those words came out, all of the cultivators' eyebrows raised. If there was no one in the Cloud Sky sect who was trying to reach the nascent soul stage, then this would turn into a very interesting situation. At the same time, all of the surrounding cultivators of the various sects and cultivation families felt a hint of regret. This person was really unwise in where they decided to break into the nascent soul stage. It seemed that the day that person broke through was also the day that they'd die. The Cloud Sky sect's face was greater than everything. This person was definitely going to die. The Sky Cloud sect's outer sect head's expression was extremely ugly. He forced a smile and said, I want to see who has the guts to use my Cloud Sky Mountain to reach nascent soul. His nascent soul is mine. Lu Fei's face sank. He waved his sleeves and disappeared. At the same time, all of the nascent soul cultivators left the main hall. All of these people went out with bystander attitudes. It has to be said that with Cloud Sky sect as the #1 sect in the country, it was hard to see something like this happening. As for the reason everyone gathered today, it seemed they all had already forgotten about it. Compared to reaching the nascent soul stage, the cultivation pair ceremony just couldn't compare. Just as they exited the main hall and walked into the square, the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces let out loud humming sounds. Then, the 7 pill furnaces all got pushed outwards, as if there was an invisible hand moving them. Large cracks appeared on the ground in the center of the square. A thick layer of cold air escaped from the cracks in the ground. The square suddenly became very cold. Although Sima Yunnan's expression was normal, he was secretly shocked. This type of aura was not something a normal nascent soul cultivator could release. He turned to look at the others in the square. Although the 10 or more nascent soul cultivators all had calm expressions, their eyes all displayed how serious they were. Lu Fei let out a cold snort. He moved like lightning into the cracks in the ground as he shouted, Fellow cultivator used my Cloud Sky sect to reach nascent soul. Do you think the Cloud Sky sect can be pushed around? Right after he entered the crack, a scream came from inside. This scream came from Lu Fei right after he finished his sentence and was filled with fear and panic. As a result, all of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators backed up. They all looked at the crack with serious expressions as if there was some ancient demon down there. Sun Jinwei's father, the gray-robed man, didn't back up, but charged forward. All of the other nascent soul cultivators in the Cloud Sky sect also took out their magic treasures. At this point, Sun Jinwei had also left the main hall. Because he didn't have the ability to teleport like the nascent soul cultivators, he was naturally a step behind. Li Muan slowly walked out as well. She looked at Sun Jinwei's back and let out a mocking expression. She then looked at the crack in the ground with a tender look. Just as the gray-robed elder was about to check the crack, he noticed Sun Jinwei and said, Jinwei, go back inside. You shouldn't be out here. Since you already came, don't leave. A voice as cold as the chilly winds of winter came out of the crack. Sun Jinwei's body went soft as he fell to the ground. He was very familiar with this voice. This was the voice that had caused him to be so nervous lately. Then, a young man with flowing white hair floated out from within the crack. There was a shining purple star on his forehead. He was like 1,000-year-old unmelting ice. The moment he appeared, the surroundings got even colder. In his right hand, he held Lu Fei by his hair. As he rose up out of the crack, Lu Fei's pale face and closed eyes also appeared. At the same time, Sun Jinwei's father quickly backed up as he stared at the young man. All of the other Cloud Sky sect's nascent soul cultivators' eyes also became cold. All of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators from other sects and families were all shocked besides Sima Yunana. They all quietly watched from the side to see how this would develop. After all, if even Lu Fei couldn't stand up against this person, then even if they all went up to help, it would be pointless. Song Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. He waved his hand to an elder. Just as the elder took out a jade and sent it out, the white-haired youth turned to look at the elder and Song Qing, revealing a mocking smile. Song Qing's heart suddenly shook. He felt as if he was completely seen through. He only ever got this feeling when he met the sect's ancestors. He couldn't help but take a few steps back in horror. As for that elder, he was even worse off. He immediately dropped the jade and didn't dare to move. He felt that if he continued to try to send the jade over, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Qing took a deep breath. He looked at Lu Fei, who was in the white-haired man's right hand. He forced himself to calm down and said, "Fellow cultivator, this whole matter is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." This white-haired youth was Wang Lin. His gaze swept across the crowd. When he looked at Li Muin, a hint of tenderness flashed across his eyes. He raised his left hand and said, "Come." Li Muin let out a beautiful smile as she walked toward Wang Lin. All of the nascent soul cultivators moved out of the way as no one dared to fight for the Cloud Sky sect right now. Sima Yunnan took a deep breath as his eyes lit up. Sima Yunnan was a very ambitious person, but the Cloud Sky sect had always been above his Haoran sect. Although he hated them greatly in his heart, there was nothing he could do. The moment that white-haired youth appeared, he immediately remembered Su Li's description. He was now 100% sure that this was the disaster that came from the Sea of Devils. But even he didn't expect that this person's cultivation level would be high enough to easily take care of Lu Fei. His heart couldn't help but be shocked. At the very least, he wasn't able to see through Lu Fei's cultivation. So this youth's cultivation was something he didn't dare to think about. But at the same time, he was very happy. The stronger the youth was, the higher the chance of the Cloud Sky sect being wiped out today. Especially now that Lu Fei, who said he wanted that youth's nascent soul, had been easily defeated. On that day, the Cloud Sky sect really had lost a lot of face. Everyone moved out of the way as Li Muin walked toward Wang Lin. Even Song Qing, whose face was pale, forced a smile as he got out of the way. Only the gray-robed man's face was extremely ugly, mostly because Li Muin was his daughter-in-law. She immediately walked toward that man when he called her. This made him feel embarrassed. But he was very smart. Despite being angry on the inside, his expression quickly returned to normal as he moved out of the way. Li Muin slowly walked through the nascent soul cultivators. Normally, when they met her, although they would greet her with smiles, they would still be arrogant and forceful in their speech. But today, all of these nascent soul cultivators showed signs of fear and their attitudes toward her had changed as well. Li Muin knew that all of this was because of one person. A person who caused them fear, a person they dreaded, a person who could easily defeat Lu Fei. This person was her man, Wang Lin. After arriving next to Wang Lin, Li Muin let out a smile like a flower blooming. At that moment, Li Muin felt a deep sense of satisfaction in her heart. Wang Lin's gaze moved and landed on Sun Jinwei. Sun Jinwei's face was pale as he stared at Wang Lin. His normal gentle smile was long gone, replaced with hatred. Wang Lin softly said, "Die!" The G realm immediately moved and the entire square was instantly covered in an unimaginably powerful divine sense. All of the nascent soul cultivators took deep breaths. Their nascent energy almost went out of control as they trembled. This feeling left just as fast as it came. Sun Jinwei quivered. Then his eyes became unfocused. His body fell down and twitched a bit before becoming motionless. The gray-robed man stared at Sun Jinwei, dumbfounded, as his eyes became red. He quickly moved next to Sun Jinwei and took out a bottle from his bag of holding. However, his hands began to tremble until he threw away the bottle. He stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "Why?" Wang Lin shook his right hand. Lu Fei's body trembled as he opened his eyes. His face was pale and his cultivation was being suppressed by a mysterious force. His eyes were filled with rage as he shouted, "If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why humiliate this old man?" Song Qing's heart was very anxious. Although he didn't send any messages to the ancestors, they still should have noticed that something was wrong. Why were they not here yet? He took a deep breath. He knew that all he could do was stall for time. He forced a smile and said, "Senior, the Cloud Sky sect didn't know that Elder Li was your friend. I'm sorry for offending you. This is the Cloud Sky sect's fault. How about you come with me to the main hall and I'll try to make it up to Senior." With his age, how could he not know what had caused of all this? He secretly thought that the ancestors were really too nosy. Li Muin was doing fine, but they had to mess with her, resulting in her friend coming. As for Sun Jinwei's death, he didn't mind it too much. In his mind, Sun Jinwei was only a core disciple of the outer sect. Wang Lin ignored Song Qing, but pointed at the gray-robed elder and slowly said, "Today's business is my own personal affair. If anyone dares to intervene, don't blame me for being ruthless." The gray-robed elder let out a crazed laugh as he slapped his bag of holding and 7 purple flying swords came out. The moment the flying swords appeared, they released a monstrous sword energy. He used his nascent soul cultivation to control the 7 flying swords to attack Wang Lin. Li Fei revealed a frustrated expression, but in the end, he sighed and didn't say anything. Before, when he entered the crack, he was surrounded by a powerful destructive force. He felt his nascent soul go out of control and knew that Wang Lin would only need a single thought to kill him. He hadn't felt like that in a long time. Not even the ancestors could make him feel like that. After all, Lu Fei's cultivation was already at the peak of mid-stage nascent soul, only one step from the late stage. Wang Lin's expression was still calm. As for the 7 flying swords flying toward him, he completely ignored them. His G-realm moved again and the flashing red lights appeared in his eyes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The gray-robed old man coughed out blood as his eyes became unfocused. His nascent soul crawled out from the top of his head and tried to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand and took out a bronze-colored mirror. Both of his hands formed a seal as he threw the bronze mirror. The mirror shone a green light that immediately landed on the escaping nascent soul. The nascent soul let out a scream as it emitted green smoke. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the bronze mirror. He held the nascent soul with a merciless expression as he waved his hand and wiped out the consciousness of the nascent soul. He handed the nascent soul to Li Muin and said, "Take this to refine a pill." Li Muin let out a sweet smile as she obediently put it in her bag of holding. She nodded and delicately said, "Okay, this should be able to make a high-quality spirit pill." The surroundings became very quiet. The people inside the main hall also appeared in the square and they all saw what had just happened. None of them dared to breath too loudly as they looked at Wang Lin. Su Li was among them and he quickly lowered his head to cover up how shocked he was. As for the surrounding nascent soul cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect, they were all angry, but none of them dared to speak as they looked at Wang Lin with dread. The nascent soul cultivators of the other sects all backed up even more. They decided that no matter what, they wouldn't get mixed up in this. Shortly after the gray-robed man was killed, Wang Lin moved without any hesitation. He waved his right hand and Lu Fei's body was forced to follow him closely by an invisible force. Wang Lin hugged Li Muin as he charged toward the closest elder of the Cloud Sky sect. The elder's expression immediately changed as he attempted to teleport. However, just as he was teleporting, he felt an unimaginable pressure surrounding him. as if he was being played around with by a giant hand. He suddenly coughed out blood as he was forced out of his teleportation. He felt a cold sensation in his abdomen. As he looked down, he saw that his nascent soul had already been taken. At that moment, Wang Lin's figure had already moved on to the next elder. All of the nascent soul cultivators moved back and took out various magic treasures to attack Wang Lin. Nascent soul cultivators were not to be taken lightly. They all had their own dignity. If they were fighting one-on-one, they might run, but when they were fighting many against one, even if that one's cultivation was very high, they would still dare to fight. Of course, the most important thing was that these elders knew that the ancestors would be here soon. However, they still had to hesitate a bit when using their magic treasures because Lu Fei was so close to Wang Lin. As a result, their attacks were a bit slow. Just at that moment, 5 powerful divine senses appeared in the depths of the Cloud Sky sect. Soon, 5 figures shot out from deep within the mountains like meteors. Their speed was so great that they arrived several times faster than if they had used teleportation to get to where Wang Lin was. In almost an instant, the 5 of them arrived in the sky above the main hall square. "Stop!" An angry roar came from the sky like the roaring wind. Although their speed was great, Wang Lin's speed was even greater. His figure hadn't stopped for a second as he hugged Li Muin while killing all of the Cloud Sky sect's elders. Wang Lin's G-realm repeatedly flashed. The red lightning also moved madly inside his eyes. In an instant, Wang Lin killed 3 more nascent cultivators while they were still unprepared. Wang Lin gave the nascent souls to Li Muin for alchemy. Even if their nascent souls attempted to escape, they wouldn't escape the chase of the bronze mirror. As a result of the 9 nascent soul cultivators the Cloud Sky sect had, including Lu Fei and Song Qing, 5 of them had already been killed. As for Lu Fei, whether he was alive or dead was unknown. At this point, only 3 nascent soul cultivators were left, including Song Qing. The 3 nascent soul cultivators were standing back to back, revealing horrified expressions. In reality, if these nascent soul cultivators swarmed Wang Lin and attacked all at once, even if Wang Lin somehow managed to kill them all, he would be heavily wounded. That was why Wang Lin didn't charge in, but waited for someone to come to investigate first. Then, he took the opportunity to use his powerful cultivation to shock everyone. That was why he didn't kill Lu Fei or anyone else at first. He used this shock to allow Li Muin to safely arrive next to him. After that, he wouldn't have any worries left. For this battle, Wang Lin's goal was to cause shock and awe. He used the shock created the moment he killed Sun Jinwei's father as an opportunity to start killing. All of this was so that these nascent soul cultivators couldn't group up and attack. At the same time, Lu Fei was his ace. If they grouped up and attacked, then he would immediately use Lu Fei as a meat shield. The reason he didn't kill any outsiders was to prevent them from interfering. After his display of power, all of the other nascent soul cultivators were already filled with fear. After killing 3 people, Wang Lin stopped and looked up into the sky. He saw 5 white-haired elders looking at him with eyes filled with rage. One of the old men waved his sleeves without a word. Suddenly, countless dark clouds appeared in the sky. If one looked closely at the clouds, they would notice that they were made of thumb-sized insects. All of them gathered together caused the wind to smell fishy. The nascent soul cultivators of the other sects immediately recognized this black cloud as one of the Cloud Sky sect's ancestors, Chang Bailiang's famous treasure, purple ink insect. Not only did the purple ink insects contain a very deadly poison, their skin was very thick. Normal treasures wouldn't be able to harm them. Once you are surrounded by them, it would only take them a few breaths of time to completely devour you. Not even your bones would be left behind. In addition, even if a cultivator was able to avoid them, as long as one insect managed to bite them, then it would be hard to avoid death. These insects' poison was ranked 184th in all of the known poisons in the cultivation world. It has to be said that the top 100 poison are almost all extinct, so just talking about the purple ink insect was enough to make people pale. When rank 4 countries visited the Cloud Sky sect, they would beg for some of the purple ink insects. These insects were rare treasures even in rank 4 countries. The moment the black clouds appeared, Wang Lin threw Lu Fei to the side. He slapped his bag of holding and held the restriction flag in his hand. Under Wang Lin's control, the restriction flag grew larger and surrounded him and Li Muin. At the same time, Wang Lin's G-realm moved. The powerful pressure returned again, causing the 5-cloud sky sect ancestors' expressions to suddenly change. They quickly took out various treasures to protect themselves. The G-realm formed a flash of red lightning as it penetrated through the black clouds and charged toward Chun Bailiang's brow. Chun Bailiang was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, so he could feel that this red lightning contained the power to destroy everything it hit. In that moment of crisis, his body quickly moved backward. His eyes suddenly widened as his hand formed seals and his nascent soul appeared above his head and started to form seals as well. Layers of defenses were formed to block the red lightning, but the red lightning broke through every layer with ease. Chung Bailiang didn't hesitate. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. His nascent soul spat out nascent soul essence as he shouted, "Blood shield!" In an instant, the blood and nascent soul essence fused together to form a blood bead. The red lightning arrived in a flash and entered the blood bead. Chun Bailiang shouted, "Illusion break!" His white hair moved without any wind and a rift in space appeared next to the blood bead. Black light flooded out of the rift as the blood bead, along with the red lightning inside, were sucked in. The moment the blood bead entered the rift closed. Chun Bailiang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had just arrived at the door to hell and did a 180. If he was any slower, he would have died. The 4 nascent soul cultivators behind him all showed signs of fear. Wang Lin still hadn't spoke a word as he watched Chung Bailiang. Wang Lin secretly sighed. Late-stage nascent soul cultivators weren't like the rest of these cultivators. This was the first time his G-realm was stopped by someone. Chun Bailiang took a deep breath. His expression was serious as he sullenly said, "What a powerful treasure! But now that the treasure has been sent into the dimensional rift, I want to see what other techniques you have. Purple ink insects. Devour that person along with that bitch." Chun Bailiang waved his right hand and the black cloud immediately charged toward Wang Lin and Li Muin. Li Muin revealed a surprised expression. She touched her bag of holding and was about to counterattack when Wang Lin said, "No need." With that, he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the space before him tore open. Following the sound of the space tearing, a bolt of red lightning shot out of it and disappeared into Wang Lin's hand. At the same time, the restriction flag around Wang Lin expanded until it had trapped all of the purple ink insects inside. Rays of restriction light kept shining inside. No matter how much those purple ink insects struggled, they couldn't escape the restriction flag. Chun Bailiang's face was pale. He stared at Wang Lin and said, word for word, "Who the hell are you? With your ability, I don't think you're doing this for a mere alchemist. Please tell us your purpose." Wang Lin calmly said, "I want the Cloud Sky Sect." Chung Bailiang let out a hysterical laugh. He said, in a mocking tone, "You are too arrogant. Even if the 5 of us can't defend against your red lightning treasure, if we team up, we can still seriously wound you." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin raised his hand and a red line appeared on his hand. The moment the red light appeared, the sky suddenly changed and red clouds seemed to gather. This scene was very similar to the divine retribution lightning in the Sea of Devils. Chung Bailiang immediately stopped talking. He stared at the red line as he sucked in a cold breath of air. At that moment, the 4 nascent soul cultivators behind him moved up and stared at the red light. One of the ancestors, a fairy-like old man, suddenly said, This is that." With that, he looked up at the red clouds in the sky. His face revealed a horrified expression. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, "That is right. Even with my cultivation level, if the 5 of you attack me at once, even if I could manage to kill a few of you, I would still be seriously injured. But if I use this treasure, the result will be different. This is divine retribution lightning. I'm really curious if the 5 of you together can defend against this divine retribution lightning." Wang Lin was finally able to push the sliver of divine retribution lightning out of his body when he reached the nascent soul stage. Although he couldn't refine it to a treasure, he could still use it to call the divine retribution lightning as his ace. The 5 people suddenly became silent. They didn't doubt that this was real because the pressure it gave off and the slowly gathering red clouds showed that it had the power of divine retribution. The old man looked at the red line with dread and slowly said, "We must discuss this matter first. Please wait." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, "You can, but..." When he said that, he threw the red line into the sky. Red clouds quickly gathered around it. The 5 of them looked at the sky and revealed panicked expressions. As he tossed up the red thread, Wang Lin's body charged forward with his G-realm flashing out again. Following close behind it was the restriction flag. The 5 nascent soul cultivators' expressions suddenly changed. They were able to back up, but they were a step too late. The G-realm landed on Chen Bailiang, and this time, he didn't have time to resist. The him that had always been on guard showed a gap in his defense when Wang Lin threw up that divine retribution lightning. Chen Bailiang's face became pale and his eyes became unfocused, but he was still a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and was able to use his cultivation to direct the G-realm's destruction to his consciousness. His body suddenly fell onto the ground and he began to cultivate. He couldn't be bothered with anything else anymore. If he was any slower, he would have died. Even now, he wasn't sure if he could stop the destruction of the red lightning in his soul. Song Qing and the other elders quickly arrived next to Chen Bailiang to protect him. Closely following the G-realm was the restriction flag, which arrived before another nascent soul cultivator and surrounded him. The cultivator's expression was gloomy, but as long as he wasn't up against the red lightning, he wasn't too afraid. But just as he was about to rush out of the darkness, everything suddenly went black. He realized that he must have entered some sort of restriction. All of this happened too fast. In almost the same instant Wang Lin threw out the divine retribution lightning. He attacked Chen Bailiang with his G-realm and trapped another cultivator with his restriction flag. As a result, there were only 3 people left. Wang Lin waved his hand at the red line that went into the sky. It returned to his hand once more. Wang Lin stared at the 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and slowly said, "Now that there are only 3 of you remaining, even if you team up, I'm confident that I can kill you all one by one." The 3 ancestors' faces became gloomy. One of them looked at Chen Bailiang, who was sitting there cultivating, and at the other one who was trapped in the restriction flag. His heart couldn't help but sink. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he coldly said, "Give me your soul blood, or else." The fairy-like old man took a deep breath and slowly said, "I have cultivated for more than 1,300 years and have never given anyone my soul blood." Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he softly said, "I don't have any grudges against you, but since you don't want to give me your soul blood, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, Wang Lin pointed at his brow and the devil Su Ligua and the second devil came out. After the 2 devils came out, they looked around and turned their gazes toward the 3 nascent soul cultivators. At the same time, Chen Bailiang, who was cultivating on the ground, fell over. An ancestor of the Cloud Sky sect had died. The moment he died, the 3 nascent soul cultivators' expressions sank. One of the ancestors hesitated for a bit, then sullenly said, "If I give my soul blood to you, it would be the same as death. I might as well risk it and fight you. That way, even if I die, I won't have any regrets." Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said, "Give me your soul blood. After 500 years, I'll return it to you." The old man revealed a struggling expression. After a long time, he sighed and said, "I hope you won't break your promise." With that, he regrettably looked at his friends as he pointed to his brow and a drop of gold blood appeared. After Wang Lin received the blood, he landed on the ground and remained silent. The fairy-like old man let out a bitter smile and looked at the other ancestors. One of the other ancestors looked at Chen Bailiang's body and sighed. "Fine, fine." With that, he pointed his finger to his brow and handed over his soul blood. He sat down on the ground and began to cultivate with his eyes closed and no longer bothered with anything else. At this point, only the fairy-like old man remained. He pondered for a while, then pointed at the person trapped in the restriction flag. He said with a bitter smile, Could you please not kill Yun Tianzi? Wang Lin waved his right hand. A crack immediately appeared in the restriction flag and Yun Tianzi quickly flew out. Yun Tianzi's face was dark. Just as he regained the ability to speak, he noticed that something was off. After looking around, his expression greatly changed. The fairy-like old man sighed and quickly sent a voice transmission to Yun Tianzi. Yun Tianzi's expression became unsettled as he looked at the fairy-like old man. The two pondered for a while. Both of their faces were bleak as they gave Wang Lin their soul blood. As a result of the 5 ancestors of the Cloud Sky sect, 1 died and 4 surrendered. Song Qing was covered in cold sweat. His mind completely was blank and he didn't know what to do at all. As for Lu Fei, his eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't expect that even the ancestors wouldn't be able to handle Wang Lin. Was the Cloud Sky sect really going to change masters? After Wang Lin got the soul blood, his gaze landed on Song Qing and Lu Fei. He said with a forceful tone, "All core formation cultivators must hand over their soul blood. No exceptions." Song Qing's body quivered. He quickly nodded and handed over his own soul blood. As for Lu Fei and the other 2 elders, they quickly handed over their soul blood as well. Finally, Wang Lin's gaze landed on the cultivators from the other sections. His eyes were as cold as ice as he said, "I won't see you all off." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They quickly said their goodbyes and left the Cloud Sky sect. Soon there were only a couple of people left. Wang Lin's expression was normal. He hugged Li Muin and quickly moved toward the southern courtyard. In a few breaths, they arrived at the southern courtyard and entered Li Muin's house. Just as Li Muin was about to speak, Wang Lin's face suddenly went pale, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood as his body trembled uncontrollably. Li Muin was shocked. Wang Lin took deep breaths and quickly said, "I need to go into closed-door training for a few days. Wan Er, please guard me." With that, Wang Lin's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared inside Li Muin's room. After he entered the room, he pointed his finger at this brow and he entered the heaven-defying bead. Once inside, he sat cross-legged. His face was pale without a trace of blood as he sat there, cultivating with his eyes closed. In reality, Wang Lin wasn't able to successfully enter the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have killed everyone in his way, taken all of the pills, and left the Cloud Sky sect with Li Muin instead of going through the trouble of getting everyone's soul blood. In the past 20 days after his avatar consumed the rank 6 pill, it managed to reach the nascent soul stage and even reached the peak of early stage nascent soul. Up until this point, there weren't any problems. However, when his avatar fused with his main body, a problem occurred. Everything started out as he had planned. His avatar fused with his main body and started to help his main body break through to the nascent soul stage. However, he really underestimated the difficulties of breaking through the bottleneck of the G realm. How many other geniuses have been trapped by the limitations of the G realm and were unable to break through? It can be said that it is an impossible task for the G realm to have a breakthrough because the G realm is really just another form of divine retribution. How can a mere mortal affect the power of the heavens? Even cultivators don't have that power. That power belongs to the heavens. During the final stages of the fusion process, Wang Lin was unable to make his main body reach the nascent soul stage. Under desperation, he forced his avatar to shrink until it sat in his main body's danton as a nascent soul replacement. Although this method enabled him to temporarily raise his main body's cultivation level to nascent soul and allowed his G realm to reach nascent soul level power, it couldn't last. Every time he used his G realm, it used up a lot of his avatar's nascent energy and his own divine senses power. The G realm was no longer his own power and now acted more like a treasure instead. In order to use a treasure, he must use spiritual power. However, to use the G realm, not only did he have to use a lot of spiritual power, he also had to use his divine sense and his nascent soul energy. Although the situation was frustrating, it was not without its benefits. When his avatar fused with his main body, the 30-year lifespan of the avatar naturally disappeared. Now, there was no real difference between this main body and avatar. If there really had to be a distinction, Then his nascent soul was his avatar and his body the main body. To be precise, his cultivation level was currently at the peak of early-stage nascent soul and the G realm was his last resort. If it was not so, the Cloud Sky sect would not have a tomorrow. Using the G realm multiple times in a row used up a lot of nascent soul energy, which was the cause of his injuries. After sorting out the spiritual energy in his body and consuming a large amount of pills, he finally stabilized himself. This recovery took a full 7 days, however, in the real world, only a day had gone by. After exiting the heaven-defying bead space, Wang Lin's eyes shined. Although his G realm had changed to a magic treasure-like existence, he at least finally broke through the core formation stage and reached nascent soul. It was time to go back to the country of Zhao for revenge. Almost the instant he reappeared inside the room, Li Muin opened the door and entered. She stood next to him and whispered, "Are you feeling better?" Wang Lin looked at Li Muin with a tender gaze. His hand stroked Li Muin's hair as he said, "It wasn't anything serious. Did something go wrong when you reached the nascent soul stage?" Li Muin looked at Wang Lin with a concerned look and continued, "Wang Lin, I want the truth. I want to know everything about you. I hope you can tell me. Is that okay?" Wang Lin pondered a little. He looked at Li Muin and saw the seriousness in her eyes. So he slowly said, "Okay, you would have known about this sooner or later. I'm not from the country of Huafeng. In fact, I was born in a place away from here, in a rank 3 cultivation country named Zhao." In a calm voice, Wang Lin explained everything that had happened in the country of Zhao and the current state of his own body. He said everything so calmly, as if he was telling a story about someone else. Li Muin's eyes unknowingly became red. She never would have guessed that Wang Lin had such a story behind him. After a long time, Li Muin bit her lower lip and whispered, "You are now going to return to the country of Zhao?" A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He nodded and said, "This time, when I return, I'll make the rivers flow with the Tang family's blood. You should come with me as well." Li Muin's brow tightened. After pondering for a while, she said, "Every time you use your G realm, it uses up a lot of your nascent soul energy. This is not a long-term solution." She raised her head and looked at Wang Lin. She revealed a determined expression and said, "I want to stay at the Cloud Sky sect. Only here will I have the materials and conditions to practice alchemy. If I can make a rank 6 pill, it could help your current situation a lot." Wang Lin became silent. He looked at Li Muin and asked, "Are you sure?" Li Muin seriously nodded. She let out a smile and said, "Just give me the soul blood of those nascent soul cultivators. Then you won't have to worry about my safety. Don't worry. One Air has been in the Cloud Sky sect for a long time and I can take care of these things myself. I want to turn the Cloud Sky sect into a sect that makes pills just for you." Wang Lin looked at Li Muin. He frowned and asked, "If rank 4 cultivation countries come, what will you do?" Li Muin let out a smile full of contempt and said, "Those rank 4 countries don't care who the Cloud Sky sect belongs to. As long as we give them the pills, there will be no problems. Wang Lin, I assure you that I can manage this on my own." Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was never an indecisive person. Since Li Muin had already decided, he didn't attempt to change her mind anymore. After pondering for a while, he pointed his finger at his brow and the second devil came out. The second devil respectfully bowed at Wang Lin. Its eyes were filled with admiration. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "From now on, you have to always stay near Li Muin. Don't you forget it." The second devil looked at Li Muin and nodded. It turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into Li Muin's brow. Li Muin was stunned. She suddenly remembered the devils Wang Lin had talked about before and couldn't help but to become curious. She thought about the second devil and it came out of her brow. She really adored this beast-shaped devil. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin was still worried. So he waved his hand and took out his most powerful restriction flag. He handed the flag to Li Muin and said, "If you use this treasure properly, even if you meet a spirit-severing cultivator, you can still protect yourself. If there is any danger, I will know through my connection with the devil. If anything happens, I'll return as soon as possible." Li Muin looked at Wang Lin. She didn't reject it, but obediently took the restriction flag and carefully put it away. After all that, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and instantly swept across the entire Cloud Sky sect. After he found Song Qing and the 4 ancestors, he sent a message telling them to all gather here. Before long, all of the nascent soul cultivators in the Cloud Sky sect had shown up. Some of them had given their soul blood directly to Wang Lin, and some of them had Li Muin receive theirs while Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation. Could be said that the entire Cloud Sky sect was in Wang Lin's hands. With just a thought, he could kill them all. In front of all those people, he took out the soul bloods and handed them to Li Muin. The 4 ancestors revealed surprised expressions. After looking at Li Muin, they didn't say a word. As for Song Qing and the elders, they relaxed a bit. Compared to Wang Lin, they found it easier to accept Li Muin. After all, Li Muin was originally an elder. Li Muin received the soul bloods and looked at the people of the Cloud Sky sect. She let out a sweet smile and delicately said, "This little girl will take care of the Cloud Sky sect for her husband. I hope seniors will take care of me. For ancestors, your status is very noble, so please don't take the matter of the soul blood to heart. After 500 years, one heir will return it for sure. I hope that ancestors won't mind these 500 years. I'll even make pills that will increase your lifespan as an apology. Although the refining process is difficult and the materials are hard to find, I will make one for each of you every 50 years. With each pill, your lifespan will increase by 50 years. The fairy-like old man's expression changed. He asked, in a deep voice, "Increase lifespan?" The other 3 also raised their eyebrows. It has to be said that lifespan was a very important matter to them. Although pills that can increase lifespan exist in the cultivation world, they are all rank 6 pills and the price for them was too heavy. I have 5 of them here. The 4 of you can check them out. Li Muin smiled and took out a bottle. She poured the pills out and handed them over to the elders. The fairy-like old man looked at the pills, then looked at the 2 other ancestors before their gazes fell on Yun Tianzi. Yun Tianzi seriously looked at the pill. He looked it up at Li Muin and asked, "You refined this pill?" Li Muin faintly smiled. "I refined this pill, but the materials were provided by my husband. These pills were refined from the spirit liquid." Yun Tianzi pondered for a while. He looked at Wang Lin and exclaimed, "Fine! You giving our soul bloods to Elder Li means that you are about to leave. As long as we get these pills, then we promise her safety for 500 years. Wang Lin nodded and said, "Very good." Li Muin's beautiful eyes turned and landed on Song Qing and Lu Fei. She smiled and said, "Why hasn't Martial Brother Ouyangzi come?" Song Qing looked at Wang Lin and quickly said, "He is currently refining a pill. He said that if you can give him all of the rank 5 pills for him to use on sacrifice refining, then what's the big deal of handing over his soul blood?" Li Muin chuckled and said, "Brother Ouyangzi is a rank 5 alchemist like me. If he wants them, he can have them. It is only rank 5 pills." With that, Li Muin looked at Wang Lin and explained, "Of the 3 rank 5 alchemists in the Cloud Sky sect, besides one heir and Ouyangzi, the 3rd is Senior Yun Tianzi." Wang Lin nodded. He didn't say a word as he watched Li Muin deal with everything. With Li Muin's knowledge of the Cloud Sky sect, she managed to comfort all of the nascent soul cultivators. She was very beautiful and her voice was very gentle. So with her comforting words and pills as gifts, the resentment in their hearts for having to hand over their soul bloods decreased a lot. Of course, those were not the main reasons. The main reason was that their soul bloods were already in her hands, so there was no point in resisting. Now that Li Muin gave them a way back down, they weren't going to keep being stubborn. After all, Wang Lin's cold gaze constantly swept past them. Shortly after, everyone scattered. After everyone left, Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, "Sit down and cultivate. Back then, your essence took damage, making it impossible for you to reach the nascent soul stage. I'll give you a helping hand." Li Muin bit her lower lip and nodded as she sat down cross-legged before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand slapped his bag of holding, and the 6 remaining bottles of spirit liquid flew out. The 6 bottles broke and the spirit liquid inside gathered together. Wang Lin grabbed with his right hand, and the spirit liquid slowly entered Li Muan's body through her forehead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he quickly used his nascent soul cultivation to help Li Muan's body recover from the injury she took back then. Only Wang Lin could do this. Besides him, no one else would have this much precious spirit liquid. Also, no one other than him would use something this valuable to heal someone's body. After 2 hours, Wang Lin was done. After spending a few more months in the Cloud Sky sect, Wang Lin kept collecting the spirit liquid. While replenishing his own stock, he also left some for Li Muan. In addition, Cheng Baoliang's purple ink insects were put away in a bag of holding in case he needed to use them in the future. Also, because he gave the restriction flag to Li Muan, he decided to take these few months to make another restriction flag with one of his remaining 2 inkstones. This time, he decided to make a pure attack restriction flag. However, making a single property restriction flag takes a very long time. It usually takes a long time to think of different restrictions to place on the flag. After several months, the restriction flag was close to completion, but Wang Lin feared that it would attract divine retribution once it was completed, so he hesitated and didn't place down the last restriction. As a result, it couldn't display its full power, but because it was a single property restriction flag, although it hadn't reached the first level, its attack power was only slightly weaker than Wang Lin's previous restriction flag. On an early morning, Wang Lin walked on the wind, holding the pills Li Muan had given him after she checked through all of the pills the Cloud Sky sect had in stock and left the Cloud Sky sect. At the top of the main hall stood a woman. Her gaze was filled with tenderness as she watched Wang Lin's figure disappear. She didn't know what month and year it would be when they would meet again. Originally, Li Muan was going to leave with Wang Lin, but she was a very considerate woman. She knew that if she was around Wang Lin, she would become a burden to him, so she decided to stay in the Cloud Sky sect to practice alchemy. As a result, her position in his heart would only increase. Wang Lin flew as fast as lightning. In almost no time, he arrived back at the ancient transfer array. He had surrounded the place with restrictions before he left. After checking and making sure that nothing was off, he quickly shot out a restriction. The scene before him suddenly blurred. Ripples appeared as if a stone was dropped into calm water. Soon, the ancient restriction appeared. Wang Lin's body disappeared and reappeared inside the transfer array. He took out some materials from his bag of holding and placed them where they belonged on the transfer array. Shortly after, he looked back at the direction of the Cloud Sky sect. His face was filled with determination as he turned around and placed the high-quality spirit stone into the transfer array. Suddenly, the array started to move and rays of light shot out from it. Waves of spiritual energy came from the spirit stone until it turned to dust. At the same time, Wang Lin's figure became blurry inside the light and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared. After a long time, the array returned to normal. In the wastelands of the Sea of Devils, a rumbling sound came from the ground. The rumbles were blown away as Wang Lin walked out with a cold gaze. He looked at the familiar scene before him and let out a sigh. He floated into the air. After a pause, he quickly flew to the east. Wang Lin's goal was to find a map of the ancient transfer arrays and a map of planet Suzaku. He gathered a lot of maps in Chu, but was unable to find Zhao at all. After analyzing the maps, Wang Lin guessed that Zhao must have been on the other side of the Sea of Devils. While he was flying, his expression suddenly changed and he grinned. Using his spirit-severing-like divine sense, he was able to find an old friend. After the divine retribution appeared in the Sea of Devils, the fog covering the Sea of Devils disappeared completely. After several years of black rain, the Sea of Devils was now exposed for all to see. The original veil that protected it was now gone. In the 999 cities and the vast wilderness of the Sea of Devils lived many heinous people. Many of them were wanted by different countries and sought refuge in the Sea of Devils. The disappearance of the fog caused a series of events. First, many ambitious rank 4 countries set their eyes on the Sea of Devils. Shortly after, various sects and cultivation families sent groups of disciples into the Sea of Devils. A storm was about to start in this country. As for the black rain, it was removed by a few very powerful cultivators. or the Sea of Devils would be uninhabitable. This water contained some type of poison that didn't seem to do much in small amounts, but after prolonged exposure it caused illnesses. Normally, cultivators weren't affected by illness, but this rain had killed many low-level cultivators over these few years. Eventually, several powerful cultivators came together and finally removed the black rain from the Sea of Devils. However, this wave of illness had heavily damaged the younger generation of the Sea of Devils. The black rain was as dangerous as wild beasts to the cultivators, but to the wild beasts of the Sea of Devils, it was very nutritious. All of the wild beasts' strength greatly increased thanks to the rain, even resulting in some desolate beasts. Although the chaos caused by the black rain was gone, the chaos caused by the wild beasts only became worse. Now, aside from the cities in the Sea of Devils, it was almost impossible to see any signs of cultivators outside. At the same time, a new job specializing in hunting and selling beast cores appeared. These cultivators moved in small groups and all had reached a certain cultivation level. They killed beasts and sold their cores for a living. On this day, in the inner part of the Sea of Devils, outside the city of Xianxia, stood a white-robed cultivator, staring into the distance. He was middle-aged, very handsome, and had wise eyes. After a long time, he frowned. He waved his sleeves and slowly descended alongside the city wall. As soon as he landed, two people walked out of the city. One was a male and the other a female. The male had a slightly hunched back and was constantly coughing. His whole person seemed small and even felt like he couldn't walk properly. The female next to him was the opposite. Not only was she beautiful, but she also seemed very bright and exuded the aura of a female hero. Both of them wore blue robes. They looked like they were from the same sect. After the two appeared, the white-robed middle-aged man's frown disappeared and he said, "Did something happen?" The girl lightly snorted. She stared at the sickly guy next to her and said, "It's all because of him. I had already found a store that was going to buy the beast core, but he had to go and exchange it for a crappy sword sheath." The middle-aged man let out a surprised sound. He looked at the sickly man and asked, "Brother Li, what kind of sheath? Would you let me see?" The male named Li let out a bitter smile. He waved his hand and a very ordinary-looking sheath appeared in his hand. He said, "I found this sheath to be very strange. I feel like it contains a very special aura, so I had to buy it. Forget it. This time it's all on me. Just subtract the cost from the next time we split the profit." The girl snorted again. She stared at the sheath and muttered, "What kind of broken sheath costs a low-quality spirit beast's core?" The middle-aged man named Cho waved his hand and the sword sheath flew into his hand. After seriously looking at it, he nodded and said, "This sword sheath is indeed strange. Brother Li might not have been completely wrong." With that, he returned the sword sheath. The girl turned to the man named Cho and seriously said, "Okay then. Let's go. Brother Cho, I want to confirm. Are you sure you know where the 8-clawed beast is?" The man named Cho smiled and nodded. He touched his bag of holding and a giant boat appeared in the air. He jumped onto the boat and sat down. The other two followed and sat down in the boat as well. The boat's speed was very fast. It formed a trail of rainbows and disappeared into the distance. During the flight, besides the man named Cho, the other two both sat there, cross-legged and cultivating. This was not the first time they had ridden this boat, but every time they did, they had to cultivate to focus their spiritual energy, or there was no way they could withstand its power. A look of contempt flashed across the face of the man named Cho. Although those two were at the late stage of core formation, their foundations were really bad. Back when he was at the late stage of core formation, he had no problem sitting on this boat. Back in the days when he was at the late stage of core formation, there weren't many cultivators at the same level that could resist him. After all, both his divine sense and techniques were far above the average cultivators. Then, there were his magic treasures. Combined with his combat experience, they made him almost unbeatable. He once thought that he was the strongest person under the nascent soul stage. He thought all of this until he met one person. A white-haired and cold-hearted young man. His eyes lit up as the image of that person appeared in his mind. After a long time, He let out a grin and thought, Brother Wang, after swallowing that nascent soul, I have successfully reached the nascent soul stage. I don't know if you succeeded or not. If not, then when we meet again I will have to pay you back. After 4 days, the boat stopped above a wasteland. The male named Li and that heroic female opened their eyes. A cold light flashed across the girl's eyes and she said, Brother Chiu, where's the 8-clawed beast? Chiu Siping took a deep breath. Without a word, he took out a palm-sized piece of mud. He inserted spiritual power into the mud, causing it to release a fishy smell. This smell was very thick as it slowly spread. Even when the wind blew past it, it wasn't able to blow it away. Soon, the smell spread wider and wider. Then, a scream that sounded like a baby's cry suddenly came from the distance. Chiu Siping's gaze focused on something in the distance and he moved the boat toward that direction. At the same time, the girl revealed an excited look and said, The mud in Brother Chiu's hand is indeed magical. There is indeed an 8-clawed beast there. Chiu Siping's expression was normal as he said, I have been tracking this beast for a long time, so I know its habits. If it wasn't for my cultivation level being too low, I would have already caught it. This time, I will have to bother the two of you. The girl raised her chin and said, Of course. Brother Chiu is only at the mid-stage of core formation. Just leave the killing of the beast to us. With that, she charged off the boat. As for the sickly man named Li, he bitterly smiled and quickly followed her. Chiu Siping sneered in his heart. With his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, it was simply too easy to hide his cultivation from 2 core formation juniors. If it wasn't for the fact that killing this beast required poison that had to be made on the spot with the beast's spit, he would not have brought them here. He leisurely followed them as the girl's shouting transmitted from the distance and flashes of light from magic treasures could be seen. The 8-clawed beast was really just a giant octopus in the Sea of Devils. This beast's cultivation was already not low and with the help of the black rain, it gained intelligence. It had now reached the level of a low-quality spirit beast. But this 8-clawed beast was very strange. Even nascent soul cultivators would have a headache against it. Although a nascent soul cultivator would have no problems defending against one, the 8-clawed beast's skin was as tough as a mid-quality spirit beast's. Unless someone was at the late stage of nascent soul, they wouldn't be able to hurt it. As a result, all of the cultivators that hunted wild beasts didn't like it. When they spotted it, they would move far away from it. However, the 8-claw beast was a very attractive prey. Unlike other wild beasts, it had 8 cores. Adding on to that, the Enchanted Palace's poison technique was very effective against this beast. Hunting this beast had become one of the main activities for the Enchanted Palace. All of the disciples were happy to hunt them. Chiu Siping already made up his mind. Once these 2 core formation juniors kill the beast, he will kill them for the cores. But just at that moment, a giant divine sense swept past the area. The 2 that were fighting the 8-clawed beast and were about to extract some spit suddenly stopped as they revealed uncertain expressions. What was even more strange was that thanks to the scan of that divine sense, even the 8-claw beast trembled. It was after all an animal, so it was naturally sensitive to spiritual power and he could feel a terrifying power from this divine sense. This caused it to let out a roar. It retreated and hid inside a cave, trembling and not daring to come out. Chiu Siping was the most keen of all of the people present. After all, he was at the early stage of nascent soul. The moment the divine sense swept by, he felt as if he had been completely seen through. Not only that, he could also feel his nascent soul going out of control, as if it was going to leave his body. This feeling caused his expression to change greatly. He remembered those few spirit-severing eccentrics that removed the black rain. The man named Li took a few steps back. He put away his treasure and became very respectful. Even the girl, who was normally unafraid of anything, became meek as she quietly stood next to the man. Fellow cultivator Chiu, long time no see. Chiu Siping was surprised. He asked, Senior knows me? At the same time, a white-haired youth slowly headed over. Although he looked very slow, in the blink of an eye, he appeared 10 feet before everyone. Chiu Siping gawked at the person. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, It's you! This person was Wang Lin. His gaze swept past the man named Li and the girl, then fell on Qiu Siping as he let out a faint smile. With his mind, he could easily see through Qiu Siping's scheme. Brother Qiu is really in a good mood. With your nascent soul cultivation, you're playing around with 2 core formation juniors. Very interesting. Wang Lin's words were slow, but when they were heard by the man and woman, it was like lightning, making them startled. Those 2 weren't dumb. After hearing Wang Lin's words, their faces immediately darkened. The 2 of them looked at each other, then looked at Wang Lin with grateful expressions as they clasped their hands. They slowly backed away, then shot off into the distance. Qiu Siping let out a bitter smile. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he took out a small drum from his bag of holding. He tapped the drum and 2 almost invisible black threads charged into the distance. The black threads were very quick. Just as the black threads were about to catch up, a green light appeared, tracking the black threads. When the green light disappeared, the 2 had already disappeared without a trace. Qiu Siping's expression was very ugly. Although he hated Wang Lin's guts in his heart, he took a deep breath and said, "Fellow cultivator, long time no see." Wang Lin looked at Qiu Siping. He faintly smiled and said, "Those 2 juniors are from the magic enchanted palace. Brother Qiu should be careful from now on." Qiu Siping bitterly smiled. That girl was fine, but the man was a core disciple of the magic enchanted palace. If he really let them get away, it wouldn't just be a bit of annoyance. He probably won't be able to take a step into any city controlled by them. But now was not the time to think about those 2. Currently, the person before him was giving off an amorous pressure, causing him to be very cautious. Wang Lin's current strength made his skin crawl. Wang Lin slowly said, "However, with their late-stage core formation speed, if Brother Qiu quickly chases after them, you might still catch up." Qiu Siping sighed and clasped his hands. "Brother Wang, say what's on your mind. Although our relation isn't deep, we still have been through a bit together." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. "Do you have a map of the Sea of Devils?" he asked. Qiu Siping was stunned. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't have a map of the Sea of Devils. If Brother Wang wants one, you can try the treasure pavilions in the main cities. You might have some luck there." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. The reason Wang Lin didn't kill Qiu Siping was because he was a schemeful person. It was very easy to kill him, but very hard to make him tell the truth. If Wang Lin threatened him with death, the chances of receiving the truth was very low. So when Wang Lin saw Qiu Siping, he decided to stop him from killing the 2 juniors to create a sense of urgency in him. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he calmly said, "Oh, really? Then Brother Qiu should come with me to the city. It won't be too late for you to search for them after I obtain a map." Qiu Siping pondered for a while and sighed. Wang Lin's scheme was too deep. It all started the moment casually appeared and pointed out Qiu Siping's cultivation level to allow the 2 juniors to escape. All of this was within Wang Lin's calculations, and Qiu Siping unknowingly stepped into Wang Lin's scheme. It looked like Wang Lin purposely forced Qiu Siping into a situation where he had to kill the 2 juniors, then save them to force Qiu Siping to tell the truth. Also, the aura that Wang Lin was emitting hinted that if he decided to stay stubborn until the end, then Wang Lin wouldn't mind killing him. With this approach, it was much easier to make someone give in as opposed to threatening their life. Qiu Siping gave Wang Lin a complex look. Without a word, he took out an empty jade. He placed the jade on his forehead and began to imprint a map based on his memories. After a short period of time, he handed the jade to Wang Lin and said, "This contains all of my map knowledge of the Sea of Devils from all of the years that I have traveled through the country. There might be some mistakes, but not too many. If there's nothing else, Brother Wang, I'm leaving." Wang Lin took the jade. He didn't check it, but clasped his hands and smiled. "Many thanks," he exclaimed. Qiu Siping was stunned. He looked at Wang Lin and asked, "You're not going to check it?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and responded, "Is there a need?" Qiu Siping pondered for a bit. He let out a laugh and said, "Brother Wang, goodbye." With that, he clasped his hands and backed up. After backing away a distance, he shouted, "Brother Wang, I wouldn't give you false information to cheat you. You can rest assured. With that, he teleported away. Wang Lin held the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. The jade contained a very detailed map of the inner sea, but not much about the outer sea. Within the area of the inner sea, there were even locations of ancient transfer arrays. Wang Lin didn't believe that there were no lies on this map, but he wasn't going to rely solely on this map to travel the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin's intent was to find a complete map if possible, but if that proves to be impossible, he will get as many of these incomplete maps as possible. Once he compares them, the lies will be easy to spot. According to Wang Lin's understanding of the Sea of Devils, Repeated Ink City was about 10 days north of his current location. Repeated Ink City was one of the 99 major cities of the Sea of Devils. The smaller cities in the outer sea just can't compare. Another reason Wang Lin decided to go to Repeated Ink City was that according to the map provided by Chiu Siping, there was an ancient transfer array 300,000 miles from the city. During his flight toward the city, Wang Lin collected the core of every beast he passed by. If he met a high-quality spirit beast though, he went around it. 7 days later, Wang Lin became more and more alarmed as he saw the situation in the Sea of Devils with his own eyes. He didn't think that in just a few years, the wild beasts would become so rampant in the Sea of Devils. Just on his way here, he had already seen 2 high-quality spirit beasts who were on par with spirit-severing cultivators. Fortunately, both beasts were cultivating inside their own territories. Unless Wang Lin purposely bothered them, they wouldn't chase him. Wang Lin's harvest was very good on the road to the city. He obtained many cores on the way. All of them were instantly devoured by the ancient god tactic and absorbed by his nascent soul. Wang Lin arrived at the location of the ancient transfer array. His eyes lit up as he floated in the air and stared at the valley below him. This place was very quiet. There wasn't even any trace of beasts sent here. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he spread out his divine sense. He didn't find anything abnormal, but there was a weird feeling nagging him. After pondering a little, he pointed his finger at his brow and an ape-shaped devil came out. This was the devil he had refined from the soul of the spirit ape, his third devil. In the last few days at the Cloud Sky sect, Wang Lin had gained full control of this devil. The ape was a low-quality spirit beast. Now that it became a devil, it was even stronger. Although it couldn't devour nascent soul cultivators yet, it could easily devour core formation cultivators. The moment this devil appeared, it let out a roar. Its figure became blurry as it charged into the valley. It swept through the valley and found nothing strange. Just as it was about to return, a giant mouth opened on the side of a cliff. At the same time, a large suction force tried to pull the devil in, but it was not a solid existence, so it easily escaped. The mouth on the cliff slowly closed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and took out the poisoned sword he got from Hunchback Meng. He quickly charged toward the closing mouth on the cliff and slashed downward. Sounds of rocks crumbling reverberated throughout the area. Wang Lin frowned. He quickly used his divine sense to control the sword to float around him as it hummed. Wang Lin stared at the closed cliffside. After pondering for a while, he formed a seal and said, "Ice flame appear." A blue flame appeared from within Wang Lin. This flame was formed when Wang Lin completed the underworld ascension method. When he reached the nascent soul stage, this flame was infused with his nascent energy and became even stronger. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature in the area dropped. At the same time, the ice flame quickly moved and floated forward. The moment the flame touched the cliff started to move strangely. It formed a human face and tried to swallow the flame. But the moment it touched the ice flame, a thin layer of ice started to spread on the cliff. In a few breaths, the entire cliff was covered in ice and the face's expression was frozen solid. Wang Lin looked at it for a bit and was very surprised. This must be a beast that can live inside the cliff and can even turn into human form. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin suddenly moved and entered the valley. There was indeed an ancient transfer array inside the valley, but it was too damaged to use. He took out a piece of jade and recorded the ancient transfer array. After doing all of this, his body disappeared and reappeared in front of the cliff. He waved his right hand and the ice condensed back into the ice flame and returned to his hand. Shortly after, the face on the cliff started to move again. Its eyes were fixed on Wang Lin as it let out hostile growls. The more Wang Lin looked at it, the most interested he got. The beast wasn't very strong, only a low-quality spirit beast, so about as strong as a late-stage core formation cultivator, but its ability to hide itself was amazing. Wang Lin goes into close-door cultivation a lot. If he could have a beast like this guarding him, it would be great. Sadly, this beast's cultivation was limited. But Wang Lin had a lot of cores inside his bag of holding. With them, he could push this beast's cultivation quite a bit. With that, he formed a seal with his hand and started to chant. He shouted, "Break!" The moment the technique landed on the cliff let out a rumbling sound as cracks appeared all over it. The cracks grew larger until the cliff collapsed. The moment the cliff collapsed, a dark figure shot out to the south. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and locked onto the beast. He saw a strange beast with a very long beak. This beast gave off a very creepy feeling, especially its mouth, which was at least as long as a person and looked very deadly. Wang Lin rubbed his chin, then casually chased behind it. He pointed his finger to his brow, and the devil Su Ligua came out to chase it with him and the third devil. Su Ligua let out a few roars. The moment he came out, he looked very excited, but as soon as he saw the strange beast, he stopped and secretly thought, "Was there a mistake? What is this? How is it even uglier than number 2? I should let that idiot number 3 go. If the beast is weak, then I'll go and steal the credit." The ape devil turned into a blur and charged at the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast flapped its wings once and instantly got away from the devil. Wang Lin clearly saw everything from a distance. He slapped his bag of holding and a bronze mirror came out. He threw out the bronze mirror and formed a seal. A ray of green light suddenly shot from the mirror and landed on the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast's body suddenly stopped, but a dark gas quickly started to come out of its body. The moment that green light touched the dark gas, the green light turned to stone. Su Ligua was shocked. He secretly thought that the beast was indeed strong and that he was lucky he didn't go up himself. He secretly backed up when Wang Lin wasn't paying attention and decided that unless Wang Lin forced him, he wouldn't go after the beast. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he became even more interested in the beast. He changed to a different technique and shot it at the bronze mirror. The mirror suddenly started to turn until the back of the mirror faced the mosquito beast. Soon, an image of the mosquito beast quickly appeared on the back of the mirror. In just a few breaths, the image let out a few roars and charged out from inside the mirror. The beast from inside the mirror unleashed a gust of wind and shot toward the mosquito beast. If you placed the two side by side, it would be hard to tell them apart. This beast's roar caught the attention of the mosquito beast. It turned around and saw the copy of itself created by the mirror and its mouth turned red. Instead of continuing to run away, it turned around and charged at the copy. Soon, the two arrived near each other. Waves of gray dust flew out in all directions as the two flew around each other, trying to stab each other with their proboscises. Wang Lin stood at a distance and carefully watched the battle between the two beasts. The gray dust seemed to be some sort of technique used by the beast and its proboscis was its weapon. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's hand moved across the bronze mirror and the beast formed by the bronze mirror suddenly slowed down. The mosquito beast caught the copy and mercilessly stabbed it with its proboscis, then started sucking it dry. The copy let out a roar before turning into a green light and returning to the mirror. The animal was stunned, but quickly let out a few roars. The mosquito started at Wang Lin as its mouth turned red again. However, it didn't attack Wang Lin. After a bit, it turned around to escape. Wang Lin's eyes flickered and he said, "Going to run?" With that, he waved his right hand and a small flag appeared in it. There was strong killing intent coming from the flag. This was the single attribute restriction flag. This was Wang Lin's most powerful treasure and even he didn't dare to refine it to the first level of completion, because if the restriction flag were to reach the first level, divine retribution would strike, and without the protection of the clouds from the Sea of Devils, there was a high chance the flag would turn to dust. As a result, he only reached 98 groups of restrictions before stopping. The beast had already gained some knowledge. The moment it noticed the flag, it was horrified, quickly moved its wings to fly faster. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he held the restriction flag in his right hand. He waved the flag and a restriction shot out. The restriction flew like a meteor toward the mosquito beast. In almost the blink of an eye, the restriction caught up to the mosquito beast. The shock in the beast's eyes turned to horror as it released dark gas to block the restriction. However, the gas couldn't compare to the offensive ability of the restriction, so the restriction landed on the mosquito beast without any hindrance. The beast immediately quivered and fell from the sky. Wang Lin caught the beast. Wang Lin was already very careful with the restriction flag and only used 20% of its power. However, he still underestimated the power of a single attribute restriction flag. With just 20% of its power, it was able to injure a beast with power equal to that of a late-stage core formation cultivator. The mosquito lied on Wang Lin's hand with multiple injuries on its body. It was bleeding purple blood. There were cracks on its proboscis, and its eyes were becoming cloudy. The mosquito beast was near death's door. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He bit his finger and a drop of blood fell between the beast's eyes. Then, he took out a few pills from the Cloud Sky sect and fed them to the beast. After the beast took the pills, its body suddenly shook and released waves of gray dust. Slowly, the injuries on its body healed and even the crack on its proboscis recovered. Shortly after, it made a full recovery and flew out of Wang Lin's hand. It circled Wang Lin a few times and let out a few helpless hisses. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a core. The beast's eyes suddenly lit up. It immediately pierced the core with its proboscis. The core shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and quickly disappeared. The beast's body shook and swelled up quite a bit. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and looked at the beast for a while. He took out a bag of holding and took out all of the cores that were inside it. He gave them to the mosquito beast. The beast's eyes contained a hint of frenzy as it quickly devoured the cores. Every time the beast devoured a core, it would increase in size. Compared to before the beast devoured the cores, it was twice as big. After consuming dozens of cores, the mosquito beast's body was about the size of a calf. As a result, the small hairs on its black body became even more visible. Its wings were more than 10 feet long and created gusts of wind every time they moved. Its proboscis was becoming even thinner and sharper, giving off a very eerie feeling. Even when Wang Lin looked at it, it made the hairs on his body stand. Wang Lin could determine that, in the entire trip so far, he hadn't met a beast like this one yet. When this beast was small, its main method of attack was releasing the gray dust. But once it became large, no matter how Wang Lin looked at it, its proboscis, it was its real weapon. Wang Lin jumped and landed on the beast's back. He sent a message to the beast with his divine sense. The beast's wings suddenly opened and it flew away as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from where they were. Wang Lin could feel the strong wind blowing against his face. It was clear that after devouring all of the cores, not only had the mosquito beast's body gotten larger, but its speed had also increased. Wang Lin envied Xianxia's boat. Although he could create tornadoes with small beasts, they were not as fast. But now that he had the mosquito beast as a mount, it was even faster than Xianxia's boat. Even compared to his own flying speed, it was not far behind. The wind was blowing on his face as Wang Lin rode on the beast. On the way, all beasts that were above high quality had their cores taken and devoured by the mosquito beast. While they were flying, Wang Lin spent a long time searching through the ancient god's memories. In the end, he found an ancient beast called Mosquito Beast that kind of matched this one. However, no matter if it was size or power, the current beast was much weaker than the one in his memory, but the proboscises were very similar. In the ancient god's memories, the ancient god had only seen the mosquito once. It was at a deserted star system. There were no cultivators living in that system and it was surrounded by gray gas. To see was there looking for materials for a treasure. Even with how powerful the ancient gods were, he almost lost his life there. The reason was a mosquito with a very long proboscis. At first, there were only a few and only at the rank of top-quality desolate beast. However, as he went deeper into the system, more and more mosquito beasts appeared, until they formed a sea of mosquito beasts. If the beasts came one by one, then they weren't that big of a deal, but when they started coming in hordes, they became a problem. The mosquito beasts seemed to have a mysterious link with all each other. This would even cause their abilities to increase. As a result, even the ancient god struggled to escape alive. After he escaped, he pondered for a while and decided not to go back. The reason was, when he escaped, countless more mosquito beasts appeared from the nearby planets, making even Tussi's scalp go numb when he looked at them all. Wang Lin looked at the beast below him, especially at its proboscises. Even if this beast wasn't the mosquito beast in the memory, it must be related in some way, or how else could it have the same proboscis? With this in mind, Wang Lin didn't do much during this trip. He always watched coldly in the distance as the beast fought with other beasts. Only in moments of life and death did Wang Lin act to save the mosquito beast. As a result, although there were some delays, the strength of the mosquito beast kept increasing. 8 days later, Wang Lin finally arrived at the city. There were large and small buildings covering the city, with countless cultivators inside them. Around the few transfer arrays inside the city, there are even more cultivators. It has to be said that there were a lot of beasts inside the Sea of Devils right now. Only those that had reached a certain cultivation level or those traveling in small groups of 3 to 5 dared to go outside of the city. Most of the cultivators decided to spend a few spirit stones to travel via transfer arrays. That way, at least their safety was assured. As Wang Lin was closing in on the city while standing on top of the mosquito beast, the guards of the city saw them. They all sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the creepy mosquito beast that made the hairs on their bodies stand up. Wang Lin stood on the beast and didn't pause at all as he entered the city. The moment he entered the city, 3 divine senses reached toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned and he suddenly disappeared. The moment he reappeared, he was already inside the city and the mosquito beast was inside his bag of holding. As for his cultivation, he deliberately disguised it as mid-stage foundation establishment. With his powerful soul, unless someone was at the spirit-severing stage, they couldn't see through him. The moment he disappeared, 3 figures appeared in the sky. The 3 were dressed exactly the same. The only difference was the color of their clothes, which were black, white, and red. The black-clothed man's expression was serious as he looked over the city and said, "This nascent soul cultivator doesn't seem to want to be known. Forget it, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble, I don't want to have any trouble with him either." The other 2 looked at each other and disappeared. They didn't know that this entire time, Wang Lin's divine sense had been locked onto them. After they left, Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and walked within the city. There were many shops inside the city, but after looking through many shops and stands, he couldn't find one that had a map for sale. After walking for a while, he stopped before a 3-story building and smiled. The name of the building was Treasure Refining Pavilion. Wang Lin still remembered that old man from all those years ago. He thought that that old man must have found the small beast Wang Lin transferred the restriction to. Wang Lin sneered in his heart and didn't enter the building. He was confident that if he met the old man again, he would have the power to escape, unlike last time, where he couldn't even run. As he was walking, his eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a shop selling jades. On the plaque outside the shop, he noticed a faint trace of spiritual power. This spiritual power was very faint. Only people who had reached the nascent soul stage could see it. If someone was below the nascent soul stage, they wouldn't be able to notice it at all. With Wang Lin's experience in the Sea of Devils, he had heard that besides the public shops, there were secret exchanges within large cities as well. These secret exchanges often had a minimum requirement on one's cultivation. Only after one had reached a certain level of cultivation could they join. Wang Lin looked at the shop for a bit. Just as he was walking toward the shop, his expression changed as he noticed a youth running toward him. This youth was very handsome, but looked very nervous, and as he ran, he kept looking behind him, Behind him was a middle-aged man who quickly chased after the youth with an evil look on his face. The middle-aged man quickly caught up and tried to grab the youth. The youth tried to dodge and ran into Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body flashed to the side and got out of the way. The youth staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. After he fell, a purple jade fell from his hands. The jade was pure purple and was about the size of a fist. The youth's face revealed a horrified expression. He quickly grabbed the jade and clutched it in his hand. At that moment, the middle-aged man arrived, and because Wang Lin was in his way, he waved his hand to move Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. He took a step back and got out of the way of the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man revealed a surprised expression, but he still looked angry as he said, "You dare to block this grandpa's path? Scram!" Wang Lin calmly looked at this person. He could see that his cultivation level was only mid-stage foundation establishment. This person's spiritual power was very thin. Clearly, he was forcibly raised to this level via drugs. After the middle-aged man saw that Wang Lin didn't respond, he let out a cold snort and looked at the youth. He viciously said, "Little brat, you sure are brave. You dare to steal your grandpa's jade." The youth's body quivered. Although his face was filled with horror, he still dared to say, "You're lying. This is my family heirloom." The middle-aged man let out a laugh. He stepped up and kicked the youth. He easily grabbed the jade from the youth and said, "So what if I have my eyes on it? What can you do? And I'm not stealing, I'm buying. Here." With that, he threw a low-quality spirit stone onto the ground. The youth smashed into the ground under the middle-aged man and coughed out a lot of blood. His face was pale as he stared at the middle-aged man with hatred in his eyes. At that moment, a few of the people passing by turned to look, but after they saw the middle-aged man, they all quickly turned around and left. Wang Lin took one look and ignored what was happening as he walked toward the shop. Wang Lin knew what the purple jade was. It was a refining material that could be sold for about a mid-quality spirit stone. As for that middle-aged man's foul language, if it was the Wang Lin from before, he wouldn't have let the middle-aged man go. But as his cultivation increased, Wang Lin couldn't really be bothered to correct such an insignificant person. However, although he didn't want to cause trouble with the middle-aged man, the middle-aged man wanted to cause trouble with him. After taking the purple jade, the middle-aged man was feeling even more arrogant. He turned around and saw Wang Lin leaving. He shouted, "Before, I told you to scram, not walk." As he was speaking, he walked forward and waved his right hand to slam against Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin paused for a step and turned around. He glared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's hand immediately stopped as he saw the glare. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. "Scram!" Wang Lin's voice was calm as he turned around to leave. At that moment, an old man walked out of the shop. The old man looked at Wang Lin once and didn't bother looking at him anymore as he started to wipe the plaque. The middle-aged man's face was pale. He looked around and saw that there were many people gathered now. He clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding. A flying sword came out and he shouted, "Go!" The flying sword was as fast as lightning, and because the distance was very short, it instantly arrived before Wang Lin. However, just before the flying sword reached Wang Lin, it strangely broke in half and fell to the ground. Wang Lin turned around. This time he decided to kill. He waved his hand and a restriction quickly shot out and landed on the middle-aged man's forehead. The middle-aged man's body shook as he let out a miserable cry. His body turned into a puddle of blood, leaving behind only his bag of holding and that purple jade, which he didn't have time to put away. The youth from before stared at the purple jade. He quickly grabbed the jade from inside the pool of blood, then carefully looked at Wang Lin for a bit and quickly ran away. The surrounding people revealed shocked expressions and quickly left the location. The old man also frowned as he saw Wang Lin calmly walk toward the shop. He said, "This shop is not open to the public. I'd like to ask fellow cultivator to leave." Wang Lin's face sank. He pointed at the faint spiritual energy on the plaque and asked, "If it's not open to the public, why is this mark here?" The old man was stunned. He quickly became respectful and said, "Please excuse me, senior. Please come inside and we will talk." After entering the shop, the old man made a strange expression. He sighed and said, "Senior, the exchange here will only open in 3 days. Junior suggests you leave the city as soon as possible." Wang Lin calmly asked, "Did the person I just killed have a strong background?" The old man hesitated for a while. He nodded and didn't say any more. At that moment, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept across the city from the eastern side and left a message saying, "The thug that killed my disciple, come out now." The expression on the old man's face suddenly changed. He looked at Wang Lin with a pleading expression and begged, "Senior, please pity this old man and leave. If that person blames me, I really can't withstand it. Also, all of the tokens for this exchange have been given out, so even if Senior comes back in 3 days, you won't be refused access to the exchange." Wang Lin stood up and calmly asked, "Does the person who just sent out that message have a token?" The old man was stunned and subconsciously nodded. When he regained his senses, his expression changed. But when he looked at Wang Lin was already gone. In the sky above the city floated a towering bald man with a giant python wrapped around his body. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a fierce-looking face, and wore a sullen expression. On his body, he carried rows of bags of holding, and each of them emitted waves of pressure from the spiritual power inside. This person was one of the guardians of Lianmo City. He was originally in closed-door training, but after he saw his disciple's soul blood dissipate, he became furious. Enraged, he came out of closed-door training and sent out that message to try to find the killer. In order to prevent the killer from running away, he sent people to block the gates of the city. He had also gotten the description of the killer from the witnesses, so he spread out his divine sense to search the entire city. But the more he searched, the more doubtful he became. He had already searched the entire city multiple times, but that person seemed to have just disappeared into thin air. He had even searched the secret shop, but still couldn't find that person. So, out of anger, he sent out that divine message. The way he saw it, that person must have used some secret technique to escape, so sending out that divine message was only to vent his anger. However, what he didn't expect was that almost the same moment he sent out the message, a youth appeared 10 feet away from him. This person had a head full of white hair and was very handsome, exactly the same as the description of the killer. The bald man's pupils immediately shrank. He backed up and immediately suppressed his anger. Although he looked very rude, he was a very cautious person. How would he have reached his current cultivation level and status otherwise? Seeing that the youth appeared by teleporting and the fact that he couldn't find the youth after many scans of the city, he came to one conclusion. The youth not only was a nascent soul cultivator, but had a higher cultivation level than him. After Wang Lin appeared, he didn't say a word. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his restriction flag. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he shouted, "Scatter!" The restriction immediately moved and then started to spread rapidly, covering the sky. In a few moments, the entire city was covered by the restriction flag and made the whole city very dark. The bald man's expression changed and he groaned on the inside. He quickly opened his bag of holding and released swarms of insects. The insects gathered and surrounded the bald man. At the same time, he quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding." Wang Lin interrupted him with a cold snort. He pointed his finger at the bald man and 9 black dragons formed by the restriction flag charged toward the bald man. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the bronze mirror appeared in his hand. He raised the mirror and it shot out rays of green light. The restrictions were very powerful. The 9 dragons came from different directions and crashed down. The insects surrounding the bald man almost instantly disintegrated as they touched the dragons. The bald man was horrified. With his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, he felt like he was going to die. The youth's strange magic treasure terrified him. He thought for a moment, then quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood. His body glowed blood red as he quickly backed away. He knew that if he stayed inside of this treasure, he would have no chance of winning. The only choice he had was to quickly leave the range of this treasure and fight outside of it. Seeing that he was about to charge out of the darkness, He had a happy light in his eyes. But just at that moment, 9 more dragons formed by the restriction came to him from all directions. Wang Lin already knew that the bald man would do this, so the bronze mirror above his head instantly shot out a ray of green light that covered the bald man. The figure of the bald man couldn't help but pause for a split second, and at that moment, the 9 dragons landed on him. In this moment of crisis, the bald man opened his mouth and took out a trident. He spun around with the trident and the 9 dragons were destroyed. However, because of this, he was immobile for a while. Although he finally broke free of the green light, there was green smoke coming from his body and he looked very weak. Almost the instant he charged out of the green light, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and his nascent soul appeared above his head with a look of horror and quickly ran away. Below, a strange black sword pierced through the bald man's body's chest. Wang Lin let out a cold smile while standing in the distance. He waved his hand and the black sword teleported back to him. All of this happened in a very short period of time. From the moment Wang Lin appeared and the bald man's nascent soul escaped from his body, it had only been a few breaths of time. At that moment, the expressions of all of the nascent soul cultivators who were watching this battle changed. The 3 other guardians of the city quickly flew out. However, they didn't dare to enter the darkness, but stood outside of it, ready to give their friend's nascent soul a hand. The bald man's nascent soul quickly ran away with a horrified expression. He saw his 3 friends and knew that if he could get to them, he would survive. He never thought that he would have angered a monster who would attack him without even listening to him. He forgot that he was trying to avenge his own disciple and became hesitant after finding out that Wang Lin was a nascent soul cultivator as well. If Wang Lin was any weaker, the bald man would have brutally killed him without a word. Seeing that he was about to exit the darkness, he revealed a look of joy. However, the 3 friends suddenly revealed shocked expressions and charged towards him. The bald man was stunned, but he suddenly felt a giant gust of wind. He subconsciously raised his head only to see that a beast had appeared above him, sending out gusts of wind. The most noticeable part of this beast was its creepy and dangerous-looking proboscis. At that moment, 99 restrictions came out of the restriction flag and blocked the path of the 3 nascent soul cultivators. The 3 cultivators couldn't help but pause for a moment. The restriction left as quickly as it came. After it disappeared, the scene before the 3 of them was something they could never forget. They only saw that beast's dangerous-looking proboscis stab into the head of the bald man's nascent soul. The bald man's nascent soul started to become smaller and smaller until he was completely devoured by the mosquito beast. A few strips of gold appeared on the beast's original greenish, black body. After looking at the 3 nascent soul cultivators with a cold gaze, it beat its wings and quickly returned to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the restriction flag and bronze mirror. The bald man's bags of holding and trident all landed in his hand as well. After he examined the bags with his divine sense, he took out a token with the word secret on it. Then, he looked at the 3 nascent soul cultivators and disappeared without a word. Many people in the city watched this fight, including many nascent soul cultivators who were here for the exchange. Because Wang Lin easily and cleanly killed the bald man, he left a deep impression in all of their minds, especially the restriction flag and the beast that devoured the nascent soul of the bald man. Even with their experience, they couldn't recognize what the beast was. Even the 3 guardians that were friends with the bald man didn't dare to go argue with Wang Lin. After all, in the Sea of Devils, strength was everything. Also, they needed to report this to the Duke of Lianemo City. However, the Duke was almost always in closed-door training and this matter might just be left as it was. After all, the youth's strength didn't seem any weaker than mid- or late-stage nascent soul. The 3 of them looked at each other. After letting out a collective sigh, they left. Wang Lin appeared back at the secret shop and he threw the token at the dumbfounded old man, then said, "Now I have a token." Wang Lin stayed at an inn inside the city for 3 days. During this time many people came to visit him. He put away his usual indifferent attitude and got to know many people. Most of these nascent soul cultivators weren't from the city. They came to participate in the secret exchange. Wang Lin's battle with the bald man caught all of their attention. After all, strength was what mattered in the Sea of Devils, and Wang Lin was able to easily defeat the bald man. His display of strength was what made all of these nascent soul cultivators personally come to visit. The 3 days passed, and it was now the day of the secret exchange. That morning, a core formation cultivator came and politely gave Wang Lin an invitation. Then, the core formation cultivator led Wang Lin to the shop. After the old man from the shop saw Wang Lin, he quickly became very respectful. He carefully led Wang Lin to a wall, then tapped it a few times. After that, the walls rippled like calm water that just had a stone dropped into it. After doing all of that, he took out a robe and gave it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood there, but didn't step forward. He sent his divine sense inside. He found that there was a separate space inside with a very beautiful loft. There were 7 or 8 cultivators inside, all wearing the same robes. Some were sitting by themselves while others were talking to each other. When Wang Lin sent in his divine sense, only a middle-aged, scholarly-looking man opened his eyes. No one else seemed to have noticed Wang Lin's divine sense. This scholarly man was also the only person who wasn't wearing a robe. The scholarly man's expression remained the same, but a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Wang Lin was startled. When he scanned everyone with his divine sense, he found that everyone present was at the early stage of nascent soul, everyone except the scholarly man. Although the scholarly man seemed like he was at the early stage of nascent soul, in reality, he was already at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul and was only one step from the spirit-severing stage. Wang Lin didn't know what technique this person cultivated, but the scholarly man's divine soul had to be very powerful to be able to detect Wang Lin. After withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Lin took the robe and put it on. Then, without a word, he walked into the wall. When he appeared inside the new area, he found a table to sit down at by himself and closed his eyes. This action immediately caused the few cultivators who wanted to talk to him change their minds. Although Wang Lin's eyes were closed, his divine sense was keeping close track of the scholarly man. From the moment he walked into the room, the scholarly man was constantly staring at him. After a while, several more cultivators came. All of them were wearing one of those robes to hide their faces, and some were even surrounded by a black fog. After seeing this, Wang Lin realized that these people didn't want anyone to recognize them. If they revealed who they were, then when they showed off their treasures, it would cause them a lot of trouble. However, many cultivators here weren't hiding their faces. It seemed they were confident in themselves and weren't afraid of revealing their identities. But Wang Lin still had doubts in his mind. How could there be so many nascent soul cultivators gathered here, in this small shop in Lianmo City? He secretly looked around and saw more than 30 tables around. Could there be more than 30 nascent soul cultivators participating in this secret exchange? Although he had some doubts in his heart, his expression was completely calm. Wang Lin waited for a bit longer. After some time has passed and no more cultivators arrived, an old man that was sitting in the front got up. He coughed once and said, "This secret exchange is hosted by 3 cities, so there are more people than normal. But since everyone here is looking for something, I believe that you will find what you need. I'll go first." With that, he took out a bag of holding and dumped out several cores and magic treasures. The treasures released large amounts of spiritual power, showing how powerful they were. He slowly said, "These cores are from mid-quality spirit beasts. As you all know, these beasts are equal to late-stage nascent soul cultivators in strength. These magic treasure are all made from the bones of mid-quality spirit beasts, especially this bell. I'll only take spirit stones for these items." The items just floated before the old man. If anyone was interested, they only had to wave their hand and the item would immediately fly into their hands. No one was afraid that anyone would steal in these secret exchanges. After all, this room contained powerful restrictions. If anyone dared to steal and run, they would only be looking for death. Wang Lin gained all of this information from the people he talked to during the past 3 days. The moment he heard that this exchange was hosted by 3 cities, he understood that this place was a special space. There must have been many shops spread throughout the 3 cities, and the cultivators only had to pick one of them to enter here. As a result, the safety of the participants would be guaranteed. After waiting for a long time, one cultivator traded spirit stones for the bell. No one else made an offer. Soon it was the next person's turn. Slowly, various magic treasures, pills, and scrolls were displayed. All of them had high prices. It just showed how precious the items sold here were. Any one of these items could be placed at the highest floor of the treasure refining pavilion and be sold at an astronomical price. Most of these cultivators here only exchanged. The things they liked the most were pill and treasure materials. Of course, if there were complete pills and treasures, they were good too. After that was spirit stones. If it was before the fog surrounding the Sea of Devils disappeared, then there wouldn't be much use for spirit stones. Their value was low as they were only sometimes needed for cultivation. After the fog disappeared and beasts begun to cover the Sea of Devils, people started to use transfer arrays more and more. There were two types of transfer arrays. One was ancient transfer arrays, made by ancient cultivators. Only a few remained and many of them were damaged, so very few could be used. Depending on the amount of spirit stones used, they could teleport someone at least 1 million kilometers away. However, to use them, you have to use a top-quality spirit stone, so no one in the Sea of Devils could use them. After all, top-quality spirit stones were almost extinct. Even if someone had some, very few people would be willing to use one on a transfer array. The other type was normal transfer arrays. These were much simpler. Their cost ranged from 10 low-quality spirit stones to less than 100 mid-quality spirit stones. At most, they could teleport several hundred kilometers. Because they were so cost-effective, they were the preferred method of travel among cultivators. But as a result, the consumption of spirit stones increased and so did their value. After a number of exchanges, it was now the turn of a cultivator wearing a raincoat. His head was lowered as he said, with a hoarse voice, "I don't have many things to sell, only some ancient texts. If any fellow cultivators are interested, you can exchange for them, but due to the nature of these texts, I can't allow you to have a closer look." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and 7 or 8 pieces of jade flew out. The colors of these jades were all very faded and some of them even had cracks. They each released an ancient aura showing how old they were. Surrounding these jades was a shield of green light. Clearly, this was a technique used to prevent people from checking inside them. This is an ancient beast catalog. This is ancient cultivator world secret text. This is an ancient transfer array production recipe. This is, I will only take cores of mid-quality spirit beasts. 5 cores for one of them. With that, he waited for the people to inquire about the texts. All of the people in the room frowned. Even 5 of those jades for 1 mid-quality beast core wasn't really worth it. How could the reverse be true? In reality, the man in the raincoat also sighed. He really didn't have anything to sell besides these jades either. He found them in the cave of an ancient cultivator. The ancient cultivator was very poor and only had these jades. The first time the man tried to sell them, he didn't set the price too high, but after being ignored in so many exchanges, he decided to go for a sky-high price. He thought that these things were useless to most people and for someone that really wanted one, they would buy it no matter the price. In fact, he guessed correctly. The moment Wang Lin heard about the ancient transfer array production jade, his heart started pounding. He never thought that he would find the jade about ancient transfer arrays that he had been working so hard to find here. Without a word, he waved his right hand and broke the shield around the jade that contained information about the ancient transfer arrays and took it. The man wearing the raincoat was shocked and his face suddenly became ugly. He knew that the green light wasn't strong, but to so easily break it was not something he could do. He believed that not even mid-stage nascent soul cultivators could break it so easily, meaning that the only explanation was that this person was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After taking the jade, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and put it away. At the same time, he took out 5 cores of mid-quality spirit beasts. The man wearing the raincoat quickly caught the cores and let out a sigh. He didn't pursue the matter about breaking the green light. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was interested, he put away the pieces of jade. The moment Wang Lin acted, 3 other cultivators started to pay extra attention to him. One of them was the scholarly man. The other two had their coats on. Their eyes lit up when they raised their heads. After a short period of silence, another cultivator walked up to present his items. Soon it was Wang Lin's turn. At this moment, everyone became silent and turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's actions revealed that his cultivation was not simple. These cultivators were very curious about what Wang Lin would sell. After pondering a little, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. Several mid-quality spirit beast cores and a few treasures he never used flew out. Seeing that Wang Lin only brought out some very common items, they became very disappointed. However, their expressions all remained the same. After all, each of them had reached the nascent soul stage. Having cultivated for so long, they were very skilled at hiding their expressions. Wang Lin slowly said, "I'd like to trade for a map of planet Suzaku. The more complete, the better." The moment the words came out, the expressions of all of the cultivators became strange. After a long time, one of them said, "Fellow cultivator, with just these things, it would be very hard to trade for a map. I'm afraid you won't even be able to trade for a map of just the Sea of Devils." Wang Lin calmly said, "Oh? Then what do I need to trade for a map?" The scholarly man let out a warm smile and said, "Fellow cultivator must be new to the Sea of Devils, so I'll explain it. Not just the Sea of Devils, but for any cultivation country, a map is very important. After all, planet Suzaku is simply too large. If you don't have a map, you won't know where to go. As for the Sea of Devils, it is even more important. A copy of the map of Sea of Devils would cost 100,000 high-quality spirit stones, and no one would even take low-quality or mid-quality spirit stones. With just fellow cultivators' treasures, it is simply not enough. As for the map of planet Suzaku, it's not something any individual can own. If fellow cultivator wants, I have a map of the Sea of Devils. However, it is only a low-quality one with a lot of unexplored areas." Wang Lin pondered a little and asked, "Does fellow cultivator have a general wide area map of the countries surrounding the Sea of Devils?" The scholarly man warily smiled as he shook his head and said, "I don't have that kind of map." A cultivator in a robe sitting in the corner suddenly said, "I have one." This was one the cultivators whose eyes lit up when Wang Lin acted earlier. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the person. The cultivator in the robe slowly said, "A high-quality map of the Sea of Devils with the 4 surrounding continents, including 148 countries. What price are you willing to offer?" The moment those words came out, all of the cultivators turned around and their eyes lit up. A high-quality map was already very rare, but this one even included the surrounding 4 continents and 148 countries. That was almost of planet Suzaku. The price of the map would be unimaginably high. Wang Lin pondered a little. Currently, he had 2 maps in his possession. One was the one he got from Chiu Siping and other was the one he got from the Battle God's Temple. The map from the Battle God's Temple only contained detailed information about the country and its surrounding areas up to the outer sea of the Sea of Devils. Farther than that, like the inner sea of the Sea of Devils, was very vague and some transfer arrays weren't even mapped. As for the area across the Sea of Devils, there was not even a vague mark, only the range of some mountains. When Wang Lin analyzed the map, he believed that Zhao was on the other side, but it was only a guess. This was why he didn't immediately act, but went to search for a more complete map. Wang Lin pondered a little and asked, "What do you want?" The cultivator sent a message via divine sense. "Fellow cultivator, if you're not in a hurry, how about we talk about it after the exchange in private?" Wang Lin looked at the person and nodded. Everyone realized what happened and didn't pay any more attention. However, they were all very curious about what Wang Lin will use to exchange for such a precious item. An hour later, the secret exchange ended and everyone left. Wang Lin left the room and took off the robe. A beautiful female attendant was already there waiting for him. After seeing Wang Lin, she respectfully said, "Senior, my master said he has a meeting with you, so he asked me to take you to him." Wang Lin's heart shook and he became more alert, but his expression remained calm. He looked at the female. She was not a virgin and was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, her spiritual power was every week. She clearly reached this level through a lot of drugs. Wang Lin's heart already had some guesses about the situation. Under the woman's guidance, Wang Lin arrived at an inconspicuous residence in the middle of the city. She stopped outside the door and said, "Senior, please enter. Junior will stand guard out here." Wang Lin didn't say anything pointless and walked inside. He had already sent his divine sense inside. He saw an old man with a hooked nose wearing a red shirt. He was sitting there with a green teapot beside him. When the old man saw Wang Lin enter, he laughed and said, "Come sit, fellow cultivator. This is a high-quality tea from the country of Hofen. I made this tea especially for entertaining friends." Wang Lin clasped his hands and sat across from the old man. He didn't even look at the tea, but started to check the surroundings. He could easily see that this old man was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. The old man didn't mind and personally poured 2 cups of tea. He sipped his tea and said, "What is fellow cultivator's name?" Wang Lin smiled and said, "Wang Lin." The old put down his cup and gently smiled. "Fellow cultivator Wang, my name is Zhou Wuda." Wang Lin was stunned as he looked at the old man. The old man saw Wang Lin's expression and asked, "Has fellow cultivator Wang heard of me?" Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, "No, it's just that fellow cultivator has the same name as a friend of mine, so I lost myself for a second there." The old man burst out laughing, but secretly thought, "What does this person mean? Did he purposely act like this to mess with me?" The old man couldn't figure out what Wang Lin was thinking, but he laughed and said, "If there is an opportunity, I would like to meet this person." With that, he slapped his bag of holding. He took out a bag of holding and said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, this is the map I was talking about. I'll display it to you. After you check it and make sure that there is no problem, we can talk about our deal." The jade released a gentle light as the old man sent out a bit of spiritual power. Immediately, the jade displayed a giant map before Wang Lin. This map was extremely detailed. It even had detailed descriptions of the level of damage of each of the ancient transfer arrays. It also had details of the situation surrounding each area and even the names of all of the nascent soul and higher cultivators. These were not the focus, but it even had detailed information of where each ancient transfer array linked to. Just this point would cause the price of this map to skyrocket. What caused Wang Lin to be even more excited was that there were even some details about the power of each country. It even had some detailed recording of mines and lairs of wild beasts. As a result, this map was unimaginably precious. If all of these things weren't tempting enough for Wang Lin, then this shocked him completely. The surroundings of the Sea of Devils didn't have only 2 continents like the map he got from the Battle God's Temple, but 4. On the map, it clearly showed 4 continents surrounding the Sea of Devils. On the continent to the left, he could see the very small word Zhao. The old man casually pointed at a location on the map. The map suddenly disappeared and showed the area where the old man pointed to. The entire map looked like if someone was looking at that location from a bird's eye view. Then, the old man waved his right hand and the map disappeared. He put the jade back into his bag of holding and stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at the old man. He already had the urge to kill this person. As long as he killed him, he could get the piece of jade and quickly return to the country of Zhao. The old man immediately retreated a few steps and said, "Fellow cultivator, this jade is very old and will easily break. To prevent it from breaking, I have already linked it with my divine sense." Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he slowly said, "What do you want?" The old man clenched his teeth and said, "As long as you help me kill one person, I'll give you this piece of jade." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He asked, "What level of cultivation?" The old man quickly said, "Late-stage nascent soul, half a step into spirit severing." Wang Lin stood up and calmly said, "Now? Lead the way." The old man was stunned. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Okay, fellow cultivator Wang, follow me." In the blink of an eye, the two left Lianmo City. 3,000 kilometers from the city was a basin. After a short period of time, the two arrived at the place. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and let out a sneer in his heart. He had already realized that something was wrong. The old man seemed to already know him very well. The female attendant immediately walked up to him when they met. He already thought that there was a scheme behind all of this. Wang Lin purposely used the friend with the same name phrase to test the old man, and with his powerful divine sense, he noticed that the old man's emotions flustered a little. Looking at things now, it was exactly as he predicted. Under the basin was a formation hiding 4 nascent soul cultivators. Wang Lin calmly said, "It is regrettable that the bald man died, or the 6 of you could perfectly use the no-escape killing formation." The hook-nosed man's expression suddenly changed, and at that moment, Wang Lin's G realm moved. The old man didn't even have time to break the jade. He could only see the red light before him. The old man heard Wang Lin's words and was shocked. He turned around and saw rows of red lightning. They were the last things he saw in his life. The G realm shot out and instantly destroyed the old man's body. Just as his nascent soul was about to escape, Wang Lin's palm hit the old man's chest. A wave of spiritual energy entered the old man's body, trapping the nascent soul inside. The old man could only watch as Wang Lin took his nascent soul and devoured it. In the eyes of the 4 people hiding in the basin, Wang Lin was now a demon. Killing someone for their nascent soul and then devouring it directly completely contradicted their normal beliefs. It has to be said that all of these people were demonic cultivators. They had seen many people killed for their nascent souls, but never had they seen one being devoured directly. They felt that Wang Lin was the real demonic cultivator here. The 4 people that were going to ambush Wang Lin were all shaken. They quickly left the basin and escaped in different directions. But those 4 had decided to bother Wang Lin. Without Wang Lin even moving, his G realm immediately caught up to the 4 of them and killed them. Wang Lin used a lot of nascent energy in order for his G realm to kill 5 people in a row. He quickly grabbed the nascent souls of the 4 cultivators and devoured them. The ancient god's tactic quickly absorbed the nascent souls. Wang Lin was able to replenish all of the used-up nascent energy and even increased his cultivation level a little. After that, Wang Lin gathered all of their bags of holdings and opened them one by one. First, Wang Lin checked to make sure that the map jade was still intact and let out a breath. Although there were some magic treasures in the remaining bags, only one thing caught Wang Lin's attention. The moment he saw this item, his spiritual energy shook with his emotions. After a while, he calmed down as he stared at the object in his hand. It was a sword sheath. A normal-looking sword sheath. A sword sheath emitting an ancient aura. Wang Lin took a deep breath and took a few careful look. There was a weird expression on his face. This sword sheath looked exactly like the sword sheath from back then, but he knew that this wasn't the same one. The sword sheath from back then had been refined by Wang Lin's cold core, so if he were to hold it once more, he would know. Although this sword sheath looked exactly same as the one from back then, Wang Lin knew it was not the same. The other thing that made him sure that it was not the same was that because Wang Lin had used that sword sheath many times, he knew that there was a strange carving in the middle of the sheath. Although this sheath also had a strange carving, it was not the same one. After pondering for a little, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a normal flying sword and slowly put it into the sheath. When it went in 3 out of 5 th of the way, he felt a powerful pressure preventing the sword from going in further. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He used some spiritual power and pushed the sword down of the way. Wang Lin's expression changed as he felt a tremendous killing intent coming from the sheath. Almost without hesitation, he dropped the sword and the sheath. The sword was pushed out and shattered into pieces. Following that was a large amount of killing intent from the sword sheath. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a deep gully extending for hundreds of meters appeared on the basin below Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. He looked at the sheath and took a deep breath. Then, he carefully put the sword sheath away in his bag of holding and didn't dare to touch it anymore. With his current cultivation level, he could easily see that a tremendous amount of killing intent was sealed inside the sword sheath. When he forced the sword in, it released a bit of it. But just that bit was already so powerful that Wang Lin couldn't even imagine what power the sheath held. As a result, he was even more sure that this sheath wasn't the same as the one from back then. The sheath back then had the ability to increase the strength of a flying sword. The difference in increase in power from 1/5 of the way in to 3 to 5th of the way in was huge. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin became curious about the sword sheath. He felt that there were more than just 2 of these sword sheaths. Inside a volcano in the country of Hofun. The volcano had been turned from an active to a dead volcano by cultivators. It no longer contained any lava. Inside it were many large and small rooms, and inside every room was a cultivator. These people were the survivors of the destruction of the country of Hofun. Back then, Hofun was attacked by Xuanwu along with several other countries. The 4 major sects were evicted, and that was also when Li Muan was forced to leave her home. Under this volcano there was a complete building. This was the Battle God's Temple. It took several nascent soul cultivators to move this when they were attacked. The temple contained the remains of countless ancestors of the Battle God's Temple and many of their techniques. At this moment, among the many crystal rooms, one glowed. Immediately, a withered hand raised and a withered body walked out of the room. After he walked out, he pressed the ground with this right hand. Suddenly, green energy gathered from the entire temple and entered his body. Slowly, his body started to regrow its muscles and skin. Shortly after, a youth emitting an eerie atmosphere appeared. This person looked very handsome, but also had a hint of evil. His eyes revealed an ancient light as he slowly became conscious. He pondered for a while and muttered, 3,000 years of healing, and I finally allowed my cultivation to recover to 30%. He formed a fist with his right hand. He frowned and said to himself, almost the same as soul transformation. Although it is not enough with the help of the star disk, it should be enough to escape from this planet. My recovery will go a lot faster if I return to my home planet. He took a deep breath and slapped his hand at his waist, but his expression suddenly turned strange as he hit nothing. He looked at this waist and was stunned for a moment before his face became dark. Without a word, he waved his hand and a crystal screen appeared before him. The image on the screen constantly moved until it paused at one moment. This scene clearly showed Wang Lin entering this room and taking the bag of holding. The youth stared at the Wang Lin in the image. He closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense. As his divine sense spread, he could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy from his bag of holding. He opened his eyes and his body disappeared from the room. He reappeared in the sky above the sea of devils and shouted, Ghost soul searching technique. Suddenly, countless green lights came out from his body. Each of the green lights turned into the same shape as the youth and spread out. The youth's body disappeared in a flash. As for Wang Lin, he was currently standing on top of the mosquito beast. He was holding a piece of jade in his hand. This jade was the one containing the map. Wang Lin was very anxious. He wished he could increase his speed by 10x, 100x, 1000x. He wished he could just instantly return to the country of Zhao. But reality was very cruel. After he got the map, he found that he was very far from the country of Zhao. If he relied on just flying, it would take him several years to reach his home country. This was obviously not what Wang Lin wanted, so that meant that he had to use ancient transfer arrays. The good thing was that the map contained detailed information about the ancient transfer arrays, so after spending some time, Wang Lin mapped out a route for himself to return to Zhao. On this route, he must pass through 3 ancient transfer arrays. 1 in the Sea of Devils and 2 on the continent that Zhao was in. The direction Wang Lin was heading toward was the direction of the ancient transfer array. The map said that the transfer array's integrity was not high, but still usable. However, Wang Lin wasn't sure how old the information on this map was, or if the ancient transfer array was still there, or if it was even still usable. With these questions in mind, Wang Lin urged the mosquito beast below him to move faster. This ancient transfer array was at the edge of the inner sea, so he came across a lot of beasts on the way. He had already encountered several high-quality wild beasts and even a desolate beast. It was a good thing that his divine sense was so powerful. He always detected them ahead of time and went around them. A month after Wang Lin's non-stop travel, he finally arrived at the ancient transfer array. Below him was a plain covered by numerous underwater plants. After being nurtured by the black rain, The plants were evolving into beasts and their offensive powers had greatly increased. They stretched out their red leaves and waved them back and forth. From above, it all looked very pretty. But Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found an ocean of bones below the plants. There were bones of both cultivators and wild beasts under them. Wang Lin pondered for a while. When he spread out his divine sense, he found the transfer array. He jumped off the mosquito beast's back and arrived at the ancient transfer array in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin frowned. There were too many red leaves growing here. Not only did they cover part of the transfer array, there were some plants that had taken root in the transfer array. This meant that the transfer array must have taken some damage. His eyes lit up. He waved his hand and a black sword flew out like black lightning toward the plants on the ground. Every time it cut one of the plants, the plant would spew out red, blood-like liquid. Soon, the entire ground was covered in it. Slivers of dangerous aura came from the ground as more plants grew back from the liquid. This time, the plants were even larger and more colorful. Wang Lin's heart sank. He waved his hand and the flying sword came back. However, the flying sword now was very dim. It looked very drained. Both of Wang Lin's hands formed a seal. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared around the sword, removing the liquid that was stuck to it. Once all of the liquid was removed, the sword returned to its normal state. After taking a look, Wang Lin put away the flying sword. Staring at the endless ocean of plants, he slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. He shook his hand and the restriction flag immediately became large and started to cover the ground. 99 restrictions formed 99 dragons. The dragons crazily circled the ancient restriction. Each time the dragons circled the restriction, countless red plants would die and spew out endless amounts of red liquid. Wang Lin's hands quickly sent out a few seals and he shouted, "Open!" Suddenly, the sea of red liquid split in the middle, as if there were giant hands pushing it apart. The red liquid moved to the side, revealing the ancient transfer array. Wang Lin no longer hesitated as he landed and recorded the ancient transfer array onto a piece of jade. He flew back into the air and waved his hand to recover the restriction flag. After the restriction flag returned to Wang Lin, the red liquid covered the transfer array once more. One by one, even larger plants started to cover the area. Their height had already reached a dozen feet, which was 3 times taller than before. Wang Lin floated in the air and looked at the jade with a serious expression. After a long time, he revealed a pondering expression and left without a word. During the month it took for Wang Lin to get here, he had started studying the ancient transfer array construction manual that he got for 5 mid-quality beast cores. Although the concept of ancient transfer arrays was complicated, Wang Lin already had good knowledge of formations and transfer arrays. Adding on the fact that he only wanted to repair and not build, he was able to gain some insight about them. However, with just his knowledge, he didn't know if he could do it, but if he had to find someone in the Sea of Devils who specialized in ancient transfer arrays, that would be very difficult unless 6 Desire Devil Lord came back to life. Wang Lin searched for 7 days according to the description in the map before he finally found another ancient transfer array. The place was filled with wild beasts, but the mosquito beast quickly drove them all away. What surprised Wang Lin the most was that this transfer array was completely intact. After studying it for a while, his eyes landed on a part of the transfer array. This part was clearly different from the other parts. Wang Lin was stunned. He realized that this part was added in later by someone who had repaired this ancient transfer array. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He couldn't figure out why someone would want to fix this transfer array. Could they have also just wanted to transfer to another continent like him? A moment later, Wang Lin removed some parts from the transfer array. He hesitated a bit and destroyed part of the array before leaving on the back of the mosquito beast. Wang Lin had already taken apart 3 transfer arrays, but this left him feeling like there was a heavy rock weighing down his heart. Of the 3 transfer arrays he had visited, 2 of them were completely intact and both showed signs of being repaired by someone. If only one transfer array was repaired, it wouldn't be a big deal, but several transfer arrays were repaired, meaning there was something going on. Wang Lin had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen in the Sea of Devils. Presumably, the reason the transfer array that he needed wasn't repaired was because it was covered in plants, it didn't transfer to the right location, or it was not found. After taking the parts he needed from the complete transfer arrays, he would completely destroy them. Only by doing that would he feel a bit less pressured. When Wang Lin finally gathered enough materials from the transfer arrays, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Just after he disappeared, a sword stabbed into the ground where Wang Lin was just standing. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he appeared in mid-air, staring at the black-clothed man in the distance. He always kept his divine sense spread out, but he didn't notice that person until they were within 100 feet of him and threw that sword. It has to be said that Wang Lin's divine sense was as powerful as a spirit-severing cultivator's. If it was a normal nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't have noticed anything until the sword pierced their body. If this cultivator was in the spirit-severing stage, then it wouldn't be much of an issue, but Wang Lin checked and this person was only in the mid-stage of nascent soul. This person must have some special technique to hide their presence from Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin's eyes revealed killing intent. If he allowed someone like this to live, then he will have to live with the feeling of someone always ready to attack him at any time. Wang Lin decided that he must kill this person at any cost. He immediately activated his G realm without any regard to the amount of nascent energy it would cost. The black-clothed man was middle-aged, a bit thin, and had a very mean-looking face. After seeing that Wang Lin escaped his sneak attack, he took out a stone stamp from his bag of holding. He let out a roar and the stone stamp started to spin. It grew larger with every spin. Once it reached the size of a small mountain, it crashed down toward Wang Lin. However, the moment he sent out the stone stamp, his face turned pale as he saw the red lightning in Wang Lin's eyes and immediately turned around to escape. He even abandoned his magic treasure to escape. The magic treasure, without anyone to control it, immediately shrunk back to the size of a palm and fell to the ground. Wang Lin frowned. His G realm shot out and immediately caught up to the person. The man revealed a horrified expression. He clenched his teeth, and just as the G realm entered his body exploded. Suddenly, the power of the self-explosion sent shock waves in all directions. At the center of the explosion, a rift appeared, and an extremely weak-looking nascent soul disappeared into it. Wang Lin's G realm quickly followed it into the rift. After a few breaths of time, the G realm reappeared and returned to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. Although his G realm killed the person, from the look of that person's face, it seemed that they knew about the G realm. The person even knew the power the G realm possessed, so he was willing to blow up his body to try to escape through a rift in space. Wang Lin pondered a little before quickly turning around and leaving. Since the person exploded, all of his bags of holding were gone too, leaving no trace. After a few days, Wang Lin returned to the transfer array covered by the red plants and began his repair. During the restoration period, the restriction flag was constantly active. This was the only way to prevent the red plants from taking over again. After 3 days of careful restoration, Wang Lin finished fixing the array. In 3 days, Wang Lin spent almost all of his energy to repair the transfer array. When he finished, he sat down cross-legged to recover his lost spiritual energy. After he was fully recovered, he placed a top-quality spirit stone into the socket of the transfer array. After waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. Wang Lin was startled. He replaced the top-quality spirit stone with another. However, even after changing spirit stones, there was still no reaction. Wang Lin's heart sank. After pondering for a bit, he placed his hand on the socket. He clenched his teeth and sent spiritual power from his body into the transfer array. As his spiritual energy entered the transfer array, it gradually started waking up. However, it was a bit too ambitious to try to open an ancient transfer array with only the spiritual power of a nascent soul cultivator. Shortly after, Wang Lin started to feel that the spiritual energy in his body was almost gone. He quickly took out a jade bottle and dumped what was inside into his mouth to keep his spiritual energy up. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his spiritual energy and started to cultivate. After recovering all of his spiritual energy, he walked to the northeast corner of the transfer array. Before, When Wang Lin sent his spiritual energy into the transfer array, he wasn't trying to activate it, but was checking if there was anything wrong with it. When his spiritual power reached the northeast corner, he felt a large amount of spiritual power dissipate there. He understood what the problem was. He took that part of the transfer array, jumped into the air, and retrieved the restriction flag. The nearby transfer arrays had already all been taken apart by him for parts, so he had to search wider for more ancient transfer arrays. Wang Lin quickly charged toward an ancient transfer array that was about 8 days away. On the 4th day, he passed by a transfer array that he had taken apart earlier. He didn't pay much attention to it, but just as he was about to leave, that transfer array suddenly lit up. Wang Lin stopped and his eyes lit up as he looked at the array. However, due to the heavy damage the transfer array had taken, the light slowly faded. Wang Lin didn't withdraw his gaze until the light completely faded. It was clear that the reason the transfer array lit up was because somewhere far away, someone activated a transfer array to teleport to here. However, due to the heavy damage the transfer array had taken, it wasn't able to activate. That feeling of danger in Wang Lin's heart became even stronger. He took a deep breath and pushed it out of his mind. Although Wang Lin knew what was going to happen, it was not important right now because he didn't have the ability to stop it. The only thing on his mind right now was to find an ancient transfer array to take apart for parts and to repair the one he needed to use. He used his top speed and flew toward the transfer array. On the 8th day, he arrived at the ancient transfer array indicated on the map. With one look, Wang Lin's scalp tingled. This transfer array was also in perfect condition. He didn't hesitate, but just as he was about to take apart the ancient transfer array, it suddenly lit up. Pillars of light shot up into the sky and the blurry figures of people appeared in the transfer array. A powerful killing intent appeared with those people as their figures were quickly becoming more solid. Almost the same instant the transfer array lit up, Wang Lin grabbed the materials at the northeastern corner. Spiritual power surged inside his body to forcibly remove that piece. The moment he was pulling the material out, an angry roar came from one of the figures. "Stop!" Not only did Wang Lin not stop, but he worked faster and pulled out that piece of the array. Then, he raised his head and coldly stared at the figures as they slowly disappeared along with the light. If he had really stopped, then the moment those figures completely arrived, they would instantly try to kill him. Since the group dared to invade the Sea of Devils, there must be spirit-severing cultivators among them. In that moment, almost all of the ancient arrays in the Sea of Devils lit simultaneously. Not all of the ancient transfer arrays had a black-clothed man guarding it, only a few of the important locations. The moment these people arrived in the Sea of Devils, they released a monstrous killing intent. As for the transfer array Wang Lin was at, there was also a black-clothed man, however, he had already been killed by Wang Lin. The Sea of Devils went into a complete uproar. The tension building up in the air finally exploded. For cultivation countries teamed up to attack the Sea of Devils and sent tens of thousands of cultivators in through the ancient transfer arrays. A huge battle had started in the Sea of Devils. The 999 cities in the Sea of Devils quickly became bloody battlegrounds. Wang Lin had already guessed what was happening the moment he saw the ancient transfer arrays completely repaired and the black-clothed men guarding them. After he saw the figures in the transfer array, he was even more sure. Wang Lin felt that he must quickly leave the Sea of Devils. As he flew, he touched the materials he needed and took a deep breath. A few days later, Wang Lin returned to the transfer array and replaced the northeastern corner piece. He took a good look at the Sea of Devils and placed the top-quality spirit stone into the socket. Rings of light appeared. The moment the transfer array opened, Wang Lin sent out a seal, causing all of the restrictions on the restriction flag to explode outwards. The restriction flag quickly cleared out the area, leaving the ground covered in red liquid. The transfer array was completely opened and Wang Lin's figure started to slowly disappear. Right as he was about to disappear, he waved his hand and the restriction flag returned to him. After he disappeared, the red liquid immediately covered the transfer array and plants dozens of feet tall started growing. There was simply too many plants. With cracking sounds, the transfer array broke and more plants grew in its cracks. At this point, even with a map, it was hard to tell that this place contained an ancient transfer array. A day later, a youth covered in an evil aura stared at the ground covered with plants with a cold gaze. This person was the cultivator that rushed here from Hofun. If someone knew that this person had only spent a few months to travel from Hofun to the inner Sea of Devils, they would be horrified. The distance between Hofun and the Sea of Devils was enormous. Even Duanmu had to use an ancient transfer array. He once said that if he were to fly, it would take him hundreds of years with his spirit-severing cultivation level. As a result, this youth's speed was at an unimaginable level. Actually, the reason this youth got here so quickly had nothing to do with his soul transformation cultivation level. This was mainly due to his family's secret technique, the ghost search technique. The technique used many avatars to walk in all different directions, then fused back together and gave all of the distances walked by each avatar to the main body. This way, his speed would be increased thousands-fold and allowed him to arrive in just 2 months. This person's gaze was dark as he stared at the plants below him while slowly descending. All of the plants remained motionless, as if they were dead as he landed. He looked at the broken transfer array. The transfer array was heavily damaged and couldn't be repaired anymore. This could be considered a wasted transfer array. The youth secretly sighed and muttered to himself, "There aren't many people in this planet that can open my bag of holding. It's just that with my current unstable cultivation, if I don't return to my home planet soon, my cultivation will drop even more." He slightly frowned and disappeared. The Kong continent, one of the 6 main continents of planet Suzaku. There were countless cultivation countries in the Kong continent, but most of them were rank 1 or 2 counties with some rank 3 and very few rank 4. After all, the resources on this continent were too poor. At the border of the Kong continent and the Sea of Devils there was a small border town. This town was not very large. The strongest person was only at the core formation stage. In this town there was an ancient transfer array. This transfer array suddenly lit up and soon, Wang Lin's figure walked out of it. After he appeared, he immediately spread out his divine sense and checked out the whole town. The moment he spread out his divine sense, everyone in the town felt a chill run down their spine, but this feeling left as quickly as it came. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense, then disappeared from the spot. He moved according to the map in his mind. Once he was thousands of kilometers away from the town. He slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast appeared before him. Wang Lin jumped onto its back. He sent out a message to the mosquito beast. It let out a roar and charged forward. He moved very quickly. Before long, Wang Lin sensed many locations filled with strong cultivators. Clearly, those locations were where the local sects were. Wang Lin didn't stop, he quickly made his way through this country. After 10 days, he had passed countless rank 1 and 2 cultivation countries and arrived at his destination, the second transfer array. Through this transfer array he could quickly close the distance between him and Zhao. However, when he was 1,000 kilometers away from the transfer array, he slowly started to frown. According to the map, the transfer array was in a mountain, but Wang Lin could clearly feel that countless buildings had been built in the area. The area was also filled with spiritual energy. It was clearly a cultivation ground now. During his scan with his divine sense, he saw some very determined youths outside of a main hall with a few chi condensation disciples. It was clear that they were holding an entrance ceremony. At the same time, on the roads of the mountain, there were some youths painstakingly walking up the mountain. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Wang Lin felt some regret in his heart. He didn't know what the Hangyu sect was like nowadays. Although his feelings for the Hangyu sect weren't deep, it was still the sect that brought him into the cultivation world. Wang Lin rode the mosquito beast toward the sect with complex feelings in his heart. When he was about 100 kilometers away from the sect, a short white light appeared, preventing him from entering the sect. Without him having to do anything, the mosquito beast let out a roar and pierced into the light with his sharp proboscis. Then, the beast inhaled and the pillar of light cracked and finally crumbled. As a result, the expressions of the few core formation cultivators who were in closed-door training suddenly changed as they quickly came out. They stared dumbfounded at Wang Lin and the mosquito beast under him. They quickly shouted at the disciples to stop the recruiting ceremony and quickly went to wait for Wang Lin's arrival in front of the main hall. The instant Wang Lin arrived, the 3 core formation cultivators quickly went up and respectfully said, "We greet Senior." The 3 of them were horrified. Although Wang Lin wasn't emitting any spiritual energy, they felt a pressure from him that caused their hearts to tremble, especially the beast under Wang Lin's feet. It made them afraid that it would make a big disaster to fall upon them. Among the 3 core formation cultivators were 2 males and 1 female. Aside from one of the males who had white hair, the other 2 looked very young, especially the female cultivator. She looked very beautiful and graceful. However, you can't judge a cultivator by their appearance. Just look at Wang Lin. Although he looked like a youth, he was already more than 400 years old. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he scanned the 3 and asked, "What sect is this?" The old man among the 3 quickly and respectfully answered, "Senior, our sect is called Ziyun. If Senior needs anything, we will do our best to help." Wang Lin looked at the person and calmly said, "There used to be an ancient transfer array here. Does it still exist?" The old man was stunned. He pondered a little and said, "Senior, there are no ancient transfer arrays here." The moment he finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Lin's whole aura suddenly turned cold as he slowly said, "Are you sure?" The old man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. After thinking for a bit, he was about to speak, but the graceful female cultivator cut him off and said, in a crisp voice, "Senior, was the location of the ancient transfer array on top of a mountain?" Wang Lin's gaze fell on the female cultivator. Although her looks couldn't compare to Li Muin's, she was still fairly pretty. Especially her face, which was as white as jade. Facing Wang Lin's gaze, the female's face slightly glowed red. She quickly said, "Senior, if that transfer array is on top of the mountain, then Junior knows of it. Lead the way." Wang Lin flew toward the top of the mountain. The woman quickly followed. The other 2 core formation cultivators hesitated for a bit, then followed as well. Under the guidance of the woman, they soon arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a large loft built here with bells hanging on the corners of the building. The bells rang very crisp and beautiful tones. After the female cultivator landed, her face reddened as she said, "Senior, this is Junior's home. This area was originally not of the Ziyun sect. That is why Senior apprentice brother didn't know about the ancient transfer array. Junior found a secret passage by luck and found that there was an ancient transfer array under the building." Wang Lin nodded. Before, when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he checked this area, but didn't find anything. Now, checking it at close range, he scanned with his divine sense and immediately found a small fluctuation of spiritual energy underground. Clearly, someone used a technique to hide the transfer array. He was very shocked. It has to be said that according to the map, this was only a rank 2 cultivation country, yet there was a technique that could almost fool his divine sense. Under the guidance of the female cultivator, they walked into the loft. The moment he walked in, there was a surge of fragrance. The inside looked very graceful and very feminine. Wang Lin's gaze swept through the room. His gaze fell on a screen for a bit, but he quickly withdrew it. The female cultivator's face reddened even more. She used the moment before her 2 senior apprentice brothers walked into the door to move close to the screen and put away the almost transparent inner where that was hanging on the screen. She lowered her head, her face red, and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin pretended he didn't see anything. Under the guidance of the female cultivator, they walked toward the transfer array. Although he looked very calm, Wang Lin was constantly on guard. If there was anything off, then he would act without any hesitation. Under the loft, Wang Lin saw the ancient transfer array. The ancient transfer array seemed well maintained and was usable. He took out 2 cores of low-quality spirit beasts and threw them at the female cultivator. He said, "Refine pills with them. They will help you with your cultivation." The female cultivator looked at the cores and was shocked. She revealed a look of ecstasy as she felt the surge of spiritual energy within them. If she consumed the pill refined from them, she would be able to reach the late stage of core formation. She carefully accepted them and put them inside her bag of holding. The two core formation cultivators couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. Wang Lin glanced at the two, then walked into the transfer array. He waved his hand and a fog blocked the people outside from looking in. Then, he took out a top-quality spirit stone and placed it into the socket. The transfer array lit up and Wang Lin disappeared from the transfer array. The female cultivator looked at the empty transfer array with a hint of sadness in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered something and her face reddened again. Zhao was at the very edge of the Kong continent. It was not a large country. In fact, it was only half the size of Hofun. Although there were spirit veins, the production was very little and just enough to support the country, so even when they were open to mining, there was a limitation on the mining. Because of the scarcity of spirit veins, spirit herbs also became very rare. Could be said that Zhao was a very, very small border country. Nowadays, the number one sect in Zhao was the Xiandao sect, and its ancestor Punanzi had reached the late stage of nascent soul all those years ago. In these 400 years, although he hadn't reached the spirit-severing stage, his cultivation level had greatly increased and the other late-stage nascent soul cultivators weren't a match for him at all. In addition to the Xiandao sect, the orthodox sects of Zhao, like the ethereal sect, had not done as well as before and gradually became a second-class sect. At the same time, the Nirvana sect and Yuan Kuei sect also suffered the same fate. Because of Punanzi's existence, their sects had also been pushed to second class. As for the demonic sects, Heaven's Road sect, He Huan sect, and Wu Feng sect, they had been doing better. Although they couldn't compare with Punanzi, they were ahead above the orthodox sects. It was just that, under the strong grip of Punanzi, the demonic and orthodox sects of Zhao stopped fighting each other as much. Although there were still some conflicts, they were all small conflicts that never became big engagements. It could be said that the current Zhao was under Punanzi's complete control, slowly heading toward a rank 4 cultivation country. Once Punanzi reaches the spirit-severing stage, becoming a rank 4 will easily come true. In addition to these sects, quite a few famous people had appeared in these 400 years. Like Xiandao sect's genius Wang Zhua, this person only took 200 years to reach the core formation stage and another 400 years to reach the late stage of core formation. This type of cultivation speed was very rare in Zhao. Beyond this, all of the other sects had geniuses that appeared, but compared to the Tang family, they weren't up to par at all. In the past 400 years, besides Punanzi becoming well known, the other notable person was from the Tang family. Tang family's ancestor, Tang Huayuan, was at the early stage of nascent soul 400 years ago. Then, with Punanzi's help, he reached the late stage of nascent soul and became one of the top cultivators in Zhao. In Zhao, as long as one reached the nascent soul stage, they would receive a lot of power and a high status. Of course, this was only if they listened to Punanzi's orders. Punanzi set a rule that everyone in Zhao must follow. They must not care about how much resources they used. They must create one spirit-severing cultivator from the nascent soul cultivators to raise Zhao to a rank 4 country. With the increase in Tang Huayuan's cultivation level, the status of the Tang family also increased. The family's prospects increased and had many descendants, making them the number 1 cultivation family in Zhao. The descendants of the family were disciples of almost every single sect, and some of them even held a very high position in those sects. At the same time, Tang Huayuan married off a lot of their daughters to geniuses in order to solidify the Tang family's foundation. Wang Zhua became one of the Tang family's sons-in-law. It could be said that the Tang family had already been deeply integrated into the country of Zhao. It was not like no one had any idea about the Tang family, but most of the time, Tang Huayuan didn't even need to act. Those with ideas against the Tang family would disappear. As for what Tang Huayuan was doing, Punanzi didn't question it a bit. He was wholeheartedly invested in trying to break into the spirit-severing stage. Tang Family City had already been expanded 6 times in the past 400 years. It was now a huge city that was known throughout Zhao. There was a secret chamber 100 feet under Tang Family City. The chamber had 10 times the spiritual energy of the outside. The reason for this was that it was on top of a spirit vein. Although this spirit vein wasn't large, it was more than enough for cultivation. Because the Tang family ancestor found out about this spirit vein, He used each time the city expanded to slowly dig a chamber for himself. This was something not even Punanzi knew about, and only a few members of the Tang family knew about it. Only when someone was about to make breakthrough would they be allowed to use the chamber. On this day, inside the underground secret chamber, an old man with a head full of white hair opened his eyes, revealing a sharp gaze. This person's brow knitted. When he was cultivating, he suddenly felt a sense of bloodlust. This feeling caused the spiritual energy in his body to go into chaos. The old man pondered a little. His right hand formed a seal and shot out a white light that floated before him. He quickly said a few complicated words, and soon, the white light flickered and shook before him. Gradually, his expression became more and more serious as he looked at the light. But just at that moment, the white light violently trembled. It went out of his control and dissipated without a trace. The old man's face suddenly became gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Strange. Not even Punnanzi's spirit-detecting technique is able to tell where the bloodlust is coming from." He pondered a little, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He thought, "With my current cultivation level and connections in Zhao, even if the owner of this bloodlust comes here, I can easily get rid of them." This person was the Tang family ancestor that killed Wang Lin, Tang family's symbol, Tang Huayuan. Thanks to the passage of time, he looked older. Although his cultivation level was higher, he was clearly very different from the person who made Wang Lin explode. His entire person felt much more subtle. This feeling was like someone who enjoyed to fight became a very sly and cunning person overnight. There was a very stark contrast. He took a deep breath and disappeared from the secret chamber. When he reappeared, he was inside the Tang family's ancestral home. The Tang family's ancestral home was 3 stories tall with a dragon carved onto it. Overall, it looked very majestic and emitted waves of spiritual energy. When Tang Huayuan appeared, he arrived at the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor were countless tablets with names carved onto them. All of these names were names of core Tang family members who had died. Tang Huayuan's gaze swept across the tablets and landed on one that was on the top shelf. That tablet clearly read, Tang Li. In the past 400+ years, every time he felt disturbed or upset, he would come here and look at that tablet. This had basically become one of his habits. After a long time, he waved his hand and the tablet flew into his hand. He wiped the tablet and muttered to himself, "Li Er, you died too young. With your talent, if you were still alive, you would be at the nascent soul stage already." He sighed, put the tablet back, and turned around to leave. At that moment, outside Tang Family City, 2 sword lights were flying toward the city. 100 feet away from Tang Family City, the 2 sword lights landed, revealing a man and a woman. The man was middle-aged and slightly older, but still looked very handsome. He was clearly handsome and stunning in his youth. This person was wearing a robe full of white and had the feel of a cultivator. The woman wasn't stunning, but emanated a very elegant aura. She was also wearing a white robe. Her eyebrows were locked. Clearly, she had some trouble in her mind. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Tang Family City as a complex look flashed across his eyes. The woman sighed and whispered, "Wang Zhua, it has been many years since that happened. Can you still not just let go?" The middle-aged chuckled and blandly said, "Let go? If I can let go of the grudge of killing my mom, my dad, and my entire clan, then I, Wang Zhua, am not human." The woman pondered a little and whispered, "I only came back to see my younger sister. In 3 days we will leave. In these 3 days, please don't be impulsive. Okay? You can relax. Before I have the strength to kill that old thief, I won't act." The middle-aged man's voice was bland, and once he finished speaking, he walked forward. The woman secretly sighed as she quickly followed and walked to Tang Family City with Wang Zhua. As the woman walked, she whispered, "Wang Zhua, you really shouldn't blame this matter on Ancestor. The person you should hate is that Wang Lin. Even though he is dead, all of this was caused by him." The middle-aged man suddenly stopped. He turned around and said, "Word for word, Teng Xiaoxiao, I have already told you to never say the name Wang Lin in front of me. Today I give you one last warning. If you dare to bring him up again, don't blame me for being ruthless." The woman pondered a bit and no longer spoke, but went into Tung family city with Wang Zhua. At that moment, at the edge of Zhao, in an unknown valley, there were suddenly flashes of bright light. Slowly the light faded. A white-haired youth walked out of the valley. On his forehead was a purple star. He looked at the land in the distance and then turned toward the east. He knelt down and mercilessly kowtowed a few times. A killing intent showing the 400-plus years of hatred flashed across his eyes as he muttered, "Father, Mother." Tai Zhu came back. "This time, I'll make a river of blood flow in Zhao. If I break this oath, let my soul be destroyed." A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, sending out waves of thunder. In a wave of rushing raindrops, a layer of fog formed. Hangyu Mountain. The Xiandao sect was shrouded in rain and fog with bolts of lightning flashing down accompanied by the roar of thunder. The foliage made popping sounds as the rain poured down. On this rainy night, a white-haired youth walked slowly through the forest. Every step he took in the soaked foliage created a rustling sound. From a distance, this person looked at the Xiandao sect on top of Hangyu Mountain. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze. His target this time was a small village hundreds of kilometers away. In the middle of the night at the mountain village, besides the roaring thunder, there was only the sound of rain hitting the ground. Of course, there would be a few howls from some of the dogs raised by the villagers. It was as if they wanted to defy this weather. However, the only response was even louder thunder. The entire village was dark as the white-haired youth walked along the main road, looking at the familiar scene mixed with unfamiliar elements. His eyes were no longer filled with coldness, but with melancholy. This melancholy could even melt ice as it was filled with an unimaginable amount of familial love. 400 years had passed in an instant. Although it didn't seem long for cultivators, it had been many generations for ordinary people. All of the houses in the village had been rebuilt by their descendants and now looked different from before. This person was Wang Lin. He looked around at the houses in the village. His gaze stopped at one house, remembering that there used to be a large tree there. He often read books and played with his friends under that tree. In the blink of an eye, all of that had disappeared. Wang Lin secretly sighed and slowly walked forward. After a short period of time, he stopped as he stared at a very familiar house. His body started to shake as he looked at the house. All of the other houses in the village had changed, but this house was still exactly the same as it was back then. Wang Lin bit his lower lip and opened the main gate. The gate creaked as it opened. He closed it after he entered. In the yard was a wooden table with several small wooden chairs under an overhang. Wang Lin silently watched the scene as tears fell from his eyes. After a long time, Wang Lin walked to the house, opened the door and stepped inside. Everything was left as he remembered, as if nothing had changed. At the moment, Wang Lin felt like everything that had happened in the past 400 years was a dream and that he had just woken up. His parents were no longer dead and their souls weren't inside the heaven-defying bead. They were inside his house and they had gone to bed in this rainy night. However, with his divine sense, he knew without even spreading it out that there was no one inside this room. In the center of the main room, Wang Lin saw two memorial tablets, one above the other. The one above read, Wang Tianshui, Zhou Tingsu. The lower tablet read, Eldest son, Wang Lin. Under the two memorial tablets was an incense burner with some unused incense sticks next to it. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness as he lit up 3 incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner. He slowly knelt on the ground. He mercilessly kowtowed a few times and muttered, This unfilial son is here to offer incense this time. Next time, I'll build a tower made of the Tung family's heads for my parents. An aura of killing intent escaped from Wang Lin. The room instantly became even colder than the rainy night outside. After he finished, he pondered for a while, then suddenly moved and disappeared from the spot. After a while, one could see a horse carriage racing toward the house from the mountain village. Driving the carriage was an old man in white robes. It was clear that he was a martial artist in the mortal world. He snapped the whip in his hand and, with a popping sound, the horse moved even faster. The ground was uneven, which caused the carriage to keep bobbing up and down, but the old man seemed to be glued to the carriage. He remained unfazed and would sometimes shout, "Go!" Soon the carriage got close to the house. The old man let out a shout and tightened his hold on the reins. The horses let out a cry as their front legs went up into the air, and the carriage stopped in front of Wang Lin's home. The old man jumped off the carriage and respectfully opened the door. The moment the door opened, a girl jumped out of the carriage. She was wearing a green shirt, her hair was tied up in a bun, and she looked very pretty. After the girl got out of the carriage, her body shivered. Clearly, the coldness of the weather had gotten to her. However, she didn't mind. She opened up an umbrella and said with a crisp voice, "My lady, we are here." An exquisite figure came out of the carriage and stood under the umbrella. This girl's face was pale. It had the look of a sickly beauty. The moment she came out, her body shivered. The servant girl quickly held the umbrella in one hand and grabbed a large purple coat from the carriage with her other hand. With the help of the old man, they placed the coat on the young woman. At the same time, the servant girl said with discontent, "My lady, why did we have to come here tonight in the rain? We could have just come tomorrow instead. What if you catch a cold?" Even the old man's eyes showed a sign of regret in his warm gaze. That young lady smiled. As she walked, she said, "You guys don't know this, but before grandfather died, he said that no matter what happens, a descendant must come here to visit this place on this day. It is a family tradition." The servant was still not happy and said, "My lady, this place is so far from the capital. Why must we come here every day? Could there be something important hidden here? I heard from the other servant that this place used to be one of the Wang family's branch locations." The young lady stopped the old man from opening the gate and raised her own jade-like hand to push it open. She smiled at the servant girl and said, "This is the first time you've come with me, so you don't know. When we have time, I'll tell you." After entering the courtyard, the three of them didn't hesitate and immediately entered the house. The servant girl closed the umbrella, shook the water off it, then curiously looked around the room. As for the old man, he silently stood at the doorway. The young lady took a deep breath. Just as the servant girl was about to walk up, the young lady stopped and said, "You wait with Grandpa Li out here. I'll go in myself." The servant pouted, but obediently nodded. The young lady smiled, coughed a few times, then slowly walked toward the main hall. After entering the main hall, the young lady looked at the two tablets. She placed some bedding in front of the tablets and knelt on the ground. After kowtowing a few times, she was about to take out a few incense sticks, but her eyes suddenly locked onto the 3 incense sticks that were almost burned out. Just as she was about to cry out, she felt a gust of cold air in the room. She froze up and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She felt that if she moved, she would be killed instantly. She saw a young man with a head full of white hair slowly walk into the room. Wang Lin looked at the young lady and blandly asked, "Whose descendant are you?" The young lady's face was filled with horror. She constantly trembled as cold air penetrated her body. Even her voice trembled as she asked, "Who are you? And why are you at the Wang family's ancestral home?" Wang Lin looked at the young lady. He waved his hand. The cold air around her disappeared and was replaced by a sense of warmth. The young lady's body felt warm as she revealed a shocked expression and looked at Wang Lin. However, she secretly moved her right hand and touched her waist. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind created by the force palm rushed into the room along with the old man. However, the moment the old man entered the room, he slumped over and fell asleep. The young lady's face became pale. Wang Lin didn't even glance at the old man that passed out and blandly said, "I'll ask you again. Whose descent are you?" In reality, the moment he saw his house, he already had a suspicion. It was impossible for the house to remain the same without someone taking care of it. Although the house looked the same, it had been rebuilt to look like what it was before. The young lady revealed a determined look. She clenched her teeth and said, "My father is Wang Yun. Since you already followed me here, Why even bother asking these questions? Wang Lin frowned and asked, "What do the people whose names are carved on these tablets have to do with you?" "It's the ancestral home of my ancestor's brother." The young lady was very confused. If he was someone sent by one of her father's enemies, why was he asking these questions? Wang Lin's heart shook. His voice was no longer bland. It instead trembled a bit as he asked, "What is the name of your ancestor?" The young lady hesitated a bit and answered, "Ancestor's name is Tian Tu." She felt that this person was very strange. After Wang Lin heard the name, his body immediately shook. He muttered, "Fourth uncle." Speaking of the Wang family, aside from Wang Lin's own parents, the one he cared the most for was fourth uncle. After hearing news of fourth uncle, he couldn't help but become excited. Scenes of fourth uncle replayed in Wang Lin's head. After a long time, he sighed and looked at the young lady. His gaze was filled with a complex emotion, a look one would have when looking at their own descendant. He slowly said, "Your ancestor, at what age did he die?" The strange look on the young lady's face became even deeper as she answered, "Ancestor died at the age of 98. When he was middle-aged, he caught the attention of an immortal of the Piao Miao sect. After he got off the mountain, he started his life in the capital and became one of the vassals of the royal family. That was also when the foundation of the Wang family started." There was a hint of relief in his eyes as he asked, "Fourth, your ancestor's son, Wang Hu, also died?" The young lady's eyes were shocked as she muttered, How do you know about the ancestor's son, Wang Hu?" 3 years after the ancestor died, he also died. Time passes and people come and go. After Wang Lin heard about fourth uncle, his mentality underwent a change. After a long time, he looked at the young lady and slowly said, "There is harmful energy inside your body. Was your mother injured when she was pregnant with you?" After hearing Wang Lin's words, the young lady's mind was in complete chaos. It has to be said that if Wang Lin had carefully inspected her and had some clues, then it would have made sense if he managed to guess some of her secrets. However, very few people knew about the energy in her body, and most just thought that she was born with a weak body. The young lady looked at Wang Lin. She asked with a trembling voice, "You? Who the hell are you?" The young lady had already thrown out the idea that he was an assassin sent by her father's enemies. If he was, why would he know so many things? Wang Lin waved his right hand and a cloud of green mist started to gather at the young lady's forehead. The color of the cloud became deeper and deeper until Wang Lin finally waved his hand and the gas disappeared without a trace. The young lady suddenly felt her body warm up. The coldness that had bothered her for 20+ years disappeared with just a wave of his hand. This suddenly reminded her of a type of person from the myths. The young lady bit her lower lip and asked, You are an immortal?" Wang Lin chuckled, "Immortal? Sort of." Seeing that fourth uncle had descendants and that they were doing well in the capital, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel relieved. Wang Lin pondered a little. He looked at the young lady and said, "Speaking of which, I'm considered your ancestor too. I made an agreement with fourth uncle that if I successfully become an immortal, I would protect his family to repay him for giving me the chance to become one." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and took out bottles of pills and continued, "There are 72 pills here. Every descendant can take 1 pill. They mustn't be greedy, but you are allowed to take 3. After giving the bottle to the young lady, he pondered a bit and pointed his finger between her brow. After extracting a drop of blood, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. He left a sliver of his G-realm inside the jade, then turned to the young lady. His expression was serious and cold as he said, "I have left a small piece of my divine sense inside this piece of jade. No cultivator in Zhao will be able to last more than a moment under its might. However, this jade can only be used 3 times. For now, you hold on to it. Only descendants of the Wang family can use it. Be careful and use it wisely." After throwing the jade at the young lady, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and disappeared from the room. The young lady stared dumbfounded at the pills and jade in her hands, still feeling like she was dreaming. The old man that fell on the ground slowly woke up. His eyes suddenly lit up as he got up, walked next to the young lady, and asked, "My lady, what exactly just happened?" At this point, the servant girl also came in. Only after seeing that the young lady was fine did she let out a breath. Her face reddened as she said, "My lady." Chui Er was too tired and accidentally fell asleep. The moment the old man heard those words, his face became ugly. He clearly remembered that the young lady had sent him a signal, but the moment he entered the room, he lost all control and fell asleep. "It's okay. Don't overthink all of this. Let us go back to the capital." The young lady took a deep breath and stood up. The sickly complexion had disappeared from her face and was replaced with a healthy, red glow. The old man was the first to notice the abnormality. He said with a shocked voice, "My lady, you." At that moment, the servant girl also noticed the difference and revealed an expression of disbelief. The young lady let out a smile. She didn't explain. She turned around and looked at the two tablets in the room, especially the one that said Wang Lin. Then, she turned around and left the room. With her cleverness, she already had an idea of what happened, but to confirm her speculation, she must check the family tree back at the capital. She believed that this time, father will take time from his busy schedule to check the family tree with her. After leaving the village, the warmth on Wang Lin's face disappeared as he became more serious. His entire body emitted a strong murderous aura. He quickly flew in one direction. His heart was set on completing his revenge. If he directly killed Teng Huayuan, then all of the descendants would scatter, preventing Wang Lin from achieving his dream of wiping out the Teng family. Most importantly, if he simply killed Teng Huayuan, it wouldn't appease the anger in his heart. He wanted Teng Huayuan to watch as he killed all of his descendants, to suffer through the pain of having your family killed. Only after that would Wang Lin finally kill Teng Huayuan. He spread out his divine sense and easily covered the entire country of Zhao. He easily found Teng family city where Teng Huayuan was and flew toward it like lightning. Wang Lin stopped 10,000 kilometers away from Teng family city. He stuck a formation flag into the ground and with a wave of his hand, the flag disappeared. Then Wang Lin flew around the Teng family city and placed 16 formation flags. He stared at Teng family city with eyes filled with bloodlust, let out a cruel smile and whispered, "Starting today, one can enter Teng family city, but they can't leave. Teng Huayuan, my revenge has just started." His eyes were cold as he quickly formed seals with his hand. He floated up into the air. As he let out a roar, he quickly hit pressure points on his own body. Soon, a green gas came out of his body and wrapped around him. Behind him, a figure that looked like an ancient demon god appeared. Wang Lin put one knee on the ground. He poked his right finger and a drop of blood appeared. He shouted, "Teng Li's soul appear." Suddenly, the illusionary demon god opened its mouth and swallowed the drop of blood. Then it spat out a weak green light. The green light slowly descended. Wang Lin caught the green light and the illusionary demon god slowly disappeared. This was a small technique he learned from the memories he inherited from the ancient god. This technique allowed him to recover the soul of anyone he had killed. However, the soul would only last half an hour. The returned soul didn't have any memories, only some basic instincts. To the ancient god, it was a useless technique that could only really be used to temporarily increase the power of magical treasures. But the moment Wang Lin found this technique, he came up with a series of revenge plans. Holding Teng Li's soul, Wang Lin swallowed it without a second thought and covered the entire country of Zhao in his divine sense again. Slowly, one bright after another appeared in Wang Lin's divine sense with the help of Teng Li's soul. Each of those bright dots represented someone with Teng family blood in their body. These people, no matter if they were from the main branch, sub-branch, or were descendants of Teng family females that married out, they all appeared in Wang Lin's divine sense. It could be said that as long as they had any Teng family blood in them at all, Wang Lin had found them. Wiping out a family was not something as simple killing all of the Teng family members. Wang Lin must kill anyone with Teng family blood to wipe out all descendants of the Teng family. That is what it truly means to wipe out a family. Gradually, More and more bright dots appeared in Wang Lin's divine sense, and his smile became more and more cruel. Throughout the years, the number of descendants of the Tang family had already reached an unimaginable degree, and every single one of their soul signatures was memorized by Wang Lin. Half an hour passed in an instant, and Tang Li's soul that was devoured by Wang Lin dissipated. Wang Lin's right hand slapped his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast suddenly appeared. He stood on the mosquito beast and flew toward the closest sect. There was a total of 7 Tang family members there. Tang Xian was one of the 6th-generation disciples of the Tang family. He had already reached the early stage of core formation. One of the reasons he had gotten this far was because he was from the Tang family. The other reason was that he entered the sect as a disciple of one of Tiandao sect's nascent soul ancestors. The Tang family had a total 6 family members in the Tiandao sect, and all of them had considerable status in the sect. Of course, the one with the highest position was still Tang Xian. After all, the other 5 were only at the foundation establishment stage. Tang Xian was very satisfied with what he had, whether it was his cultivation partner or his current position. Of course, all of this was nothing compared to the core members of the Tang family, but he knew his own limitations and that those were not people he could compete with. Even among the countless Tang family members, how many could really compete with those geniuses? Tang Xian only wished to reach the late stage of core formation before he dies. Today, his little sister, Tang Yu, will be visiting him. When he thought of his little sister, his lower half heated up. He and his little sister had a great secret. They had slept together when they were young and have kept doing so in secret. Tang Xian knew that his little sister was very lewd. As they grew up, many other Tang family members had a taste of her, and even some family members of the previous generation have had some affairs with her. But he didn't care. Whenever he thought of the bedroom techniques his little sister had learned in the Hehuan sect, he just couldn't wait. He quickly arrived at the loft in the back mountain with those heated thoughts in his head. He opened the door, and suddenly, a very seductive body emitting a soft fragrance landed in his arms. Wang Lin traveled quickly and soon saw the sect on top of the mountain peak. The 3 words on top of the main entrance read, Tiandao sect. Wang Lin didn't stop at all and charged toward the sect. Suddenly, a light screen appeared as the grand formation protecting the sect activated to block Wang Lin. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. Wang Lin shook the flag, and dozens of restrictions shot toward the light screen. Without any hesitation, the light screen broke and a rumbling sound spread throughout the Tiandao sect as rocks and dust flew all over the place. Almost instantly, the few nascent soul ancestors came out of their closed-door training and looked at the sky in shock. The mosquito beast under Wang Lin's feet noticed his master's killing intent and quickly charged toward the nascent soul cultivators. Those nascent soul cultivators secretly cursed. Just as they were about to take out their magic treasures to fight, Wang Lin sent out a message that came down upon the entire sect like divine retribution. I have a personal grudge with the Tang family descendants. Anyone that gets in my way will die. Wang Lin put a bit of his divine sense into his message. This message came from the sky, and the lower it got, the lower it became. The message roared across the Tiandao sect. The nascent soul cultivators that heard it coughed out blood, causing them all to reveal horrified expressions. At the same time, Wang Lin jumped off the mosquito beast. His gaze quickly fell on one of the disciples of the Tiandao sect in the square outside the main hall. The youth was terrified. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile. He waved his hand, and the youth flew toward him. The youth's hand was around his own neck as he struggled and tried to say something. It was unfortunate, but he shouldn't have been named Tang. Wang Lin squeezed his right hand, and with a cracking sound, the youth's eyes bulged and he immediately died. Wang Lin's left hand slapped his bag of holding and took out a soul flag that absorbed the soul of this Tang family member. Wang Lin threw the youth's body behind him. At the same time, a long dragon banner flew out of his bag of holding. The banner wrapped around the body. The banner was held by the mosquito beast. All of this happened in plain view of the entire Tiandao sect. Wang Lin killed this person quickly and cleanly. Then, he charged into the main hall toward another youth. The youth had a look of indignation and his fists were clenched. After this, he would never have the chance to unclench them. All of this was because his name was Tang. Wang Lin's right palm hit the youth's head. The youth's internal organs were destroyed and his soul was taken away by the soul flag. There was no pity in Wang Lin's eyes as his body moved again. At that moment, the nascent soul cultivators of the sect had caught up. A red-faced man quickly appeared before Wang Lin. Although he was frightened, he quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, please stop. If there is any problem, we can talk about it." Wang Lin didn't even look at the person. His G realm immediately moved and in a flash, the red-faced man's eyes went dim. As Wang Lin moved past him, he hit him, causing his body and nascent soul to shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. A voice as cold as winter came out of Wang Lin's mouth. "Anyone who tries to stop me has committed the same crime as the Tang family." The hearts of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators suddenly shivered. They froze and didn't dare to move again. Wang Lin left the main hall and flew within the sect. The nascent soul cultivators all hesitated. One of them took out a piece of jade, imprinted a message on it, then threw it out. The jade quickly flew away and disappeared into the distance. Then, the nascent soul cultivators all looked at each other. They bit their lower lips and decided to follow Wang Lin. Although they didn't dare to stop Wang Lin, if they didn't even dare to follow him, then they really weren't fit to be nascent soul ancestors. A very beautiful woman was flying toward the Tiandao sect with a panicked expression. She didn't want to die. Her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't want to die, but her name was Tang. Wang Lin ruthlessly crushed the woman's spine. After collecting her soul, he threw her body backward. The dragon banner once again flew out and wrapped around the body. At the moment, there were 3 bodies on the dragon banner. Wang Lin didn't stop. Of the 4 people remaining, 2 of them were in the back mountain and the other 2 were running away. One of them was almost out of the Tiandao sect's formation's range. Wang Lin's eyes were as cold as ice. He moved and instantly appeared outside the Tiandao sect. He saw a youth frantically flying and constantly looking back. However, the head that the youth turned back would never have a chance to turn back around again because his name was Tang. Wang Lin flicked his finger at the youth's chest. The youth's body shook and he immediately died. Wang Lin trapped the youth's soul, threw the body back toward the dragon banner, then flew toward his next target. The nascent soul cultivators following close behind him were horrified. They all had the same thought. When did the Tang family offend a fiend like this? This fiend's cultivation was at an unimaginable level, yet he didn't go fight Tang Huayuan. Instead, he was here killing the Tang family descendants. Clearly, he had a very deep grudge against the Tang family and wanted to wipe out the entire family. These nascent soul cultivators felt a chill in their heart and their steps unconsciously slowed down. Wang Lin's eyes were still cold as killing intent slowly surrounded his body. He let out a cruel smile as he locked onto the 5th person. This person was the oldest out of everyone here. His hair was already all white, but his cultivation level wasn't very high, only at the peak of foundation establishment. The old man's face didn't show any signs of panic or grief, but instead had a very serious expression. As he was flying, he repeatedly took out message transmission jades, filled them with a bit of his divine sense, then threw them out. However, his fate had already been decided because his name was Tang. When Wang Lin appeared before him, he stopped flying as he sullenly looked at Wang Lin and said, "Senior, what grudge do you have with our Tang family? There must be a misunderstanding." Wang Lin didn't say a word. Without letting the old man finish, he waved his hand and a black flying sword flew out of his bag of holding. The black sword pierced through the old man's chest. The old man's body turned black. He died before he could finish speaking. Wang Lin sealed the soul, bound the body, and flew toward the back mountain. Every time Teng Xian met with Teng Yu, he would open up the formation for the loft in the back mountain to hide all traces of their presence. However, this also meant that he wouldn't be able to feel the outside, but in terms of safety, this was the best way. After all, he and Teng Yu were brother and sister. If he was found out, his reputation would be ruined. Although Teng Yu had been sleeping around with a lot of people, including Teng family members, people kept that in their hearts and never spoke about it. If he was caught in bed with her, then it would be a completely different matter. As a result, he didn't know about anything that had happened outside. All he saw was Teng Yu's alluring eyes and delicate body. After a few piercing growls, Teng Xian fiercely pounded Teng Yu as if he is trying to rip her apart. Teng Yu quickly activated the He Huan sex technique, and at that moment, both of them reached the peak of bodily pleasure. It has to be said that Teng Xian and Teng Yu were considered lucky. Although the two of them will die, they at least experienced great pleasure before they died together. Teng Xian took a few deep breaths and got off Teng Yu's body. However, he immediately noticed that something was wrong, then noticed that there was an extra person in the room. His heart shook. Just as he was about to speak, the person moved in a flash. That was the last scene he ever saw. As for Teng Yu, just as she opened her eyes, she saw Teng Xian's head fall to the ground. She immediately let out a scream, however. This scream wasn't as alluring as the screams from before, and would be the last scream of her life. They were bound to die because these two siblings were named Teng. After killing the two of them, he sealed their souls, bound their bodies, and left the loft. The nascent soul cultivators of the sect all stood outside the loft in silence. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at them as he jumped onto the back of the mosquito beast and left with the dragon banner trailing behind him. On the dragon banner were 7 corpses. Wang Lin didn't stop moving as the mosquito beast flew away from the Tiandao sect. From a distance, the 7 corpses bound by the dragon banner looked like the tails of a peacock emitting a bloody light. It wasn't until Wang Lin disappeared in the horizon that they all finally let out a breath. One of them whispered, "The Teng family is finished." Another person muttered, "Not just the Teng family. The entire country of Zhao is going to go into turmoil." Then he took a deep breath and said to the elders of the Tiandao sect that were looking his way, "Send out the order to call back all disciples that are training outside. Cut off all business relations that have to do with the Teng family. Any of the disciples that are training outside and have formed cultivation partners with Teng family females are to be expelled from the sect. From this day on, we will have no connections with the Teng family." After killing 7 members of the Teng family, Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. One must have a firm heart to wipe out an entire bloodline. If one had a moment of weakness, they couldn't act decisively when needed and won't be able to go through it all. After all, wiping out a bloodline was not something that just anyone could accomplish. Wang Lin's next goal was another sect that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. There were a lot of Teng family members there, a total of 93. Wang Lin was in no hurry. He wanted to slowly kill them to allow Teng Huayuan to struggle with the pain of watching his family die, but be unable to do anything. He wanted Teng Huayuan to feel the pain of wanting to rip open his own chest to see if his heart had shattered yet. Wufeng Valley was one of the demonic sects in Zhao. It was a great sect 400 years ago, but it had fallen in the past 400 years. Its nascent soul cultivators weren't able to break through. Their lifespans ended and none of them could escape the life and death cycle. This caused this once great sect to gradually decline, and along with how powerful the Shindao sect became, Wufeng Valley dropped down to a second-grade sect. The decline of Wufeng Valley caused Teng Huayuan's ambition to flare up. Throughout the years, he had been slowly sending more and more Teng family members into Wufeng Valley. The ancestors of Wufeng Valley knew of this, but because Teng Huayuan was so powerful, they couldn't do anything. It has to be said that Teng Huayuan was an elder of Wufeng Valley. This way, the other sects couldn't say anything as this would be considered an internal problem of Wufeng Valley. So far, there were a total of 93 Teng family members in Wufeng Valley, with a majority of them holding high positions in the sect. 3 of them had already reached very high positions. The most prominent of them was a 5th-generation family member, Teng Gao. He had already become a candidate for the next sect head. The other 2 nascent soul cultivators were completely helpless against Teng Huayuan's actions. They could only pretend that nothing was wrong while always in closed-door cultivation to try to break through the early stage of nascent soul into the mid-stage of nascent soul and increase their lifespans. In addition, every year, the Teng family would gift them things like spirit herbs and pills. As a result, they were given even more reasons to turn a blind eye. It's not like they could win against Teng Huayuan. could be said that Wu Feng Valley had become a personal sect of the Tang family. When this first started, there were people that were opposed to it. People of Wu Feng Valley acted out and voiced their concerns, but after hundreds of years of it happening, there was no longer anyone that voiced their opposition, and even the disciples of Wu Feng Valley believed they were part of the Tang family. After all, hundreds of years could change a lot, and most of Wu Feng Valley's current disciples were a new generation that had been accepted in the past few hundred years. Wang Lin stood on top of the mosquito beast, and his divine sense was locked on the people in Wu Feng Valley. Behind him was the long dragon banner with 7 bodies bound to it that had already been mummified under the strong wind. Wang Lin arrived outside Wu Feng Valley with a monstrous killing intent. Although Wu Feng Valley was called a valley, it still had a mountain. The mountain range was called 5 Peak Mountains. The mountain range was shaped like 5 fingers coming out of the ground. Wu Feng Valley was located in this mountain range. The main sect was in the middle mountain, while the other 4 mountains were for all the branches of the sect. Many years ago, when Wu Feng Valley was at its peak, the 5 mountains were filled with spirit energy. There were thousands of cultivators, and Wu Feng Valley was the overlord of the area. But now, the mountain range was very deserted and spirit energy was scarce. There wasn't even 1,000 disciples in the sect anymore, and many of them were new disciples who were only at the first or second layer of qi condensation. Wang Lin arrived at the mountain riding the mosquito beast. It seemed someone had noticed his presence. Immediately, a cyan-colored light screen appeared to block Wang Lin. At the same time, a powerful killing intent came from the peak of each mountain. There were 5 men in white standing at the top of each peak with blue, red, purple, yellow, and white swords respectively floating above their heads. Boundless waves of spiritual energy came from the mountains and entered the 5. After a series of conversions, that energy entered the flying swords, making them more powerful. Wang Lin let out a sneer. These 5 are all members of the Tang family. Clearly, they were prepared. They must have been warned by that old man of the Tang family from the last sect, so they made preparations beforehand. This was inevitable, and Wang Lin didn't try to keep it a secret. With that old man's cultivation level, Wang Lin could have easily killed him before he could send out the warning. This was exactly what Wang Lin wanted. He wanted the entire country of Zhao to know that he was going to wipe out the Tang family. His revenge was not something to be done in secret. Instead, he would blaze the across country because right now he had the power to do so. The 5 Tang family members' hearts were very gloomy. They opened up the Grand Formation because they got the warning from Tang Gao that a powerful enemy was coming. Even though they had the Grand Formation up, the 5 didn't feel relaxed at all and instead felt rage in their hearts. They were enraged because they saw the 7 bodies bound to the dragon banner floating behind the youth in white. Wang Lin didn't pause. The moment the defense formation came up, he took out an ancient sword sheath. His eyes were filled with a ruthless light. Since Wu Feng Valley was using sword qi to fight, then let them see what real sword qi is. Wang Lin took out a flying sword with his right hand. Currently, he had many low-quality magic treasures with him. After all, 400 years of accumulated wealth was no small amount. He quickly forced the sword into the sword sheath. When it was 4 to 5 th of the way in, there was suddenly a powerful resistance. The 5 people on the peaks of the mountains let out shouts. The swords above their heads hummed and sword qi shot up into the air from the 5 swords. The color of the sky changed and the 5 sword qis moved like 5 dragons as they charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin held the sword sheath. He could feel that the killing intent mixed with the sword qi inside the sword sheath had reached its limit. He let go of the sword and suddenly, an aura more powerful than the 5 swords qis combined came out of the sword sheath. The sword aura flowed like a river. It made people want to go insane. After 1 hour, Wang Lin left the area with a head in his hand. This head belonged to the highest-ranking Tang family member in Wu Feng Valley, Tang Gao. Tang Gao's eyes were filled with fear. However, because he was named Tang, he couldn't avoid it. Behind Wang Lin, the large dragon banner behind him already had 100 bodies bound to it. These bodies and heads spread out like a fan as Wang Lin flew. Anyone who saw this would be shocked. After the killing spree was over, 2 old men walked out of Wu Feng Valley. These two were the nascent soul cultivators of Wufeng Valley. Not only were they not angry, but there was excitement burning in their eyes as one of them said, "The Tang family is finished." The other nodded and laughed. That's right. This person's cultivation level is really high. He must be from a demonic sect of a higher-ranked cultivation country. From the looks of his actions, he intends to wipe out the Tang family. I wonder if Pan Nanzi acted, would he be able to hold out? Even if he can't, it won't affect us. Junior apprentice brother. I feel that this person looks very familiar, but no matter how much I try, I just can't remember where I've seen him before. Really? Senior apprentice brother. I thought it was just me, but we must have met this person before. The two thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember anything. They had already forgotten about the youth that had his body destroyed in a fight against Tang Huayuan outside Wufeng Valley all those years ago. Wang Lin stood on top of the mosquito beast. His eyes were still cold as he set his sights on a village 8,000 kilometers away. There were 174 Tang family members in that village. Tang Family City. Tang Huan sat in the main hall of the Tang family ancestral home. His face was gloomy and before him knelt 3 people. Besides the 3 people, there were dozens of others around the hall. All of them stood with their heads down. Silence and fear flashed across their eyes. In 4 days, this person has killed 961 people of the Tang family. Tang Huayuan let out a laugh as his eyes became even colder. He threw a piece of jade at one of the people that were kneeling on the ground and said, "Sun Er, speak. Share the news that you have brought back." The youth kneeling on the ground was a young man whose face was as white and smooth as jade. He took the jade and placed it on his forehead. His expression didn't change as he slowly said, "4 days ago, this person appeared at the Tiandao sect. He killed 7 members of our Tang family and left. On the same day, he appeared at Wufeng Valley and used a sword sheath magic treasure to destroy the defense formation. He set up a 1,000-kilometer restriction zone and killed 93 members of our Tang family. 3 days ago, he appeared at a branch home of our Tang family. He killed all 174 Tang family members there. On the same day, this person showed up Tian'in City and wiped out the branch family that was established there 200 years ago. A total of 104 Tang family members were killed. 2 days ago, the Tang family members near the capital were wiped out. 211 people died in 1 hour. On the same day, the 27 Tang family members in the Yuan Kuei sect all died. Yesterday, the group we sent to the Jiemye sect to train was wiped out. All 345 Tang family members died. Their blood flowed like a river. As he spoke, the breathing of people in the room became more rough. Every one of those numbers represented the life of a Tang family member. Tang Huayuan tightened his fists. He took a deep breath and asked, "Did you find out the identity of this person?" The youth, who still had an indifferent face, shook his head and said, "I haven't managed to find out. Every person from the Tang family that has encountered him has died. Everyone else received orders from their sects to not say a word." Junior spent a lot of effort to get a picture. "Ancestor, please look." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a scroll. He slowly opened up the scroll for Tang Huayuan to see. On the scroll was a very simple sketch of a person. This person had flowing white hair and had a purple star on his forehead. His entire expression was filled with killing intent. Below him was a giant mosquito beast. The most notable feature of the beast was its long proboscis. In the middle of the proboscis hung chain that connected to something all the way behind them. The chain spread into many different branches. There were countless bodies attached to each branch. Although everyone only saw a picture, they all took deep breaths and revealed horrified expressions. Some of their faces were already so pale, there wasn't even a trace of blood left on them. After Tang Huayuan saw the picture, his eyes were glued onto the youth's face. After a long time, he revealed an expression of disbelief. He didn't hesitate as he grabbed the scroll with his hands. He stared at the picture as veins began to surface on his forehead. "So it is you." A strong aura suddenly spread from Tang Huayuan and turned the furniture around him into dust. There was even a Tang family member that wasn't able to get away fast enough and was turned to dust after letting out a scream. As for the 3 people kneeling on the ground, they were the first ones to back away. Aside from the youth with the indifferent expression, the other 2 were terrified. Everyone in the hall knew that the ancestor was angry. After killing 900+ Tang family members, the ancestor didn't get angry and was only gloomy. But after seeing a picture of this person, they didn't know why, but the ancestor lost control of his spiritual energy. Tang Huayuan stared at the youth in the picture. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was able to instantly recognize the person in the picture. It was that Wang Lin from back then, but he clearly remembered seeing Wang Lin die back then, which was why when he saw the picture, he was shocked and lost control of his spiritual energy. Tang Huayuan still remembered even to this day the terrifying eyes Wang Lin had when he died. That look had haunted him for these past 400 years. Tang Huayuan muttered, "He came back." At that moment, everyone in the hall wondered who exactly this person was. It was clear that the ancestor knew this person, or their hatred for each other wouldn't be so deep. But almost everyone here was born in the last 400 years, so they didn't know about what had happened 400 years ago. In fact, although many people knew about this matter, not many people talked about it. After all, a nascent soul cultivator wiping out a mortal family was not something to brag about. Tang Huayuan's face was ugly. Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged man rushed into the hall. This person's face looked familiar to Tang Huayuan. Right as he entered the main hall, he kneeled down and revealed a shocked expression. With a voice filled with terror, he said, "Ancestor, we can't leave." Tang Huayuan frowned and shouted, "What are you panicking for? What are you saying? What do you mean we can't leave?" The middle-aged man swallowed, took a deep breath, and quickly said, "A few days ago, there was a rumor from Tang family members about a light screen 10,000 kilometers from Tang family city preventing anyone from leaving. Junior didn't mind at first, but when I tried to leave for business, Junior found that it was indeed as the rumors said. I was unable to go more than 10,000 kilometers from Tang family city." The moment those words were said, the entire room became silent. Tang Huayuan looked at the middle-aged man and left the ancestral hall without a word. After leaving the hall, he instantly disappeared and reappeared 100 kilometers away, then flew away from Tang family city. After arriving at the 10,000-kilometer limit, Tang Huayuan didn't stop and charged forward. A screen of red light suddenly appeared as Tang Huayuan slammed into it. Waves of ripples spread out, but the light screen didn't break. No matter how far Tang Huayuan stretched it, it would always return to normal. Tang Huayuan's expression became even darker. Then, he took out powerful magic treasures and used them one by one. To his horror, he found that the light screen remained intact. A trace of anxiety that hadn't appeared in a long time appeared in Tang Huayuan's heart. He almost immediately realized that Wang Lin had asked someone to put down this restriction. The goal was to trap everyone in Tang family city so they could only sit and watch as the rest of the Tang family members were killed. There was also another purpose for the light screen. All of the killing would scare the Tang family members to escape to Tang family city. Once everyone has gathered in Tang family city, Wang Lin will come attack. Tang Huayuan didn't believe that Wang Lin had the ability to lay down this restriction himself. Even if Wang Lin hadn't died that time, at most, his cultivation was only at the late stage of core formation or the early stage of nascent soul in the worst case. With Tang Huayuan's late stage nascent soul cultivation, Wang Lin didn't seem significant to him at all. What he feared was the person who had set up this restriction. He guessed that that person's cultivation level might be spirit severing. This was his real concern. After pondering for a while, he wondered how deep of a relationship that senior had with Wang Lin. If their relationship wasn't too deep, then this wasn't something the family couldn't withstand. Tang Huayuan didn't even think that there was any chance that this restriction had been placed by Wang Lin. He pondered a bit, then left with a gloomy expression. After he returned, he opened up all of the protective formations in Tang family city with no regards to the cost. He then went into closed-door cultivation to keep his body at its peak so he'd be ready to battle at any time. To Wang Lin, the past 4 days of killing and the 1,000 people he had killed was only the start. Compared to the tens of thousands of Tang family members, this was only a small number. Wang Lin stood on the mosquito beast and behind him were almost 1,000 bodies. The 1,000 bodies covered a few hundred feet of area, and when he flew over an area, they cast a shadow on the land below. His eyes were still cold. It was as if they were ice that would never melt even in tens of thousands of years. His next destination was the He Huan sect. The He Huan sect had become the #1 demonic sect in Zhao. They had many exports and thousands of disciples. There were a total of 481 Tang family members in the He Huan sect. These people were not all He Huan sect disciples, but they were at the He Huan sect right now. A few days ago, Wang Lin killed over 300 Tang family members at the Jimia sect, and all of them were at the Qi condensation stage. Wang Lin questioned the people there and found that the elite of the Tang family had been sent out for training. It seemed the Tang family members in the He Huan sect were also there for training. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile as he slowly flew toward the He Huan sect. But just at that moment, his expression changed as he looked to the east. There, in the distance, a colorful carriage floated toward his direction under the control of several youths. A voice came from the distance. Immortal GMO is here. Random people, please move out of the way. The multicolored flower carriage was very eye-catching, especially when it caught the light of the sun. But what was even more ridiculous was that all of the flowers on the carriage were very rare spirit herbs in the country of Zhao. In addition to the flowers, there were many spots of light on the carriage. When the carriage moved, it was like the night sky filled with stars. In fact, it was so bright that the light would hurt your eyes if you looked at them. Even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck for a moment. All of those shiny objects were low-quality spirit stones. It's not that the spirit stones were that precious or that there were that many. If Wang Lin were to lay out all of the spirit stones he possessed, he could decorate hundreds of those carriages. However, even with how long Wang Lin had lived and how much he had experienced, this was the first time he had met someone so lavish. The young boys and girls around the flower carriage were all very handsome and pretty. Although they were all only at the second or third stage of Qi condensation, the arrogance on their faces was even greater than some low-key nascent soul cultivators. As the flower carriage got closer, Wang Lin's eyes became more calm as he observed the carriage. Immortal GMO is here. Everybody make way. One of the youths shouted in a high-pitched voice as he stared at Wang Lin, completely disregarding all of the bodies floating behind Wang Lin. GMO? Wang Lin pondered a little. This name sounded very familiar to him. After carefully thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "Old man GMO? You dare!" Almost all of the youths shouted at the same time. Their voices were in complete unison, as if they had practiced. Maybe because all of their voices were in sync, they were able to create a bit of pressure. However, to Wang Lin it was far too weak. "Shut up! All of you stand down!" A sharp voice came from inside the carriage. Shortly after, the front part of the carriage slowly opened up, revealing a very gorgeous bed. On that bed lied a body that was like a mountain of fat. The person had an oily face and was so fat that he didn't even look human anymore. The person was wrapped in a blanket. The blanket was covered in mid-quality spirit stones. "You know this old man?" The fat man looked at the countless bodies behind Wang Lin and frowned. He asked, "Fellow cultivator, did these mortals mess with you for you to have killed them all?" In his eyes, Wang Lin was same as him, only at the early stage of nascent soul, so he didn't think of Wang Lin as a threat. GMO had rampaged around Zhao for a long time. After he reached the nascent soul stage, aside from the few late-stage nascent soul cultivators, he didn't think any other cultivators were a threat to him. This had a lot to do with the secret dark arts he practiced. This cultivation method was dedicated to making puppets, so even though his cultivation level was only early-stage nascent soul, he had a few puppets made from ancient cultivators' remains. In reality, GMO had been studying this for a long time. He had always been looking for things like zombies to refine. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile. He waved his right hand and grabbed a head from the dragon banner behind him. "Do you know this person?" he asked. Old man GMO was stunned. He originally thought that this person was just a cultivator that had killed a bunch of mortals. He looked at the face that was filled with fear and had a hard time identifying the person. After looking at it for a while, his eyes suddenly opened wide as he said, "Tung Gao." This Tung Gao was the Tung family member with the highest position in Wufeng Valley. He was going to be the next sect head. He also received a lot of attention from Teng Huayuan. Since Zhao was such a small country, GMO would naturally know such a person. Then he spread out his divine sense. This time he carefully looked at all the bodies. As he checked, his face became more and more ugly, and this gaggle of corpses suddenly had a totally different meaning. He almost sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly asked, "These people are all Teng family members?" He suddenly became very cautious and no longer dared to look down on this person. Although the Teng family members that were killed weren't strong, if this person dared to kill this many Teng family members, then he was either stupid or arrogant enough to not fear Teng Huayuan. He immediately decided in his heart that this person was not someone he could mess with. Teng Huayuan had already reached the late stage of nascent soul, and the Teng family was filled with powerful cultivators. Yet this person didn't seem to care. Obviously, this person was looking down on the Teng family, and Old Man GMO didn't want to mess with a madman like this. Old Man GMO's face was instantly filled with smiles as he said, "Well done." This old man also sees the Teng family as an annoyance. "Fellow cultivator, good job killing. Keep on killing. This old man has something to do, so I'll take my leave." With that, he tried to maneuver the carriage to back up to get away from this fiend. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he asked, "Do you know why I'm killing Teng family members?" Old Man G Mo's body shook. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen and said, "I don't want to know. Fellow cultivator, goodbye." With that, he started to leave without any hesitation, even leaving behind the young boys and girls that were escorting him. Wang Lin didn't stop him, but slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. With a shake, the flag instant covered an area of 1,000 kilometers. Old Man G Mo's expression suddenly became very ugly. He stared at Wang Lin and barked, "What is this meaning of this? I didn't interfere with you or the Teng family. Your cultivation level is the same as mine. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Wang Lin calmly looked at Old Man GMO. He let out a sarcastic smile and said, "For 100 years ago, your youngest disciple suddenly died. Do you still remember?" The moment Old Man GMO heard this, he was immediately stunned, but soon recovered and stared at Wang Lin without a word. Wang Lin's voice was gentle as he slowly said, "That little disciple you had was killed by me, and he had a disciple called Zhang who was from the same sect as me." The fat on Old Man Gmo's face twitched as he faked a smile and said, "You killed him? Oh well. This old man has already forgotten about what happened 400 years ago." Although he said that, his hand was already on his bag of holding. For streams of black smoke emerged next to him. In the gaps between the smoke, one could see the mummified puppets. Normally, when Old Man GMO fought, he didn't use this move at all. This showed just how much he dreaded Wang Lin. Each of these puppets had a cultivation level close to early-stage nascent soul, but Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to him and said, "After that, Zhang Hu and I were chased by Teng Lu. I believe you should remember what happened back then." Old Man GMO was unsettled. After a while, he sighed and said, "Actually, I..." Just as he spoke, his eyes lit up and his fat body jumped off the carriage. While flying backwards, he shot out 4 drops of blood that landed on the 4 puppets. The 4 puppets suddenly opened their eyes, revealing their red eyes. They let out wild beast-like roars as they charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm, as his right hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Stop!" Suddenly, 8 restrictions suddenly appeared from the darkness, covering the area and surrounding the 4 puppets. Wang Lin leisurely flew toward Old Man GMO. Although Old Man GMO was fat, he was not slow. He quickly flew away and even teleported to escape, but no matter how hard he tried to escape, Wang Lin was always right behind him. GMO clenched his teeth and stopped moving. His hand formed a seal and his body shook. The fat on his body started to move strangely, It seemed to be slowly absorbed as his body became thinner. As the fat was absorbed by his body, his aura suddenly became stronger. His hair moved without any wind and the amount of spirit energy in him increased. His cultivation level suddenly went from early-stage nascent soul to mid-stage nascent soul. In the end, the person before Wang Lin was a very strong-looking middle-aged man. This person was very handsome. His brows were thick, his eyes were large, and he emitted a powerful aura. His cultivation level shot up to the peak of middle-stage nascent soul, only one step from late-stage nascent soul. He stared at Wang Lin and said, in a low voice, "You should feel honored. You are the first person to see my true form since I've reached the nascent soul stage. There are too few experts around, so I'm reluctant to kill you. If you had another 80 to 100 years, you might have had time to grow up. Let's do this. If you cut off one of your arms, I'll let you go for 100 years. I hope that, in 100 years, you will grow powerful enough to fight me. I can't wait." After GMO finished speaking, his face was filled with pride. His hands were behind his back and his head was pointed toward the sky. His figure revealed the look of someone who was unbeatable, but it also contained a hint of loneliness. After letting out a sigh, he glanced at Wang Lin, then slowly left. When he moved 100 meters away, he suddenly increased his speed and ran off without even looking back. Wang Lin revealed an odd expression. His eyes glowed red as the G-realm suddenly moved and a series of red lightning bolts shot from his eyes. Without any suspense, G-Mo's eyes dimmed as he revealed a look of disbelief. Then his body fell from the sky. Then, under the attack of several restrictions, his body was torn apart. At the same time, his bag of holding floated into Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's body flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was next to the 4 puppets. When GMO died, the 4 puppets stopped moving. Wang Lin looked at them a few times and thought for a while. He searched through GMO's bag of holding and started checking all of the jades inside. After a while, he found a piece of jade that contained the method for refining puppets. After reading the jade, Wang Lin's hand formed seals according to the instructions and shot them toward the puppets' foreheads. Suddenly, the puppets turned into smoke and entered the bag of holding. Wang Lin then put away the bag of holding, stepped back onto the mosquito beast, and quickly moved toward the Hehuan sect. Inside the Hehuan sect, the head ancestor, Old Man Ingyang, had a dark expression and was walking back and forth in the main hall with his hands behind his back. He couldn't make up his mind. Inside the main hall were 3 others, 2 female and 1 male. The male was very handsome and the 2 females were very beautiful. All 3 of them were nascent soul cultivators. They were also frowning and couldn't make a decision. One of the women was wearing a yellow robe that was very alluring. She softly said, "Senior apprentice brother, does that cultivator really have spirit-severing cultivation level?" Junior sister doesn't believe so. This woman's clothes were very close-fitting, revealing her curvy body that would make anyone's heart pound. If it wasn't for the frown on her face, she would be even more charming. Old Man Ingyang let out a soft humph and said, "Tiandao Sec's Yellow Mountain was an early-stage nascent soul cultivator and died from just one look from this person. Saying that this person is in the nascent soul stage would be underestimating him." The woman wearing yellow became silent and her brow tightened even more. The middle-aged man that had been silent suddenly said, "Senior apprentice brother, how about we kick all of the Tang family members out of the sect? If we do that, then that cultivator won't have a reason to come to our Hehuan sect." Old Man Ingyang rubbed his temples and said, "Then wouldn't it mean that we are making an enemy out of the Tang family? Although both I and Teng Huayuan are at the late stage of nascent soul, I know I'm not his match if we fight." The hall was quiet. After a while, Old Man Ingyang's eyes lit up as he made a decision. His voice was gloomy as he slowly said, "That old thief Pun Nanzi still hasn't appeared, so there must be something wrong with all of this. Forget it. Teng Huayuan is known for holding grudges. If we hand over the Teng family members now and Teng Huayuan doesn't die, then our troubles will continue. Junior brother, send out the order to open up all of the defensive formations. I'll personally control them. We must drive that person away." The middle-aged man nodded. He hesitated and said, "Senior brother, what if Tang Huan dies in the end?" Old man Yin Yang's eyes lit up and he chuckled. "Don't underestimate Pan Nanzi. He will intervene for sure. Even if his cultivation level isn't high enough, would the person at Heaven's Tower still not be enough?" The middle-aged man was stunned. He suddenly revealed a look of understanding and agreed. At that moment, inside the He Huan sect, an exhausted middle-aged man walked out of a room, coughing. He was holding a pile of clothes as he slowly walked out. Although he was only middle-aged, all of his hair was white and he wasn't walking straight. The sound of bell chimes echoed throughout the sect. 9 chimes meant that all He Huan sect disciples must gather within 30 minutes or face punishment. When he first heard the bells, he didn't bother with it. But after hearing the 9th ring, he was shocked as he looked toward the main hall. He had been in the He Huan sect for a long time and this was the first time he heard it ring 9 times. He hesitated for a while and ran toward the main hall with the clothes in his hands. However, he was simply too weak. He started to breath hard after a few steps. By the time he got to the main hall, all the other He Huan sect members were sitting cross-legged at the square outside the main hall. The square was covered with countless disciples. Even the few courtyards nearby were filled with He Huan sect disciples. Under each disciple was a faint ring of light. The middle-aged man quickly found a ring of light to sit down on. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly heard his fellows shouting. So he looked around and saw everyone looking upward. He looked up too and was stunned. In the sky above the He Huan sect, an extremely ferocious beast appeared. The beast had a very notable proboscis that was holding a string that was tied to a banner with countless bodies bound onto it. At the top of the beast's head stood a person. The person had a head full of white hair. Although he looked ordinary, he emitted a very powerful killing intent. After the middle-aged man saw the person, he frowned. He felt like he had seen this person before, but couldn't remember. Wang Lin looked at the He Huan sect below him. He could feel that there was a defensive formation that was countless times stronger than the ones at Wu Feng Valley and the Tiandao sect. This defense formation was very powerful. Unless his cultivation level had reached spirit severing, it would be very hard to break through it in a short period of time. The key to the formation was that as long as the He Huan sect's disciples sat on the rings, they will automatically supply the formation with energy. The He Huan sect had thousands of disciples, so breaking through the formation was like fighting thousands of people. The Tung family members were inside the main hall. It was clear that the He Huan sect was going to fight until the end. Wang Lin's eyes calmly swept the ground. His gaze landed on an old man. He said to him, "If you don't open up this formation, a river of blood will flow here." That old man was old man Yin Yang. After he saw Wang Lin, he frowned even harder and asked, "Fellow cultivator, what are you here for?" Wang Lin let out a sneer and red lightning appeared in his eyes. Although this formation was strong, if everyone maintaining the formation were to die, then it would break by itself. G-Realm shot out as a red lightning bolt and landed on the formation. The formation didn't even shake, but old man Yin Yang was startled. Soon, more than 10 disciples on the ground let out miserable screams as they bled from every orifice and died. They fell to the ground and the rings of light below them suddenly lit up, then disappeared. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he slowly said, "Are you going to open the formation?" Old man Yin Yang laughed coldly in his heart and didn't speak. Wang Lin's G-Realm moved again. This time, 10 red lightning bolts hit the formation. More than 100 disciples coughed out blood. Their bodies twitched a few times before they died. A sense of fear suddenly spread among the remaining disciples. Wang Lin calmly looked at old man Yin Yang and asked, "Are you going to open the formation?" Old man Yin Yang's expression was sullen and he remained silent. He sat down and started feeding spiritual energy into the formation. The other 3 nascent soul cultivators clenched their jaws as they sat down too. Suddenly, more than 100 red lightning bolts appeared and slammed into the formation. Meanwhile, at the square, more than 1,000 disciples' bodies exploded into mists of blood. The remaining disciples no longer dared to stay. They all got off the rings of light and ran away, ignoring the shouts of their elders. Wang Lin's voice slowly came again. Are you going to open the formation? Old man Yang coughed out blood. His face was red and blue as he struggled to make a decision. The three other nascent soul cultivators' bodies were slanted. Clearly, they were injured. Wang Lin took a deep breath and casually took out a jade bottle from his bag of holding. After he crushed the bottle, 3 nascent souls appeared. Within sight of everyone present, he devoured them one by one. Then, his eyes glowed red as he raised his right hand and a ball of red lightning gathered in it. This ball of lightning was made purely of G-realm. After the ball had reached the size of a fist, it slowly floated downward. Old man Yang was filled with fear. This was the first time in his life he had seen someone consume nascent souls like pills. As he stared at the ball of red lightning floating down, he immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivator, please stop. I'll open it. I'll open it. I will no longer care about the Tang family." With that, he stood up, took out a piece of jade, and quickly sent his spiritual energy into it. The formation protecting the Hehuan sect disappeared right before the ball of red lightning landed. Old man Yang wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. After he opened the formation, he also became more open-minded and said, "Senior, everyone from the Tang family is inside the main hall." Wang Lin didn't even look at him as he walked into the main hall. No sounds came from the main hall, but the smell of blood slowly leaked out. After half an hour, Wang Lin calmly walked out. He waved his hand and the dragon banner held by the mosquito beast flew into the main hall and carried out a few hundred bodies. The faces on these bodies were filled with fear and hate. All of these people were very young. If Wang Lin didn't exist, some of them would have surely become core formation cultivators, maybe even nascent soul cultivators. However, they shouldn't have been named Tang. It's better to say that Tang Li shouldn't have tried to kill Wang Lin. One step wrong and every step after it goes wrong as well. If Tang Li had known better, he wouldn't have tried to kill Wang Lin. Or if Tang Huayuan didn't kill Wang Lin's entire family, then Wang Lin wouldn't have come here to take revenge, because there would be no need for revenge. Wang Lin killed Tang Li, and Tang Huayuan killed Wang Lin once, so their debt to each other had already been wiped clean. Wang Lin was not here to get revenge for himself, but for his family. Just as Wang Lin was prepared to leave, a soft call suddenly came from the main square. "Wang Lin." This call was very soft and filled with uncertainty. Wang Lin stopped and looked toward the owner of the voice. In the distance, he saw a middle-aged man in the corner. The weak middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin with a reminiscent look. Wang Lin felt like this person was very familiar. He took one step and arrived before the middle-aged man. He knelt down and asked, "What did you say just now?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a bit. He bitterly smiled and said, "Senior, Junior mistook you for someone else. Please don't blame me, Senior." Wang Lin carefully looked at the person and said, "Oh really? What did you mistake me for?" The middle-aged man bitterly smiled and exclaimed, "Senior, Junior once had a junior apprentice brother. I was the one who brought him to the sect." Wang Lin's heart shook. He finally remembered who this person was. He pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeves and disappeared from the Hehuan sect along with the middle-aged man. On a cliff hundreds of kilometers away, Wang Lin and the middle-aged man appeared. Wang Lin placed him down on the ground and carefully looked at the person. The middle-aged man looked around him. He revealed a complex expression and softly said, "You!" Wang Lin softly sighed and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, if you had recognized me, why not just say it?" The middle-aged man's body quivered. After pondering a bit, he bitterly smiled and said, Well." Wang Lin looked at the person before him and scenes of the past flashed by. After a while he asked in a wistful tone, "How is the Hung Yu sect now?" The middle-aged man whispered, "I haven't gone back in many years. Why is Brother Zhang at the Hehuan sect? And your cultivation?" Wang Lin frowned. He grabbed the middle-aged man's arm. He pondered a little and continued, "The spiritual energy in your body is a complete mess and your meridians are very fragile." The middle-aged man bitterly smiled and said, "After you left and never returned, the ancestors put all their focus on me. They spent a lot of effort to raise my cultivation level to core formation. I then left the Hung Yu sect with the idea to go out and experience struggles in hopes of reaching the nascent soul stage one day and re-establish the Hung Yu sect. But I didn't expect to meet a girl. That girl was a He Huan sect disciple. Alas, my entire cultivation was lost. However, that bitch didn't kill me due to our past feelings and is using my body to refine a He Huan pill. Although I have become a complete waste, I'll still be alive until the pill is complete. I would have already become a bag of bones if it was. Wang Lin pondered a little. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a small, white jade bottle. He passed it to the middle-aged man and said, "There are 7 pills inside this bottle. You must take 1 pill a month. After 7 months, you should be able to recover at least half of your cultivation. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, I still have important things to do. I hope that after this goodbye, we will have another chance to meet." With that, Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man deeply. Then his body moved and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in the air, standing on top of the mosquito beast as it carried the bodies behind it. The middle-aged man looked with envy at where Wang Lin disappeared from with a hint of melancholy. Truth was, he realized that it was Wang Lin when he called out Wang Lin's name, but Wang Lin's change was simply too great. He knew it was Wang Lin in his heart, but he still found it hard to believe. Holding the jade bottle in his hand, he took a deep breath and slowly walked away. While Wang Lin was flying, he spread out his divine sense. He noticed that all of the Tang family members in Zhao had moved using various methods just as he predicted. Their destination was Tang Family City. Wang Lin revealed a cruel look in his eyes. He thought, "All of you move as you wish. When everyone has moved into Tang Family City, that is the day I will pay a visit to Tang Huayuan." The widespread migration continued throughout Zhao. However, there were 7 people that still hadn't moved. In these past few days of killing, Wang Lin had found out through various methods that the Tang family had 9 core family members. Besides Tang Huayuan, very few people knew what cultivation level these people were at. It could be said that they were the people Tang Huayuan was training to take over the Tang family. In order to help those 9 people's cultivation, Tang Huayuan spent a lot of effort and resources to open up 9 spirit caves. The 9 of them spent most of their time cultivating inside. All of the pills, magic treasures, and techniques needed were supplied by the family. The 9 people's only job was to cultivate. Every once in a while, Tang Huayuan would take the 9 of them to the dangerous areas in the neighboring countries to train. It could be said that whether it was their cultivation or combat experience, both had reached their peaks. These 9 could be said to have been created from all of the resources of the Tang family. In addition to all that, it wasn't like the 9 never changed. Every 50 years, the Tang family members had a chance to challenge any of these 9 people. If they win, they immediately take their spot and gain access to all of the benefits of being one of those 9 and gain the full support of the Tang family. As a result, among the 9 core Tang family members, besides one, every other position had exchanged owners at least 3 times. Under all these challenges, it was clear how high the core Tang family members' cultivation levels were. The 7 unmoving points of light detected by Wang Lin were all core Tang family members. The other 2 were called back to Tang Family City. Wang Lin revealed a vicious light in his eyes. Right now, every other Tang family member was moving toward Tang Family City just as he had planned. Right now, his targets were those 7 core family members that the Tang family spent countless years to cultivate. These 7 must die. A powerful killing intent leaked from Wang Lin as he locked onto his target and slowly flew toward a sand dome in the distance. Tang 9 was a name, and at the same time it was an honorable title. This name had changed owners many times. To be exact, it was 6 times. Tang 9 sat inside a hidden room. The room looked very humble, but Tang 9 knew that this hidden room would make any Tang family member crazed with envy. He once was one of those envious Tang family members after all. He was a genius ever since he was a child, and he had always dreamed of becoming a core family member. Only by becoming a core family member would he receive the support of the family, the notice of the ancestors, and have a chance of reaching the nascent soul stage. Growing up in the Tang family, he had seen all of the cold and snobbish attitudes of the Tang family. Everything he had experienced as a child had turned his heart cold and made him willing to do anything to gain power. This was to the point that when he heard that he could compete for one of the 9 core family member positions, the first person he killed was his older brother, because his older brother was someone competing against him. In the entire Tang family, the challenge ceremony against the 9 core family members only happened once every 50 years, and every time only 9 people would be chosen to challenge the core family members. Through various methods, he step by step became one of the 9 core family members. This position was obtained through blood and sweat, and with him giving up his dignity and humanity. In order to successfully win the challenge, he practiced the most vicious art in the Tang family. This art let him consume other people's spiritual energy to increase his own cultivation level. Although this would greatly reduce his lifespan, it allowed him to increase his cultivation level very rapidly. After all, his opponent was the previous owner of the Tang 9 name, whose cultivation level had already reached late-stage core formation. Tang 9 looked at the hidden chamber with a satisfied look. This chamber had 10x more spiritual energy than outside. Although this chamber looked simple, upon closer inspection, it was made entirely out of high-quality spirit stone. Below this chamber was a spirit vein. Although this spirit vein wasn't large, to be used for just one person to cultivate was an unimaginable luxury. Pills? Tang 9 wasn't short on any pills. If he asked for a pill, the Tang family would use whatever method needed to get it for him. Technique? Tang 9 had many. Any technique he wanted, the Tang family would get it for him. Magic treasures? Tang 9 had many, and every one of them was a nascent soul-level magic treasure. Women? He was not short on any. As long as he asked, the Tang family would bring him a woman of at least a certain cultivation level for him to use. Tang 9 didn't have to worry about anything. This was the benefit of being one of the 9 core family members. His only job was to cultivate, and cultivate. Wang Lin's body floated in the air. With his divine sense, he could clearly see a hidden chamber under the sand domes. Inside the hidden chamber was his prey. This person was the first nascent Soul Tang family member he had met besides Tang Huayuan, and this person also had a strong murderous aura around him. This murderous aura was impossible to obtain without killing a lot of people. Although it was several levels below Wang Lin's killing intent, it was still a bit stronger than even some of the demonic cultivators in the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin faintly smiled. This Tang family member made his eyes light up. It has to be said that the requirement to become a devil is to have a ferocious nature. The more ferocious the person is, the more powerful they will be as a devil. Wang Lin formed a seal with his right hand and pressed into the ground. On the sand dune, the imprint of a hand appeared and slowly pressed into the ground. Inside the hidden chamber, Tang 9 suddenly opened his eyes and without any hesitation, he disappeared from the hidden chamber. The moment he disappeared, the hidden chamber collapsed and formed a whirlpool of sand. When Tang 9 reappeared, he was already floating in the air, emitting a murderous aura. He looked at the hidden chamber, then at Wang Lin as his murderous aura reached its limit. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the youth that emitted a powerful murderous aura. If this youth was turned into a devil, it would be his most powerful devil. The youth didn't act rashly, but looked at the countless bodies behind Wang Lin. Then, without a word, he turned and ran. He was very fast and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin let out a faint smile and quickly chased after him. Tang 9 ran for 1,000 kilometers in one go, but that sense of danger was still there. This sense of danger made his skin crawl. This feeling became stronger and stronger until Tang 9's eyes finally lit up and he slapped his bag of holding. He took out a gray bead and threw it behind him. The moment Wang Lin saw Tang 9 slap his bag of holding, he took out the restriction flag. 10 restrictions immediately appeared and formed a wall, protecting Wang Lin. Then, the bead landed on the wall of restrictions and exploded. Tang 9 didn't reveal a happy smile at the result, and instead that sense of danger became even stronger. Just as he was running away, he suddenly felt every hair on his body stand up. He dodged to the side without any hesitation and saw a flash of red lightning that almost touched his body go by. Tang 9's eyes were filled with fear because he felt imminent death from that red lightning. He believed that if he hadn't just dodged that red lightning at that moment, he would have died. But before he could rejoice, hundreds of streaks of red lightning suddenly appeared all around him, completely blocking his escape. Teng Nine's body stiffened and he didn't dare to keep flying. He slowly turned to Wang Lin and said, "Senior, Junior is willing to serve under you and never betray you. I'm willing to give you my soul blood to show my loyalty." Wang Lin stared at Teng Nine and slowly shook his head. He didn't say anything, but used his divine sense to make the cage of red lightning around Teng Nine slowly shrink. Teng Nine's forehead was filled with sweat as he took out countless magic treasures and sent them out. But no matter how many he threw, none of them could break through the red lightning. The divine sense on every magic treasure would break the moment they touched the red lightning. Every time the divine sense on a magic treasure shattered, he would feel pain in his head. Gradually, the fear on his face became even stronger. "You have to die because your name is Teng." Wang Lin's voice slowly floated over as a faint killing intent spread out from him. Teng Nine's body shook. His eyes turned red and let out a roar as he charged towards the red lightning. The moment his body touched the red lightning, he didn't immediately die, but his figure looked very weak. How could Wang Lin be willing to kill such a good candidate for turning into a devil? He let out a smile as he thought about how good it will feel when he turns the Teng family members into devils. As the red lightning rapidly closed in, Teng Nine's mind collapsed as he felt the sense of hopelessness. This feeling became even more powerful, and as the feeling reached its peak, just as Teng Nine was about to destroy his own soul, Wang Lin moved. He jumped off the mosquito beast and went through the red lightning. His hand reached toward Teng Nine's throat and viciously squeezed. With a cracking sound, Teng Nine's eyes almost popped out as he was filled with despair and died. Just as he died, Wang Lin's left hand formed a strange seal and placed it on Teng Nine's forehead. "I take your soul in the name of a soul devourer." A ray of red light came from Teng Nine's forehead. He tried to escape, but was quickly caught by Wang Lin and thrown into the soul flag. Wang Lin casually threw Teng Nine's body backwards and looked at the soul flag with satisfaction. It has to be said that Wang Lin dreamed of having an army of devils like he did in the foreign battleground. With that army, he would have the power to start his own sect and would not fear even people with higher cultivation levels than him. It was just that souls that could be turned into devils were simply too rare. In these 400 years, besides Teng Nine, he had only found 3. Su Ligua was man-made, so he had a lot of defects. If it wasn't for the fact Su Ligua had gained intelligence, which made him different from the other devils, Wang Lin would have already killed him to feed to the other devils. Wang Lin was very happy with the second devil early on because it was fierce and powerful. But as his cultivation got stronger, the second devil just couldn't keep up and wasn't strong enough anymore. The third devil was made from the spirit ape. While it was powerful, it was not fierce enough. These 3 devils were very different from Wang Lin's vision of a devil that he got from the foreign battleground. None of the 3 matched the power and ferocity of the wandering souls from the foreign battleground, so none of them were satisfactory products in Wang Lin's view. However, now it was different. If the soul inside the soul flag becomes a devil, then its power and ferocity will not be a problem. Even if it isn't as good as the wild wandering souls of the foreign battleground, the difference won't be too big. If the other Teng family members' natures are all like this, then I will have to thank Teng Huayuan for training such perfect devil candidates for me. Wang Lin muttered to himself as his eyes lit up and he flew toward his next destination. With his divine sense, he could feel that besides one person, who was at the border of Zhao, they had all moved. They clearly wanted to return to Teng Family City. If it was before he saw Teng Nine, Wang Lin would have let them all return to Teng Family City and would have killed them all there. But after experiencing Teng Nine, how could he let other perfect candidates like Teng Nine get away? Although the mosquito beast was fast, it was not fast enough for Wang Lin. He took out a pill and ate it as he jumped off the mosquito beast and charged toward the next target. Teng 8 was casually flying in the air. His eyes were calm and he didn't feel tense at all. In fact, he didn't want to return to Teng Family City, but the murders in the past few days had caused the entire Teng family to panic. More importantly, The Tang family ancestor was indifferent about this matter and hadn't left Tang family city at all. Thus, this whole thing became even more strange. This was the reason Ting 8 was going back to Tang family city, to check on the situation. As he flew, he had his divine sense spread out so he could react to even a blade of grass moving. But Tang 8 didn't believe that the person that had been killing the Tang family members would dare to come mess with him. After all, the strongest Tang family members that had been killed were only at the core formation stage. Ting 8 believed that he could have killed all of them as well. After all, he was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. With his cultivation level, he could casually go anywhere in Zhao. Although he wasn't a match for those late-stage nascent soul old monsters, he didn't fear them. In the entire country of Zhao, he only feared 2 people. Of the 2, the first person wasn't Tang Huayuan, but Tang 1. Tang Huayuan was only second. In fact, every time he thought of Tang 1, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his body. Aside from those 2, he wasn't afraid of anyone else. In fact, he hoped that that mysterious person would appear before him. He was the 5th person to hold the name Ting 8. That means that for a long time, everyone that challenged him was killed by him. While he was flying, Tang 8's eyes became more serious as it became dark and dark clouds gathered. Just as he was about to move faster, he was startled as a young man dressed in white appeared before him without a second's notice. Tang 8's heart shook. It has to be said that his divine sense was spread out the whole time, yet he didn't notice this young man at all. This could only mean that this young man's divine sense was far above his own. But a powerful divine sense didn't mean one's cultivation or technique was powerful. So, without any hesitation, Ting 8 slapped his bag of holding and flying swords flew out. More and more flying swords flew out as if his bag of holding was endless. As the flying swords flew out one by one, the youth didn't do anything. The youth's eyes made Ting 8 feel extreme disgust. Wang Lin stared at Ting 8 and his eyes lit up. This person's murderous aura was even stronger than the last one's. However, this person had learned to hide it, so it was not showing as much. Wang Lin's mouth moved and revealed a satisfactory smile as he slowly walked forward. Ting 8 let out a snort as he moved his hand. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he formed a seal with his right hand. He pointed at Wang Lin. The swords let out a hum and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed a sarcastic smile as the flying swords flew toward him. His body shook as his soul devourer soul left his body and formed a black fog. All of the flying swords that touched his soul immediately lost the divine sense in them and fell to the ground. Ting 8 revealed a horrified expression and was about to back away, but he was too late. Wang Lin had already charged toward him in his soul devourer form, and the black fog quickly invaded Ting 8's body. Ting 8 let out a terrible scream. The scream was so terrible that it would turn someone's face pale. As he screamed, his body involuntarily thrusted in all directions and black veins popped on his forehead. They were black because Wang Lin's soul devourer soul was flowing through them along with the blood. It didn't last long, but Ting 8's painful scream continued. His voice was already hoarse and he was covered in cold sweat. After a while, his body suddenly shook violently and he fell to the ground. As his body fell, Wang Lin's soul devourer soul took Ting 8's nascent soul and returned to Wang Lin's body. Ting 8's soul was placed in the soul flag and his body was bound by the dragon banner. From the time Wang Lin appeared until now, it wasn't long. Most of the time consisted of Ting 8 screaming. After Wang Lin's soul returned to his body, he didn't hesitate and charged toward the next target. Ting 6 was not young. 200 years ago, he was already a core Tang family member, but had lost his title to a challenger. Luckily, he didn't die and went into years of closed-door cultivation. After he came out, he went to where the then Ting 6 was cultivating and killed the challenger that beat him before. This was all done without the permission of Tang Huayuan. Afterward, although he received punishment from Tang Huayuan, he held on to the name of Ting 6. Although his cultivation level was only nascent soul, his cultivation method allowed him to transform murderous aura. It was because of this ability that Tang Huayuan allowed him to keep the position of Ting 6. But today the line of Ting 6s will end. From today onward, there will never be another Ting 6. Tang 6 licked his lips as he quickly flew through the air. His reason for leaving was the complete opposite of Tang 8's. He left his hidden chamber because he felt a sense of danger. Since he transformed all of the murderous aura in his body, he gained a new ability. This ability has saved his life many times. He believed in this sense of danger he was feeling, so he quickly flew toward Tang Family City. He didn't believe that his journey would be a peaceful one, even though Tang Family City was only 5 days of travel time away, because during the trip, the sense of danger became even stronger. Wang Lin's divine soul was already locked onto the person ahead of him. This person's cultivation level was mid-stage nascent soul. He licked his lips as he flew closer to that person. As Tang 6 was flying, he felt a killing intent covering him. He secretly complained. If he hadn't felt that sense of danger, he would go and fight this person. But now, he clenched his teeth and both of his feet suddenly exploded. Thanks to the explosion, the blood formed a mist and covered his body. Enduring the intense pain, his speed suddenly increased by several times. His body formed a bloody meteor and disappeared. Wang Lin frowned. This person was very decisive and had used a forbidden technique. At the cost of burning part of his soul, he was able to increase his speed by several times, making it impossible for Wang Lin to catch up. Wang Lin stood in place and looked at the direction Tang 6 escaped toward. He pondered for a while, then took out his restriction flag to cover the area within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Shortly after, Wang Lin pointed at his brow and the devil Su Ligua and the third devil appeared. Wang Lin ordered them to protect him as he took out the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror floated above Wang Lin's head and slowly wobbled. After doing all that, Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Soon, black fog started coming out of Wang Lin's head. The black fog grew until it was like a black cloud. Suddenly, the black cloud moved and quickly spread out and covered the entire country of Zhao. This black cloud was Wang Lin's soul devourer soul. This time, his soul devourer soul completely left his body. Tang 5 was a very handsome middle-aged man. Could be said he looked very much like Tang Li from back then. Beside him were 2 very beautiful female cultivators. All 3 of them were quickly flying toward Tang Family City. Seeing that they were about to be within 10,000 kilometers of Tang Family City, Tang 5 let out a sigh of relief. But just at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and black clouds covered the sky. As Tang 5 stared dumbfoundedly, the black cloud quickly descended and surrounded him. Then, the black cloud left with Tang 5's soul and nascent soul. A shout of anger came from Tang Family City as Tang Huayuan rushed out of the city like lightning. Just now he felt Tang 5's presence. Then, Tang 5's presence was suddenly gone. At that moment, he also felt a presence powerful enough to cause his heart to pound. Just as Tang Huayuan arrived, the black cloud in the sky moved and formed a face, Wang Lin's face. He coldly looked at Tang Huayuan. He let out a cruel smile and disappeared. Tang 4's cultivation level was not high. He was only in the early stage of nascent soul. After all, he had only received the position of core family member 20 years ago. Currently, he was standing on a flying sword as he quickly flew. He felt very grief-stricken because of the family members that had died. One of them was his own younger brother. This was the reason he left the hidden chamber. He didn't leave to go back to Tang Family City, but to get revenge for his younger brother. Unfortunately, this was a quest for vengeance he could never complete, because the current him didn't even notice the cloud above him become more dense. In 1 day of time, out of the 7 core Tang family members outside, 5 had already died. One of them was still not moving from their hidden chamber and the other was quickly moving. But this person wasn't by himself. Beside him there was a male and a female. If Wang Lin saw those 2, he would have immediately recognized them because one of them was Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua no longer had the normal dark expression on his face, but instead showed a sense of relief because currently someone was wiping out the Tang family. Although he didn't know who was doing this, that didn't affect his mood. He hoped that that person would continue to kill until all of the Tang family was wiped out. He looked at his wife and felt very complicated. He originally didn't have any feelings for this woman, but due to the pressure from Tang Huayuan and to protect himself, He married her. But a person isn't made of wood. Although he hated the Tang family, his feelings toward his wife were very complicated. Tang 3 didn't look young. His hair was already white and he looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. If one looked closely, they could see that Wang Zhu's wife looked like him. He was very handsome. On his flawless face was a pair of eyes that shone like black gems. Tang 3 softly said, Xiao, right now, the Tang family is facing a powerful enemy and the ancestor won't come out. This whole thing is too strange. Once you have safely reached Tang family city, stay there with your younger sister and don't come out. Tang Xiao was Tang 3's daughter. The reason Tang 3 left the hidden chamber was to guard his daughter on her way to Tang family city. Tang Xiao nodded. Tang 3 hesitated for a bit and said, If I can't escape death this time, then forget about going to Tang family city to find your little sister. Leave the country of Zhao immediately. Go as far away as you can. Wang Zhu listened to all of this silently on the side. Although his expression was calm, he was coldly laughing in his heart. Tang 3's eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart as he looked at Wang Zhu. His expression didn't change, so no one knew if he was happy or angry. Waves of emotions surged in his heart as he rubbed Tang Xiao's hair. He knew that ever since he was forced by the ancestor to separate from his wife all those years ago, he will forever live under the shadow of the ancestor. All of this was because his wife was immortal and because he was the great-great-grandson of the ancestor. An important Tang family member couldn't take a mortal as his wife, because his descendants must have the qualifications to cultivate. If he wanted to change things, then he must have power. He must reach a cultivation level that surpasses the ancestor. Many years later, he succeeded in his cultivation and was able to push his two daughters onto the path of cultivation. But his wife's lifespan was already up. The pain in his heart had never diminished in all these years. In these years, he focused purely on cultivation. Only by cultivating could he suppress the thoughts of his wife. To a certain extent, Tang Xiao, who looked the most like Tang 3's wife, not only was his daughter, but also received all of the love he had for his wife. That was why he wouldn't let Tang Xiao receive any kind of harm or let anyone cause her any grievance. He coldly looked at Wang Zhu and said, Wang Zhu, because of Tang Xiao, I'll let you live. Now scram. From now on, Tang Xiao has no relation with you. Wang Zhu's eyes lit up. He looked at Tang 3 and said, What a temper! With that, he jumped back and was about to leave. After Tang Xiao heard this, she quickly moved forward and grabbed Wang Zhu's arm. She turned around, looked at her father with watery eyes, and bit her lower lips without a word. Tang 3's eyes were still cold, but he slowly let out a sigh and turned around. Tang Xiao's expression right now was just like his wife's. He didn't want to kill Wang Zhu because he didn't want to cause Tang Xiao any pain. Wang Zhu, even though the Tang family killed your family, I hope you won't do anything to harm Xiao. You two are a cultivation couple after all. Although your parents can't be with you, your wife will be with you for the rest of your life. Wang Zhu, know what's best. Wang Zhu pondered for a while. He looked at Tang Xiao with a complex look. If that day were to ever come, even he didn't know what he would do. Tang Xiao looked at the two men that were the most important people in her life and said, Father, Wang Zhu won't. He won't. At the end, her voice was filled with determination. This woman, even until the end, believed that Wang Zhu wouldn't hurt her. Although Tang 3's expression was the same, his urge to kill increased greatly. If it was when the Tang family was stable, whether Wang Zhu lived or died wouldn't matter, as he was confident that Wang Zhu wouldn't act rashly. But right now, the Tang family was in danger, so it was very different. Tang 3 made up his mind. Once they return to Tang family city, he will find a chance to kill Wang Zhu, because he still had a feeling that if Wang Zhu didn't die, Tang Xiao will still be in danger. However, he won't have this opportunity. A dark cloud suddenly covered the sky. The dark cloud felt like it could fall down at any time. Tang 3's gaze suddenly became serious. Without any hesitation, he pointed at his abdomen and coughed out some of his essence blood. At the same time, A point of light flew out of his bag of holding and fused into the essence blood, forming an oval-shaped light before him. Teng 3 reached out with his hand and grabbed. Teng Xiao shouted in surprise as Teng 3 threw her into the oval ring of light. Teng Xiao looked at her father with a look of despair and shouted, "Father!" When her voice reached him, Teng 3 felt that he couldn't be cruel, so he reached out again. This time, he grabbed Wang Zhuo and viciously threw him toward the oval light. The two disappeared into the oval light. All of this happened very quickly. The moment the black cloud appeared, Teng 3 didn't mind lowering his own cultivation and used a massive amount of essence blood to transport Teng Xiao and Wang Zhuo away. After doing all that, he no longer had any regrets. He straightened his body and without a sound, an orange-colored flying sword appeared next to him. This flying sword was built by himself. It was named Dao Yun, because his wife's name contained the word Yun. Every day, he cleansed the sword with his own spiritual energy. He didn't let anyone touch this sword, not even Teng Huayuan. He also never used this sword when he fought with others. The degree of adoration he had for this sword wasn't any lower than what he had for Teng Xiao, because when this sword was made, his wife left a drop of her blood in it. It was because of this drop of mortal blood that this sword's power weakened drastically. But Teng 3 didn't care, because as long as this sword was here, his wife was present. If the sword was broken, his wife was dead. At that moment, Teng 3's heart was filled with the urge to battle, because he knew that he would die today. If he was allowed to choose the way he would die, he would hope to die along with this sword. He gently touched the flying sword. This was the last time he would cleanse the sword with his spiritual energy. He revealed a determined look and without a word, his sword let out a hum and flew toward the cloud in the sky. Teng 3 quickly jumped up and followed behind the flying sword. He used all of the spiritual energy in his body and moved like a shooting star with the flying sword toward the black cloud. In the midst of his shooting star-like movement, he could see his wife smiling at him and calling him. The shooting star flew across the sky, through the black cloud, and landed 100 kilometers away. All of the black clouds gathered together and formed a shape that looked like Wang Lin. He looked thoughtfully in the direction the shooting star went toward. The middle-aged man charged toward Wang Lin without any fear in his eyes and died to Wang Lin's Ji realm. It was just that, at the moment of his death, Wang Lin felt the feeling of mourning from Teng 3. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, but he didn't take out his soul even though this person would have made an excellent devil. He didn't think that there would be someone who cared about his loved one so much in the Teng family. However, he still had to die. He shouldn't have been born into the Teng family. 100 kilometers away, Teng 3 landed. There were no injuries on his body at all, but he was dead. In his hand, the sword named Dao Yun shone for the last time and shattered. Teng family city. Teng Huayuan was at the top floor of the Teng family ancestral home as he stared at 9 pieces of jade. 5 of them were already broken, and just as Teng Huayuan sighed, the jade representing Teng 3 split in half. Teng Huayuan's body shook. His face suddenly started to look a lot older. He slowly touched all of the broken jades, and when his hand moved over the jade for Teng 3, his old eyes released tears that had never been released in the past 400 years. Teng Huayuan whispered, "Hai Air." Teng Hai was Teng 3's real name. When someone became a core Teng family member, they would leave a trace of their soul in a special jade. In just 2 days' time, many of those jades shattered, and each time, Teng Huayuan would feel pain in his heart, especially Teng 5. He basically saw Teng 5 die before him. Even though they were only 100 feet apart, it felt like they were divided by a chasm that not even Teng Huayuan could traverse. Teng 5, besides Teng 1, was the one that looked the most like Teng Li, so he received a lot of care from Teng Huayuan. Teng 9's bitter childhood caused his twisted personality, so he took the extreme path of stealing lives, but shortening his own. Teng Huayuan had prepared several top-quality pills for him, but all those pills were now useless. Teng 8, Teng 6, and Teng 4 all held positions in Teng Huayuan's heart. However, Teng 3 was still the most important. Teng Huayuan had always considered Teng 3 to be the disgrace of the Teng family. Born a core disciple instead of properly cultivating, he went and became obsessed with a mortal woman. Teng Huayuan forcibly split them apart and allowed the ruthless flow of time to kill that woman. Teng Huayuan knew that Teng 3 hated him. However, this didn't affect how much Teng Huayuan cared for Teng 3. In fact, he felt regretful about splitting the two apart back then. But now, he would never have the chance to tell Teng 3 about his regret, because Teng 3 was already dead.